Library Teachings of Lord Kapila. Forward. Kapila Muni, a renowned sage of antiquity, is the author of the philosophical system known as Eskaya, which forms an important part of India's ancient philosophical heritage. Eskaya is both a system of metaphysics, dealing with the elemental principles of the physical universe, and a system of spiritual knowledge, with its own methodology, culminating in full consciousness of the Supreme Absolute. Kapila, however, is not an ordinary philosopher or sage. According to Vedic tradition, the tradition of India's ancient scriptural literature, he himself is an avatara, incarnation, of the Supreme Absolute Truth. Kapila's teachings are originally inscribed in the Srimad Bhagavatam, or Bhagavata Purana, one of the most important scriptural documents of Vedic theism. Within the Bhagavatam, Kapila's teachings comprise chapters 25 through 33 of the third canto. This book, Teachings of Lord Kapila, the son of Devati, is based on a unique series of lectures presented in Mumbai, India, in the spring of 1974, by His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. In this series, Srila Prabhupada spoke from the 25th chapter, which contains the beginning of Lord Kapila's teachings. Srila Prabhupada is the author of a celebrated multi-volume translation and commentary on the entire text of the Bhagavatam, and at the time of the Kapila lectures he had already completed his written commentary on the section of the Bhagavatam dealing with Kapila Deva's teachings. In these special lectures, however, Srila Prabhupada went into significantly greater detail in elucidating the verses and shed an even broader light upon these fascinating teachings. The text begins with the words of Anaka, the foremost of the sages of Nmiraya, the vastly learned sages to whom Srimad Bhagavatam was originally spoken some thousands of years ago. The sages have already heard about Lord Kapila Deva from Sutta Goswami, an exalted spiritual master, and it is clear from Anaka's words that they accept Kapila Muni as being an incarnation of the Lord himself and as therefore being the highest authority on yoga and transcendental knowledge. In recounting the history of Lord Kapila, Sutta Goswami, in accordance with Vedic principles for presenting spiritual knowledge, refers to discourse by great spiritual masters who have previously discussed this same subject. In this case, Sutta Goswami refers to a discussion between Vidura and the great sage Maitreya, who was a friend of Vyasadeva, the original compiler of the Vedic literature. As Sutta Goswami has already described, Lord Kapila appeared in this world as the son of Kardama Muni, a master of mystic yoga, and his wife, Devati. Both Kardama Muni and Devati were aware of the divinity of their son. Indeed, even before Kapila's birth, Lord Brahm himself, the chief created person in this universe, had appeared before Devati and revealed to her that her son was to be an incarnation of the Supreme Lord and that this incarnation would enlighten her with spiritual knowledge. According to the Vedic social system, a man with a grown son may accept the order of sannyasa, thus renouncing all connections with his family and worldly life, and entrust his wife to the care of his son. Kardama Muni, of course, knew that his son was an incarnation of the Supreme Lord, yet to honor this Vedic system and emphasize its importance, he too eventually accepted sannyasa, entrusting his wife, Devati, to the care of his divine son, Kapila Deva. Therefore, as Sutta Goswami begins to answer Anaka's request to hear further about Lord Kapila Deva, the sages have already been informed of how Kardama Muni departed for the forest, leaving Kapila Deva behind with Devati. After Kardama Muni's departure, Devati, remembering the prophetic words of Lord Brahm, approaches her divine son and humbly expresses her desire for spiritual enlightenment. "My lord, I have fallen into the abyss of ignorance. Your lordship is my only means of getting out of this darkest region of ignorance because you are my transcendental eye, which, by your mercy only, I have attained after many, many births. Now be pleased, my lord, to dispel my great delusion. You are the axe which can cut the tree of material existence. I therefore offer my obeisances to you, who are the greatest of all transcendentalists, and I inquire from you as to the relationship between man and woman and between spirit and matter." Srimad Bhagavatam 3.25.711. Pleased by his mother's pure desire for spiritual enlightenment, and feeling great compassion for her, Kapila begins to speak on the Eskaya philosophy. Now, what is Eskaya? Insofar as Eskaya deals with the elemental categories or principles of the physical universe, Eskaya is what Western scholars generally refer to as metaphysics. The term Eskaya literally means to count. This name is used because Eskaya philosophy enumerates principles of cosmic evolution by rational analysis. The etymological meaning of the word Eskaya is that which explains very lucidly by analysis of material elements. Philosophically, this term is used because the Eskaya system expounds analytical knowledge that enables one to distinguish between matter and spirit. This understanding culminates in bhakti, devotion for and service to the Supreme. It may be said, therefore, that Eskaya and bhakti form two aspects of the same process, bhakti being the ultimate goal or ultimate aspect of Eskaya. It is interesting to note, at this point, that long after Lord Kapila's descent, an imitation Kapila appeared on the Indian subcontinent and propounded a non-theistic Eskaya. That which is generally studied as Eskaya in the contemporary academic context is actually this later, non-theistic, materialistic Eskaya. The Eskaya philosophy, propounded by the original Kapila, is practically unknown in the West. Teachings of Lord Kapila, the son of Devati, along with Srila Prabhupada's complete commentary on Kapila's Eskaya in his edition of Srimad Bhagavatam, is probably the first major exposition in the English language on the original, theistic Eskaya. It should therefore be of considerable interest to scholars in this field. Because the basic principle and the ultimate goal of Lord Kapila Deva's Eskaya philosophy is bhakti, this is the subject with which Lord Kapila Deva begins his instructions to Devati. Consequently, because this volume, Teachings of Lord Kapila, the son of Devati, is Srila Prabhupada's commentary on the beginning of Lord Kapila's teachings, it is chiefly concerned with the science of bhakti yoga, the process of linking with God. Yoga means linking, through bhakti, devotion. As the actual history begins, Devati approaches her son, Kapila, and with deep humility expresses her sincere desire for spiritual enlightenment. In response, Lord Kapila delineates the path of the transcendentalists, who are interested in self-realization. Concisely summarizing the actual process of self-realization, Kapila defines consciousness in both the conditioned and liberated states. He describes the psychology of pure consciousness, delineates the symptoms and characteristics of a Astu, holy person, and stresses the importance of Astu Saga, association with those who are saintly. Kapila Deva then explains that liberation is merely a stage preliminary to the attainment of bhakti and that one who attains bhakti automatically achieves liberation. One who engages in bhakti, devotional yoga, automatically transcends material desires and ultimately crosses beyond birth and death. According to later descriptions in Srimad Bhagavatam, devotee ultimately attains full enlightenment and transcendental knowledge by hearing and understanding the sublime philosophical teachings of her great son. The publishers won the purpose of Lord Kapila's Advent text 1 Sri Anaka said, although he is unborn, the Supreme Personality of Godhead took birth as Kapila Muni by his internal potency. He descended to disseminate transcendental knowledge for the benefit of the whole human race. The word Maprayapte indicates that the Lord descends for the benefit of the human race to give transcendental knowledge. Material necessities are quite sufficiently provided for in the knowledge given in the Vedic literatures, which offer a program for good living and gradual elevation to the platform of Sattva Guna, the mode of goodness. Once one is situated in Sattva Guna, one's knowledge expands. On the platform of passion there is no knowledge, for passion is an impetus to enjoy material benefits. On the platform of ignorance there is neither knowledge nor enjoyment but simply animalistic living. The Vedas are intended to elevate one from the mode of ignorance to the platform of goodness. When one is situated in the mode of goodness, he is able to understand knowledge of the self, or transcendental knowledge. Such knowledge cannot be appreciated by any ordinary man. Therefore a disciplic succession is required. This knowledge is expounded either by the Supreme Personality of Godhead himself or by his bona fide devotee. Anaka Muni also states here that Kapila, the incarnation of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, took birth or appeared simply to disseminate transcendental knowledge. To understand that one is not matter but spirit soul, Aha Brahmsmi, I am by nature Brahman, is not sufficient for understanding the self and his activities. One must be situated in the activities of Brahman. Knowledge of those activities is explained by the Supreme Personality of Godhead himself. Such transcendental knowledge can be appreciated in human society but not in animal society, as clearly indicated here by the word NM for the human beings. Human beings are meant to lead a regulated life. By nature, there is regulation in animal life also, but that is not like the regulative life described in the scriptures or by the Vedic authorities. Only when one's life is regulated according to the Vedas can one understand transcendental knowledge. for the propagation of this transcendental knowledge. Kapila Deva, the incarnation of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, gave instructions in Eskaya philosophy to his mother, Devati. Later, another Kapila Deva appeared who expounded atheistic Eskaya philosophy, which dealt with the 24 elements but gave no information about God. The original Kapila is called the Devati Putra Kapila, and the other is called the atheist Kapila. Concerning Kapila Deva, Anakai says, Kapilas Tattva Sakiti. Kapila is the Supreme Person. Therefore he can explain the absolute truth. Actually only Bhagavan can know the true position of the ultimate truth. No one else can know it. Bhagavan, Krishna or his incarnation, occasionally visits the earth to give humanity information about the aim of life. Thus the Supreme Lord descended as Kapila Deva, Tattva Sakiti. The word Sakiti means expounder and Tattva means the absolute truth. The absolute truth is Bhagavan Shri Krishna himself. We cannot understand the absolute truth or the Supreme Person by mental speculation, especially when we are under the influence of the three modes of material nature, Sattva Guna, Rajogu and Tamogu. Only those who are situated in Sattva Guna, the mode of goodness, are fit to understand the absolute truth. According to Bhagavad Gita 18.42, those possessing Brahminical qualifications are situated in Sattva Guna. Peacefulness, self-control, austerity, purity, tolerance, honesty, knowledge, wisdom, knowledge and righteousness, these are the qualities by which the Brahmas work. According to the Vedic conception, there must be men in society who are factually Brahmas, capable of expounding the real truth. If everyone becomes a Dra, the absolute truth cannot be understood. It is said that at the present moment in Kali Yuga everyone is a Dra, Kalaudra Sambhav, and it is very difficult in this age to find qualified Brahmas, for they are very rare. There is practically not a single qualified Brahma in this age. O learned one, in this iron age of Kali men have but short lives. They are quarrelsome, lazy, misguided, unlucky and, above all, always disturbed. Srimad Bhagavatam 1.1 10. The people in this age are very short-lived and slow in understanding spiritual life. Actually, human life is meant for understanding spiritual values, but because everyone in this age is a Dra, no one is interested. People have forgotten life's real purpose. The word manda means both slow and bad, and everyone in this age is either bad or slow or a combination of both. People are unfortunate and disturbed by so many things. According to Srimad Bhagavatam, there will eventually be no rain and consequently a scarcity of food. The governments will also levy very heavy taxes. The characteristics of this age predicted by Srimad Bhagavatam are already being experienced to some degree. Since Kali Yuga is a very miserable age, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, who is Sri Krishna himself, advises everyone simply to chant Hare Krishna. In this age of Kali there is no alternative, there is no alternative for spiritual progress than the holy name, the holy name, the holy name of the Lord. Bihan and Radyapare, this process is not Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's invention, but is advised by the Stras, the Puras. The process for this Kali Yuga is very simple. One need only chant the Hare Krishna Maha mantra. Since everyone in this age is an unintelligent, unfortunate and disturbed Dra, how can anyone understand the absolute truth or the aim of life? As stated by the Lord himself in Bhagavad Gita 4.7, whenever and wherever there is a decline in religious practice, O descendant of Bharata, and a predominant rise of irreligion, at that time I descend myself. Some hundreds and thousands of years ago Lord Krishna appeared as Devati Putra Kapila Deva. His father's name was Kardama Muni. After Kapila Deva grew up, his father, according to the Vedic system, retired, took sannyasa and left home to cultivate spiritual life. It is not that one should rot in this material world throughout one's whole life. Pasi Ordva Vana Vrajit. According to the Vedic injunctions, there are 4 Ramas and 4 Varas, and these used to be followed very strictly. After his son grew up, Kardama Muni, being a strict follower of the Vedas, left home and put his wife in the charge of his grown son, Kapila Deva. It is said of Kapila Deva, Kapilas Tattva Sakiti Bhagavan. Lord Kapila is Bhagavan. Nowadays Bhagavan is taken very cheaply because the word is misused, but actually Bhagavan is not an ordinary man. Avajnanti mmh. Because Bhagavan Shri Krishna appeared as a human being, fools and rascals consider Krishna an ordinary human. As Krishna himself states in Bhagavad Gita 7.13. Deluded by the 3 modes goodness, passion and ignorance, the whole world does not know me, who am above the modes and inexhaustible. Yet there are Madhyams, great souls, who can understand Krishna. Arjuna could understand that although Krishna was playing the part of his friend, he was nonetheless the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Arjuna was in perfect knowledge, yet Krishna instructed him for our benefit. Arjuna requested Krishna's instructions, which are set forth for all human society. After hearing Bhagavad Gita, Arjuna addressed Krishna as Parabrahma Paradhyatma, the Supreme Brahman and Supreme Abode. Every person is actually Brahman, spirit soul. We are not actually the body. Awareness of Aham Brahmasmi, I am Brahman, is actual self-realization. According to Vedic culture, one must understand that he is Brahman, not the body. We should not remain in ignorance like cats and dogs, thinking, I am this body, I am American, I am Indian, I am Brahma, I am Kshatriya, I am Hindu, I am Muslim, and so on. These are all bodily designations. When one comes to spiritual understanding, he understands Aham Brahmasmi, I am Brahman. This is called Brahman realization. It is not that we become Brahman by some practice. Gold is gold, even if it is covered with some dirt which can certainly be removed. Similarly, we are all Brahman, spirit soul, but somehow or other we have come in contact with these material elements, and we have acquired bodily coverings. Consequently we think, I am this body. This is ignorance, and unless one is enlightened by spiritual knowledge, he remains animalistic. Understanding one's spiritual identity is called Dharma. The ultimate goal of Dharma is enunciated by Sri Krishna himself in Bhagavad Gita 18.66. Abandon all varieties of religion and just surrender unto me. On this earth we have created so many dharmas, Hindu Dharma, Muslim Dharma, Christian Dharma. These are all manufactured dharmas, but real Dharma is attained when we come to the conclusion that Sri Krishna is everything. Again, in the words of Sri Krishna in Bhagavad Gita 7.19, after many births and deaths, he who is actually in knowledge surrenders unto me, knowing me to be the cause of all causes and all that is. Such a great soul is very rare. The Krishna consciousness movement is meant for the propagation of this message. We are not preaching a particular sectarian religious system but a real religion, Dharma. Dharma 2 Skd Bhagavat Pratam. No one actually knows what Dharma is, and no one can manufacture Dharma. Dharma is the order of the Supreme Being. No one can manufacture state laws. They are given by the government. The simplest definition of Dharma is that Dharma is the order of the Supreme Being. Since the Supreme Being, God, is one, his order must be one. How, then, can there be different dharmas? It is not possible. Different dharmas are created due to ignorance, which causes people to think in terms of Hindu Dharma, Muslim Dharma, Christian Dharma, this Dharma or that Dharma. No, gold is gold. If a Christian possesses some gold, does it become Christian gold? Gold is gold whether possessed by a Hindu, a Muslim or a Christian. According to the order of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Dharma means surrendering unto that Supreme Being. This is Bhagavata Dharma, and everyone should be taught how to surrender unto God. God is one. There cannot be two gods. When there is competition, there is no God. Presently there is a different God on every street, but Krishna is not that kind of God. He is the Supreme God. As Krishna himself states in Bhagavad Gita 7.7, O conqueror of wealth Arjuna, there is no truth superior to me. Everything rests upon me, as pearls are strung on a thread. The purpose of this Krishna consciousness movement is to inform everyone that no one is superior to Krishna, God. Because many young Americans and Europeans are fortunate and know nothing of any hodgepodge God, they have taken this bona fide Krishna consciousness movement seriously. Krishna's tu Bhagavan Svayam. Bhagavan, God, means Sri Krishna. We have simply presented this information, saying, here is God, Sri Krishna. Because they have taken this seriously, many young Americans and Europeans are advancing in Krishna consciousness. Consequently, many people are surprised to see how Americans and Europeans have become such great devotees and are dancing in ecstasy. How is it they are so advanced? They have taken the information seriously. Krishna's tu Bhagavan Svayam. Whether one touches fire blindly or knowingly, fire will burn. It is not that because the fire is touched by a child, fire will not burn. These young Westerners have touched fire, and consequently it is acting as fire. See Ryopsanam. This information, Krishna's tu Bhagavan Svayam, is not concocted, but is accepted by the serious in the disciplic succession. Although an impersonalist, Akar Siriya has accepted Krishna as the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Sohavaram Nasiriya, Mad Siriya, Vusvm, Nimrata and Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and his followers. They all accept Krishna as the supreme, just as Arjuna himself did. This is the simplest method. There is no need to speculate. What is God? Where is God? Why foolishly go on searching? Here is God, Krishna. We may think that Krishna cannot be seen, but Krishna can appear in the form of his energy. Of course, a stone is not God, but a stone is another one of God's energies. Heat and light are not fire, but without fire there cannot be heat or light. In that sense, heat and light are non-different from fire. This material world is like the heat and light of the supreme fire. Just as a fire is situated in one place, but spreads illumination all around, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Parabrahman, spreads his energies throughout this universe. VU per 1.22. 53. The sun is situated in one place, and its light and heat expand throughout the entire solar system. As soon as we perceive light and heat, we can understand that the sun is there. Since light and heat can be perceived by everyone, Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita 7.8, Prabhsmi Isreo, I am the light of the sun and the moon. People are saying, can you show me God? While not realizing that they are seeing God daily at every moment. Because people are foolish in this age, they cannot understand that when we perceive the energy of the Lord, we can feel the presence of the Lord. The young devotees in the Krishna consciousness movement are presently worshipping Krishna. What are the signs of a devotee? The actual sign of a devotee is that he is no longer interested in material enjoyment. Srimad Bhagavatam 11.2. 42. The disciples of this Krishna consciousness movement do not go to cinemas, restaurants or clubs, and they do not smoke or drink. In European and American countries all these things are available and are very cheap, but these young people are not interested in them. They are simply interested in sitting on the floor and learning about Krishna consciousness. Why is this? They have actually rejected the material world. When one comes to detest material enjoyment, one can understand that he has advanced spiritually. Spiritual life does not mean taking sannyasa and then smoking or drinking tea. One must actually come to detest material life. One comes to lose interest in material activities and becomes interested only in the understanding of God, the Supreme Being, and His service, as enjoined in Srimad Bhagavatam 5.5. 1. Of all the living entities who have accepted material bodies in this world, one who has been awarded this human form should not work hard day and night simply for sense gratification, which is available even for the dogs and hogs that eat stool. The word vidboam means stool adders. Hogs work hard day and night simply eating stool, and because stool contains chemicals, hydrophosphates, the hog gets strength, becomes very fat and enjoys sex. In any case, human life is meant not for imitating the life of a hog but for tapasya, austerity. Rather, my dear boys, one should engage in penance and austerity to attain the divine position of devotional service. By such activity, one's heart is purified, and when one attains this position, he attains eternal, blissful life, which is transcendental to material happiness and which continues forever. Srimad Bhagavatam 5.5. 1. This is the meaning of Vedic civilization. The society of Varama composed of Brahmas, Kshatriyas, Vyas, Dras, Jihestas, Vinaprastas, Brahmacharis and Sannyasas is meant to elevate people gradually to the perfect stage of understanding God. The whole aim of the different Varas and Ramas is the worship of the Supreme Lord. One can attain this understanding through this social system, which admits of gradations. When one goes to school, he begins with the first grade, then progresses to the second, third and so forth. In this way one makes progress. When human society accepts Varama Dharma, it can gradually come to the understanding of Brahman. By birth, everyone is a Dra. Therefore everyone has to be educated. The word Vija means twistborn. One is first born through the womb of a mother, and one's next birth is given by the spiritual master and Vedic knowledge. Vedic knowledge is the mother, and the spiritual master is the father. When one is twice born, Dvija, he receives a sacred thread from the spiritual master and begins to learn about spiritual life. He is then allowed to read the Vedic literatures. In this way one becomes a son of Vedic literature. Nigama Kalpa Terror Galita Phalam. Srimad Bhagavatam is the essence of Vedic culture. It is a wish-fulfilling tree, and we can take whatever we want from it. Vedic knowledge is perfect, and if we want to come to know it, we must take shelter of a bona fide guru. Tadvyanratha Saguram Evbhagatkat. Unfortunately, in this age everything is mismanaged. People forget the aim of life, and at such a time the Supreme Lord himself comes. The Supreme Lord descends out of compassion because he is more anxious to have us return home, back to Godhead, than we are to go. Because we are in ignorance, we do not know anything about the kingdom of God. We know nothing about how to get there or how to become happy. We have forgotten all this. Therefore Krishna comes at intervals or sends his representative, the pure devotee. Sometimes he comes personally, and sometimes he sends his incarnation. Kapila Deva is an incarnation of the Supreme Person, Krishna. Therefore it is stated, Kapilas Tattva Sakiti Bhagavantma Mye. The word my means not only illusion but also affection and energy. When Krishna comes, all his energies also come. It is not that he is forced to come. We have to accept a certain type of body because we are forced to do so, but this is not the case with Sri Krishna. Presently I may have a human form, but in the future I cannot demand a human form. We receive bodies in the next life according to karma, not will. One cannot demand to be a high court judge unless one has been educated for the job. First of all, one must become qualified. If one qualifies himself, one may become a demigod like Indra or Candra, or one can become a dog or a cat. That depends on one's karma or activities. Karma Deva Netara. When Krishna or his incarnation come, they do not depend on karma for their bodies. The Supreme Lord is above karma and is fully independent. It is therefore said, Tma. The Supreme Lord comes by his own energy, not by the external energy or by force. When the governor visits the prison, he is not forced to do so. He is not to be considered a condemned person. Rather, he goes by his own goodwill just to see how things are going on. However, it is understood that when an ordinary person is placed in jail, he is sent there by force because he has been proven a criminal. A criminal may think that he and the governor are one, just as rascals and fools think that Krishna is one of them. Avajnanti mmhm nutanam ritam. A knowledgeable person knows that when Krishna or his incarnation descends upon the material world, the Supreme Lord maintains his transcendental position. He is not an ordinary man, nor is he forced into the material world due to karma. The Supreme Lord comes by his own goodwill. Parabhvam ajnanta. Rascals cannot understand what Krishna is. Therefore they think that Krishna is a human being. As Krishna himself states in Bhagavad Gita 7.3, out of many thousands among men, one may endeavor for perfection, and of those who have achieved perfection, hardly one knows me in truth. Understanding Krishna is therefore not so easy. As stated by Krishna, out of many thousands one person may become a siddha, a self-realized being. And out of many siddhas, one may be able to understand Krishna. It is our great fortune that Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Krishna himself, has appeared and given us a very easy process by which we can understand Krishna. What is that process? We need only hear about Krishna. That's all. We have therefore opened all these centers of Krishna consciousness throughout the world. Sri Krishna, the personality of Godhead, who is the Paramtm Supersoul in everyone's heart and the benefactor of the truthful devotee, cleanses desire for material enjoyment from the heart of the devotee who has developed the urge to hear his messages, which are in themselves virtuous when properly heard and chanted. Srimad Bhagavatam 1.2.17. If we hear about Krishna, we become purified. Hearing about Krishna means associating with Krishna. In this way we may perfect our lives. To the Transcendental Master and Supreme Yog text to Anaka continued. There is no one who knows more than the Lord himself. No one is more worshipable or more mature Yog than he. He is therefore the master of the Vedas, and to hear about him always is the actual pleasure of the senses. In Bhagavad Gita it is stated that no one can be equal to or greater than the Supreme Personality of Godhead. This is confirmed in the Vedas also. Ekoba Anyo Vidadti Kmn. He is the supreme living entity and is supplying the necessities of all other living entities. Thus all other living entities, both Vivu Tattva and Jaiva Tattva, are subordinate to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna. The same concept is confirmed here. Nahi Asaya Varma Puas. Among living entities, no one can surpass the Supreme Person because no one is richer, more famous, stronger, more beautiful, wiser or more renounced than he. These qualifications make him the Supreme Godhead, the cause of all causes. Yogas are very proud of performing wonderful feats, but no one can compare to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Anyone who is associated with the Supreme Lord is accepted as a first-class Yog. Devotees may not be as powerful as the Supreme Lord, but by constant association with the Lord they become as good as the Lord himself. Sometimes the devotees act more powerfully than the Lord. Of course, that is the Lord's concession. Also used here is the word Varimay, meaning the most worshipful of all yagas. To hear from Krishna is the real pleasure of the senses. Therefore he is known as Govinda, for by his words, by his teachings, by his instruction, by everything connected with him, he enlivens the senses. Whatever he instructs is from the transcendental platform, and his instructions, being absolute, are non-different from him. Hearing from Krishna or his expansion or plenary expansion like Kapila is very pleasing to the senses. Bhagavad Gita can be read or heard many times, but because it gives great pleasure, the more one reads Bhagavad Gita the more he wants to read and understand it, and each time he gets new enlightenment. That is the nature of the transcendental message. Similarly, we find that transcendental happiness in the Srimad Bhagavatam. The more we hear and chant the glories of the Lord, the more we become happy. In the previous verse, the incarnation of the Supreme Personality of Godhead as Devati Putra Kapila Deva has been explained as Bhagavantmaya. The word Bhaga means opulence and Vn means one who possesses. All the opulences of the creation are present in Bhagavan. As stated in the Vedas, Kaha Upaniyad 2.2. 13. Nitya, Bhagavan, is the singular, and Nityan are the plural Javas or living beings. Nityo Nityan. We are many, but God is one. There is no limit to the Javas. No one can count them. The word Ananta means that they are without limit. All these Javas, living entities, are being maintained by the Supreme One. We cannot conceive how many living entities are being maintained by the Supreme Lord. All the great elephants, all the small ants, all the 8,400,000 species of life are maintained by Bhagavan. Why do we worry that he will not maintain us? Those who are devotees of the Lord and have taken shelter at his lotus feet, leaving everything aside simply to render service unto him, will certainly be cared for. In our Krishna consciousness movement, we have over 100 centers, and Krishna is maintaining them all. None of our devotees are employed for independent incomes, yet they are all being maintained. In Bhagavad Gita, Krishna never says, do this or that, and I will then maintain you. Rather, he states that not only will he maintain us, but he will also protect us from the results of sin, from sinful karma. Bhagavad Gita 18.66. All of this assurance is there. Tasyeva hito prateta kovida. The word kovida means intelligent. An intelligent person should try to attain shelter at the lotus feet of Krishna. Human life is actually meant for getting in touch with the lotus feet of Krishna. That should be our only business. The word Apari indicates the higher planetary systems. There are 7 higher planetary systems, and we are in the middle system, in Bhraloka. Within this one universe, there are 14 planetary systems, and the living entities are wandering in different bodily forms on different planets. According to karma, the living entity sometimes goes up and sometimes goes down. He wanders in this way, thinking how he can become materially happy and satisfy his senses. The Sutras say that we should not do this, that we should endeavor to understand Krishna. We should not worry about eating and sleeping, for the needs of the body are already arranged. We do not have to work independently to maintain the body. Our actual endeavor should be to attain happiness. That is our real struggle for existence. According to the Sutras, Tal Labyate Dukkavad. The word Dukkavad indicates that although we do not want misery, misery comes anyway. We don't have to endeavor separately for misery. No one says, let there be a fire in my house or let my child die. No one aspires after these things, yet they happen. Everyone is thinking, may my child live happily or may I get so much money. We do not ask or pray for catastrophes, yet they come without invitation. Similarly, whatever happiness is there for our enjoyment will also come without our asking for it. The conclusion is that we should not endeavor for so-called happiness or distress, but should try to attain that position whereby we can understand Krishna and get shelter at his lotus feet. This should be the real human endeavor. It was Chaitanya Mahaprabhu who said to our Goswami, the living entity is wandering up and down, from one planet to another, and he is very fortunate if by the mercy of the spiritual master and Krishna himself he can get the seat of devotional service to Krishna. Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya 19.151. The Krishna consciousness movement is an attempt to make people fortunate. In this age, everyone is unfortunate, Manda Bhj, but now we are trying to reverse the situation. Throughout the world there are problems everywhere. One country has one type of problem, and another country has another. There is strife within governments themselves, and even presidents are fraught with problems. Sometimes we may think we are very fortunate, just as President Nixon was thinking, I am very fortunate. I have become the President of the United States. Then he soon realized that he was most unfortunate. Actually, this is the situation for everyone. We should not think that the only apprehended culprit is President Nixon and that we are safe. There is a Bengali proverb. Dry cow dung is used for fuel, and it is said that when the dry cow dung is being burned, the soft cow dung is laughing, saying, "Oh, you are being burned, but I am safe." It does not know that when it dries out, it will be thrown into the fire too. We may laugh because President Nixon is in trouble, and we may think ourselves very safe because we have a big bank balance, but actually no one is safe. Eventually everyone will dry up and be thrown in the fire. That is a fact. We may survive for a few years, but we cannot avoid death. In fact, it is said, as sure as death. And what is the result of death? One loses everything, all honor, money, position and material life itself. Krishna states in Bhagavad Gita 10.34, Mtu Sarvahara Siham, I am all-devouring death. Krishna comes as death and plunders everything, bank balance, skyscrapers, wife, children and whatever. One cannot say, my dear death, please give me some time to adjust. There is no adjustment. One must immediately get out. Foolish people are unaware of the miserable conditions of material life. Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita 13.9, real knowledge means knowing that however great one may be, the four principles of material life are present. Birth, old age, disease and death. These exist in the highest planetary system, Brahmaloka, and in the lowest, Ptala Loka. Persons who are actually intelligent and philosophically inclined should endeavor only for that purposeful end which is not obtainable even by wandering from the topmost planet down to the lowest planet. As far as happiness derived from sense enjoyment is concerned, it can be obtained automatically in course of time, just as in course of time we obtain miseries even though we do not desire them. Srimad Bhagavatam 1.5. 18. When Dharmarya asked Maharya Yudhishthira what the most wonderful thing in the world was, Maharya Yudhishthira replied, Ahani ahani bhtini gachant yam lyam. Every moment people are dying, but those who are living are thinking, my friend has died, but I shall live forever. Ma bh Radha, Vanaparva 313.116. Soft cow dung thinks the same way. This is typical of conditioned beings. Bhagavan, the Supreme Lord, is not in this position. It is therefore said, Bhagavant ma'am ye. We come onto this planet to enjoy or suffer life for a few days, 50 or 100 years, but Bhagavan, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, does not come for that purpose. Na'am karmailim panti. It is further stated, Nahi asaya varmae. No one is greater than him. No one is greater than Bhagavan or equal to him. Everyone is inferior. According to Chaitanya Charitamrita D5.142, Ekal Krishna, Rasabha Bhtaya. There is only one master, Krishna. All others are subservient, beginning with Lord Brahm, Viyu, Mahivara, Indra, Kandra and all the demigods. There are 33 million demigods and the middle and lower species. Everyone is Bhtaya or servant. When Krishna orders, my dear mister, so and so, now please give up your place and leave, one must go. Therefore everyone is a servant. This is the position of Lord Brahm and the end as well. Yastivi Indragopam Athavendram Svakarma. From Lord Indra to Indragopa, an insignificant insect, everyone is reaping the consequences of his karma. We are creating our own karma, our next body, in this life. In this life we enjoy or suffer the results of our past karma, and in the same way we are creating further karma for our next body. Actually we should work in such a way that we will not get another material body. How can this be done? We simply have to try to understand Krishna. As Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita 4.9, one who knows the transcendental nature of my appearance and activities does not, upon leaving the body, take his birth again in this material world, but attains my eternal abode, O Arjuna. This sounds very simple, but actually understanding Krishna is very difficult. If we become devotees of Krishna, understanding Krishna is easy. However, if we try to understand him by jnana, karma or yoga, we will be frustrated. There are many types of yogas, but he who is devoted to Krishna is the topmost yog. Sri Krishna is far above all yogic processes. In India there are many yogas who can display some magical feats. They can walk on water, make themselves very light or very heavy and so forth. But what is this compared to Krishna's yogic mystic powers? By his potencies, great planets are floating in space. who can manage to float even a small stone in the air. Sometimes a yog may show a little mystic power by manufacturing some gold, and we are so foolish that we accept him as God. However, we forget that the real Yog, the Supreme Lord himself, has created millions of gold mines and is floating them in space. Those who are Krishna conscious are not befooled by yogas who claim to be Bhagavan. A Krishna conscious person wants only to serve the foremost Yog, Yojvara, Varima Sarva Yoginam. Because we are trying to become his devotees, we accept the Supreme Lord, Yojvara, as the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Krishna himself states in Bhagavad Gita 18.55, one can understand the Supreme Personality as he is only by devotional service, and when one is in full consciousness of the Supreme Lord by such devotion, he can enter into the kingdom of God. This process is actually very simple. One must first of all realize that the first problem is the conquest of death. Presently we consider death compulsory, but actually it is not. One may be put into prison, but actually prison is not compulsory. It is due to one's work that one becomes a criminal and is therefore put in jail. It is not compulsory for everyone to go to jail. As living entities, we have our proper place in Vaikuhaloka. There is another nature, which is eternal and is transcendental to this manifested and unmanifested matter. It is supreme and is never annihilated. When all in this world is annihilated, that part remains as it is. That supreme abode is called unmanifested and infallible, and it is the supreme destination. When one goes there, he never comes back. That is my supreme abode. Bhagavad Gita 8.2021. Everything is present in Vaikuhaloka. There we can have an eternal, blissful life full of knowledge, Saksidananda. It is not compulsory for us to rot in this material world. The easiest way to go to the Vaikuhalokas is Janma Karma Kami Divyam Eva Yoveti Tatvada. Simply try to understand Krishna. Why does he come? What are his activities? Where does he come from? Why does he come in the form of a human being? We only have to try to understand this and study Krishna as he explains himself in Bhagavad Gita. What is the difficulty? God personally explains himself as he is, and if we accept Bhagavad Gita as it is, we shall no longer have to transmigrate. Tyaktva deha punarjanmanati. We shall no longer have to endure birth and death, for we can attain our spiritual bodies, Saksidananda Vigraha, and live happily in Krishna's family. Krishna is providing for us here, and he will also provide for us there. So we should know that our happiness is in returning home, back to Godhead, where we can eat, drink and be merry in Krishna's company. Library Teachings of Lord Kapila 3. How to understand the Lord's activities. Text 3. Therefore please precisely describe all the activities and pastimes of the personality of Godhead, who is full of self-desire and who assumes all these activities by his internal potency. The word anukritaya is very significant. Anukritaya means to follow the description, not to create a concocted mental description, but to follow. Anakai requested Sutta Goswami to describe what he had actually heard from his spiritual master Ukadeva Goswami about the transcendental pastimes that the Lord manifested by his internal energy. Bhagavan, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, has no material body, but he can assume any kind of body by his supreme will. That is made possible by his internal energy. We can understand the pastimes of the Lord by following one or some of the authorized devotional processes. Hearing, chanting and remembering the holy name, form, pastimes, qualities and entourage of the Lord, offering service according to the time, place and performer, worshipping the deity, offering prayers, always considering oneself the eternal servant of Krishna, making friends with him and dedicating everything unto him. These are the 9 processes of devotional service. Srimad Bhagavatam 7.5. 23. There are 9 basic processes of devotional service: hearing and chanting about the Supreme Lord, remembering him, serving his lotus feet, worshipping him, offering prayers to the Lord, acting as his servant, becoming his friend, and surrendering everything to him. The beginning is Rava Kiritanam, hearing and chanting. One must be very eager to hear and chant. As stated in Bhagavad Gita 9.14. Always chanting my glories, endeavoring with great determination, bowing down before me, the great souls perpetually worship me with devotion. We have to speak or chant about the holy activities of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, but first we have to hear about them. This Srimad Bhagavatam was recited by Ukadeva Goswami and heard by Parkayatma Arya, and we in turn have to hear about Krishna and then chant about him, Rava Kairatana Vo. When we speak of Vu, we mean Krishna. Krishna is the origin of the Vu Tattva, that is, Vu is an expansion of Krishna. When we speak of Vu, we understand that the origin of Vu is Krishna. As Sri Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita 10.2, Aham Durhi Devanam, I am the source of the demigods. The most important demigods, devas, are Brahm, Eva and Vu. In the beginning of the creation there is Lord Vu, and from Lord Vu, Brahm is born. From Lord Brahm, Lord Eva is born, and these three gods take charge of the three modes of material nature. Vu takes charge of Sattva Guna, the mode of goodness, Lord Brahm takes charge of Rajo Guna, the mode of passion, and Lord Eva takes charge of Tamo Guna, the mode of ignorance. However, before the creation there was no Brahm or Eva, there was only Krishna. Krishna therefore says, Aham Durhi Devanam. He is the creator of all demigods and all other living entities. After the cosmic manifestation is created, the living entities are placed in it. Therefore in the Vedas it is stated that in the beginning there was neither Brahm nor Eva, but only an Arya Echo and Arya St. An Arya is also another plenary expansion of Krishna. We have to learn from the scriptures that Krishna is the origin of all. Krishna's two Bhagavan Svayam. All the Vu Tattvas and incarnations are but plenary expansions or expansions of the plenary expansions of Krishna. There are millions and millions of incarnations. They are as plentiful as waves in the ocean. There are Aktivya Avatras, Gu Avatras and Svayam Avatras, and these are all described in Srimad Bhagavatam. All these Avatras or incarnations are Svachantiyam, free from care and anxiety. If we organize a business, we have many anxieties. The managing director or proprietor of the business particularly has many anxieties. Although he sits in his office without disturbance, he is not very happy because he is always thinking about how to do this or that, how to manage this affair or that. This is material nature, and therefore it is said that there is always anxiety in the material world. When Hiranyakapu, the father of Praldama Arya, asked his son, My dear boy, what is the best thing you have learned from your teachers? Praldama Arya immediately replied, Srimad Bhagavatam 7.5. I have learned that materialists have accepted the Asadguna, as that means that which is not. We should not remain on this platform, but should go to the platform of Sat, O Tat Sat. This is the Vedic injunction. The material world is a Sadvastu. It cannot possibly remain. In the material world, everything will ultimately be vanquished. Whatever exists in the material world exists only for some time. It is temporary. The MYVD philosophers say, Brahma Satya Jagan Mithi. The supreme truth is real, whereas the world is false. But Vaiyavas do not use the word mithi, false, because God, the supreme Brahman, is truth, and nothing false can emanate from the truth. If we prepare an earring from gold, the earring is also gold. We cannot say that the earring is false. Yato imni bhtni jayanti. The supreme absolute truth is he from whom everything is emanating. If everything is emanating from the absolute truth, nothing can actually be false. The Vaiyava philosophers accept the world as temporary, but not false, as the MYVD philosophers do. The world, Jagat, has emanated from the Supreme. Therefore it is not mithi, but it is temporary. That is also explained in Bhagavad Gita 8.19. BHTV Pralyate. The material world comes into existence, remains for some time, and is then annihilated. It is not false, for it can be utilized to realize the supreme truth. This is Vaiyava philosophy. The world is temporary, but we must use it for spiritual purposes. If something is used for the ultimate truth, the absolute truth, it becomes integral with the absolute truth. As stated by Srila Arpa Goswami. Bhakti Rasamta Sindhu 1.2.25556. The word Mumukabhi refers to those who aspire for mukti, liberation. When one becomes disgusted with material engagement, one wants to destroy everything that has anything to do with the material world. However, the Vaiyava says, everything has some relationship with the Supreme Person, the Absolute Truth. For instance, a microphone is made of metal, but what is metal? It is another form of earth. In Bhagavad Gita 7.4, Sri Krishna says, Earth, water, fire, air, ether, mind, intelligence and false ego, altogether these comprise my separated material energies. All of these are Krishna's energies, and if Krishna is the source of them, how can they be untrue? They are not. A Vaiyava will never say that metal has no connection with Krishna. It is a product of one of his energies, just as this material world is a product of the sun. We cannot say that the sunshine is false and that the sun is true. If the sun is true, the sunshine is also true. Similarly, we do not say that the material universe is false. It may be temporary, but it is not false. Therefore the Goswamis and Krishna himself tell us that since everything belongs to Krishna, everything should be utilized for his purpose. This creation emanates from Bhagavan, the Supreme Lord, who is without anxiety. Krishna very pleasantly associates with his consort Srimad Rdhr and enjoys playing his flute. If God is anxious, what kind of God is he? Even Lord Brahma and other demigods are anxious. Lord Brahma is engaged in meditation. Lord Eva dances to annihilate the universe. The goddess Kal is engaged in killing with her sword, and so forth. The demigods have many activities, but Krishna is always peaceful. The Krishna who engages in killing demons is Vasudeva Krishna, not the original Krishna. The original Krishna does not go anywhere. He never takes a step away from Vana. The other activities performed by Krishna are performed in the Vasudeva, Sakara, Anrada or Pradyumna forms. Krishna expands as Sakara, Anarya, Vu, Mavu, Garbhodaka Yvu and Krodaka Yvu. God can expand himself in many forms. Brahma Sahit 5.33, he is the Deeparu, the original soul of all. Govindam Deeparu Tamaha Bhajmi. Lord Brahma says that he is not Deeparu but that Govinda, Krishna, is the Deeparu. This Krishna has many expansions, Advam Asudamandam. He has no beginning, but he is the beginning of everything. He has expanded himself in many forms. The Vu Tattva consists of Bhagavat Tattva Sva, the personal expansions. We are also Krishna's forms, but we are Vibhina, separated expansions. We are the expansions of the energies, according to Krishna in Bhagavad Gita 7.5. Besides the inferior nature, O mighty armed Arjuna, there is a superior energy of mind, which consists of the living entities who are struggling with material nature and are sustaining the universe. Thus there are the Java Prakti, the Par Prakti expansions, who belong to Krishna's superior energy. In any case, Krishna is always Svachantiyam, without anxiety. Even if he is killing a demon, he experiences no anxiety. That is also confirmed in the Vedas. The Supreme Lord has nothing to do, for everything is done automatically by his various potencies. No one is seen to be equal to, or greater than, him. Vatvatara Upaniyad 6.8, Sri Krishna has nothing to do personally. It is his energy that acts. When an important man wants to get something done, he simply tells his secretary, who does everything. The important man is quite confident that because he has told his secretary, his desires will be carried out. The secretary is a person, energy, acti. If an ordinary man within this world has many energies in the form of secretaries, then we can hardly imagine the energies possessed by Sri Krishna. Sri Krishna is Jagadvara, the controller of the entire universe, and thus he is managing the entire universe. Foolish people say that there is no brain behind the universe, but this is due to ignorance. By taking information from the scriptures, we can understand who that brain is. According to Sri Krishna in Bhagavad Gita 9.10, this material nature is working under my direction, O son of Kunt, and producing all moving and unmoving beings. By its rule this manifestation is created and annihilated again and again. We see his energies working in this material world all the time. There is thunder and rain, and from rain comes the food we enjoy. This process is outlined in Bhagavad Gita 3.14. All living beings subsist on food grains, which are produced from rains. Rains are produced by performance of yaga sacrifice, and yaga is born of prescribed duties. The origin of everything is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Through yaga sacrifice, we have to satisfy the Supreme Person, and yagas can be executed when human society is regulated according to the Varama Dharma, the system of 4 social orders, Varas, and 4 spiritual orders, Ramas. There are 4 Varas, Bharma, Kshatriya, Vaishya and Dra, and 4 Ramas, Brahmacharya, Jihasta, Vinaprastha and Sannisa. These Varas and Ramas have their respective duties, and unless human society is divided according to these 8 scientific divisions and everyone acts according to his position, there can be no peace in the world. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, Lord Vu, is worshipped by the proper execution of prescribed duties in the system of Vara and Rama. There is no other way to satisfy the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Vu per 3.8. 9. The ultimate goal of all activity is the satisfaction of the Supreme Lord, Vu. Nati Vu Sv Rithagati Hivyam, Srimad Bhagavatam 7.5. 31. Foolish people do not know that their ultimate interest is the satisfaction of Vu. Therefore, when there are dharmasyajalni discrepancies in dharma, Krishna or his incarnation personally comes. It is therefore said, Yad Yad Vidhat Bhagavan. Although he comes, he has no anxiety. He comes by his internal potency, and he does not take help from anyone. He possesses a variety of energies, all of which work correctly and perfectly. Impersonalists cannot understand how everything is being carried out perfectly because they cannot understand the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Mohita and Byanti Ebhyo Param Avayam. As stated by Krishna in Bhagavad Gita 7.14. This divine energy of mind, consisting of the three modes of material nature, is difficult to overcome. But those who have surrendered unto me can easily cross beyond it. Being covered by the three modes of material nature, one cannot understand the Supreme Personality of Godhead. However, the Supreme Lord reveals himself to his devotees. It is our business to understand Krishna in truth. Then our lives will be successful. It is not that we can succeed by understanding Krishna superficially. It is therefore stated here, Tini mi radadnasya karitani and anukritaya. The word anukritaya, as we have initially pointed out, means that we should not manufacture anything. The word anu means to follow. Therefore the Bhagavad Tattva or Bhagavan can be understood only by the Parampar system, the system of disciplic succession. This supreme science was thus received through the chain of disciplic succession, and the saintly kings understood it in that way. But in course of time the succession was broken, and therefore the science as it is appears to be lost. Bhagavad Gita 4.2. Formerly the kings, RJS, were great saintly persons. They were not ordinary people engaged in drinking and dancing. They were all as sages up to the time of Maharya Parkayat. They were trained in such a way that they were not ordinary men but were called Naradeva. Naradeva refers to Bhagavan in the form of a human being. The king was worshipped because he was a Arjari, both a king and a sage. Sri Krishna says that if the king knows the purpose of life, he can rule well. If he does not, he thinks that eating, sleeping, sex and defense are all in all. In this case, his subjects live like animals. Today no one knows the object of human life. Therefore although the foolish people of this age are trying to be happy, their hopes will never be fulfilled. Nati vidu sv rithagati hi vidu. People are trying to be happy in this material world by accepting material objects, but their plans will never be fulfilled. Therefore in world history we see that there have been many leaders who have died working hard. They could not adjust things properly, despite all their hard efforts. There were Napoleon, Hitler, Gandhi, Nehru and many others, but they could not ultimately prevail. This is Duraya. The ultimate goal of life is to understand VU, yet people are going on blindly trying to satisfy their senses. If one blind man tries to lead another, what is the result? If both the leaders and followers are blind, they will all fall in a ditch, for they are all bound by their nature. Rava Kiritanam, hearing and chanting, are the beginning of bhakti, devotional service. Therefore it is said, Tini mi radadnasya karitani and anukritaya. The word anukritaya means to follow the Parampar system. First of all we must receive the information from authorities. Then we can speak the truth. One first has to learn how to describe the absolute truth, Bhagavan, his actions, his mercy and his compassion upon all living beings. The Supreme Lord is more anxious to give us education and enlightenment than we are to receive them. He gives us his literature, his devotees and the Parampar system, but it is up to us to take advantage of these. The Krishna consciousness movement is intended to give society the proper understanding of the absolute truth. We are not presenting a manufactured, bogus philosophy. Why should we unnecessarily waste our time concocting some philosophy? There is so much to be learned that has already been given by the Supreme Authority. All we have to do is take this Vedic literature, try to learn it and distribute it. That is Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's mission. Chaitanya Karitam Ta, D9.41. It is the duty of everyone, especially one born in the land of Bhratavara, India, to make his life successful by taking advantage of this Vedic literature. Unfortunately, we are simply trying to learn technology, and that is our misfortune. Real education means solving all life's problems. Transcendental education means learning how to gain relief from the entanglement of material life. This is made possible by learning about the Lord's transcendental activities. Library teachings of Lord Kapila for approaching a bona fide guru. Text for Sri Sutta Goswami said, the most powerful sage Maitreya was a friend of Vyasadevas. Being encouraged and pleased by Vidura's inquiry about transcendental knowledge, Maitreya spoke as follows, Questions and answers are very satisfactorily dealt with when the inquirer is bona fide and the speaker is also authorized. Here Maitreya is considered a powerful sage, and therefore he is also described as Bhagavan. This word can be used not only for the Supreme Personality of Godhead but for anyone who is almost as powerful as the Supreme Lord. Maitreya is addressed as Bhagavan because he was spiritually far advanced. He was a personal friend of Dvaipayana Vyasadeva, a literary incarnation of the Lord. Maitreya was very pleased with the inquiries of Vidura because they were the inquiries of a bona fide, advanced devotee. Thus Maitreya was encouraged to answer. When there are discourses on transcendental topics between devotees of equal mentality, the questions and answers are very fruitful and encouraging. This is the Vedic process for receiving knowledge. One must approach the proper person, the Guru, and submissively listen to him expound transcendental knowledge. As Sri Krishna advises in Bhagavad Gita 4.34, Tadvidi praiptena paripranina save, just try to learn the truth by approaching a spiritual master. Inquire from him submissively and render service unto him. Transcendental knowledge is not very difficult, but the process must be known. Sometimes a dictating machine or a typewriter may not work, but if we go to a technician who knows the machine, he can immediately repair it. The process must be known. If one goes to a ditch digger to repair a dictating machine, he cannot help. He may know how to dig ditches, but not repair a machine. Therefore the straws enjoin that if one wants transcendental knowledge, one must approach the proper person. The word Tadvina refers to transcendental knowledge, not material knowledge. A medical practitioner may have material knowledge of the body, but he has no knowledge of the spirit soul within. He simply studies the mechanical arrangement of the body, which is a machine, yantra, made by nature. The body is actually stated in Bhagavad Gita 18.61 to be a machine. The Supreme Lord is situated in everyone's heart, O Arjuna, and is directing the wanderings of all living entities, who are seated as on a machine made of the material energy. For those who are attached to this bodily machine, the yoga system is recommended. One who is overly attached to the bodily conception is taught to concentrate the mind by some physical gymnastics. Thus in Hatha Yoga one undergoes various physical disciplines, but the real purpose is to understand Vyu, the Supreme. The various yoga systems are given for the machine of the body, but the process of bhakti is transcendental to mechanical arrangements. It is therefore called Tadvina, transcendental to material understanding. If one actually wants to understand spiritual life and spiritual knowledge, one has to approach a guru. The word guru means heavy with knowledge. And what is that knowledge? Tadvina. That heaviness is Brahmani, attachment to Brahman and to Para-Brahman, Bhagavan. That is the guru's qualification. Brahma Vyapayam Rayam. According to Muaka Upaniyad 1.2. 12. Tadvyanratha Saguram Evbhagatkat. In order to understand that transcendental science, one must approach a bona fide spiritual master. Similarly, as stated in Srimad Bhagavatam 11.3. 21. Any person who seriously desires to achieve real happiness must seek out a bona fide spiritual master and take shelter of him by initiation. The Upanishads inform us that the Guru is one who has received knowledge by hearing the Vedas. Ratraya Brahmaniham. The Vedas are called Ruti, and the bona fide Guru is in the line of hearing from the disciplic succession. As stated in Bhagavad Gita 4.2, Ava Paramparpiyartam. A bona fide Guru does not impart some self-styled, concocted knowledge. His knowledge is standard and received from the Parampar system. He is also firmly fixed in the service of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Brahmaniham. These are his two qualifications. He must have heard the Vedic knowledge through the disciplic succession, and he must be established in service to the Supreme Lord. He does not have to be a very learned scholar, but he must have heard from the proper authority. God gives us the ears to hear, and simply by hearing we may become great preachers. We don't need PhDs or academic examinations. One may even remain in his position. No changes are necessary. For this purpose there is the Varama Dharma, composed of 4 Varas and 4 Ramas. Unless society is divided into these 8 categories, it is simply an animal civilization. There must be some systematized, regulated arrangement. For instance, there are different divisions for the body: the head, the arms, the belly and the legs. Without the 4 corresponding divisions, no society can be conducted very well. There will simply be chaos. The words sthnistit mean remaining in the Varama Dharma. Even a Dra can understand what is Brahman, and in that case he becomes a Brahma automatically. It is necessary that one hear attentively. That is all. It is stated that Vidura heard from Maitreya, and that Maitreya was very pleased. Unless one satisfies his guru, one cannot receive proper knowledge. That is quite natural. If one receives his guru properly and seats him comfortably, and if the guru is pleased with one's behavior, the guru can speak very frankly and freely, and this will be very beneficial to the student. By going to a spiritual master and asking for his instructions and then not following them, one simply wastes his time. Nor should one approach the spiritual master with a challenging spirit, but should go with the aim of rendering service. The word Nipat means to fall down and pra means without reservation. Transcendental knowledge is based on pra-ipita. Therefore Krishna says, just surrender unto me. Just as we surrender unto Krishna, we have to surrender unto his representative, the spiritual master. The guru is Krishna's external representative, and the internal guru is Krishna himself situated in everyone's heart. It is not that Krishna is simply in Vaikuha or Galoka Vana. He is everywhere. He is even within the atom. Galoka eva nivasati akhiltma bhta, Brahma Sahit 5.37. That is the definition of Paramtm, the supersoul. I am Tm, a spiritual soul, and you are Tm. We are all situated locally, you within your body and I within mine, but the Paramtm is situated everywhere. That is the difference between Tm and Paramtm. Those who are mistaken say that there is no difference between them, but there is a difference. They are one in the sense that both are cognizant and both are living entities, Nityoniti and Satana Satananam, but they are different quantitatively. Krishna states in Bhagavad Gita 13.3, O scion of Bharata, you should understand that I am also the knower in all bodies. Kshetra Jaya is the proprietor of the Kshetra, the body. The individual soul is actually not the proprietor but the occupant. In a house, there is a tenant and a landlord. The tenant is the occupant, and the landlord is the proprietor. Similarly, the Tm is simply the occupant of the body. The proprietor is Paramtm. When the landlord tells the tenant to leave the house, the tenant must do so. Similarly, when the Paramtm says that we have to leave the body, we have to do so. To receive this Vedic knowledge, we must approach the proper guru. The guru's qualification is given in every stra. In Srimad Bhagavatam 11.3.21, it is said, one should not accept a guru unless one is inquisitive to know the ultimate goal of life. An ordinary man interested in bodily comforts does not need a guru. Unfortunately, at the present moment, the word guru refers to someone who can give bodily medicine. One approaches a Mati MJ and says, I am suffering from this disease. Please help me. And the Mati MJ says, yes, I have a mantra that will heal you and give you success. Give me a little money and take it. This is not a real guru. One should approach a guru to learn about Tattva, the absolute truth. One should not search out a guru to cure some material disease. Rather, one requires a doctor. Similarly, people think that if a person can make him successful in business, that person is a guru. The Stras do not confirm this either. A guru is one who knows the Vedas and the Vedic conclusion. The Vedic conclusion is the understanding of Krishna. Vedika sarvaraham eva vedya. By all the Vedas, I am to be known. Bhagavad Gita 15.15. It is not that we have to understand Krishna fully. That is not possible. We have no capacity to understand the unlimited. Advatamasutam and Dimananta Arpam, Brahma Sahit 5.33. With our limited knowledge we cannot understand the unlimited. Indeed, even Krishna does not understand himself. His attraction is unlimited, and to understand why he is so attractive, he became Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and took on the ecstatic emotions of Srimad Rdhbhva beauty. If Krishna cannot comprehend the limit of his own attraction and bliss, it is certainly not possible for us with our limited knowledge. If we can simply understand Krishna in part, that is our perfection. Therefore Krishna says, if we misunderstand Krishna and take him to be a human being like us, we become fools. Krishna's body is not composed of material elements like ours, and if we think this way, we are mistaken. The material nature belongs to Krishna, and he is its controller. We are under the control of material nature, and that is the difference. One who has real knowledge knows that Prakriti, material nature, is working under Krishna's direction. It is not possible to understand how all this is going on, but we can understand it in summary. Janmdyasayoyaton Vedidaradika. Everything emanates from the Supreme Absolute Truth, Krishna. This much knowledge is sufficient. We can then increase this knowledge to understand just how material nature is working under Krishna's direction. Modern scientists mistakenly think that material nature is working independently and that things evolve by some chemical process only. However, life does not merely come from life or some chemical evolution. As Krishna states in Bhagavad Gita 10.8, I am the source of all spiritual and material worlds. Everything emanates from me. The same conclusion is also given in Vedanta, wherein it is stated, Janmdaya Yada. Brahman is he from whom everything emanates. Everything includes living entities and inert matter. Both matter and the living entities come from Krishna. Indeed, the whole world is a combination of matter and spirit, Prakriti and the living entity. Material energy is inferior, and spiritual energy is superior. Why? Superior energy, Jvabhta, the living entity, is controlling material nature. Actually he is not controlling, but is trying to utilize it. For instance, human beings are advanced living entities and they have created modern civilization by utilizing dull, inert matter. This is our superiority. However, we are also Prakriti as well as Par-Prakriti. In this way, we have to understand Tattvajnana. Srimad Bhagavatam is a commentary on Vedanta. Vedanta explains that the Supreme is the source of everything, and the nature of that source is explained in Srimad Bhagavatam 1.1.1. Janmdaya Yadon Vedi Edarada Siradvyabhyasvar. That source is abhya, cognizant. Matter is not cognizant. Therefore the theory of modern science that life comes from matter is incorrect. The identity from whom everything emanates is abhya, cognizant, which means he can understand. The Bhagavatam 1.1.1 also states, Teen Brahma HD Yadi Kava. Krishna instructed Lord Brahma in Vedic knowledge. Unless the ultimate source is a living entity, how can he impart knowledge? Srimad Bhagavatam was compiled by Vyasadeva, who also compiled the Vedanta. Generally the MYVDS emphasize the commentary made on the Vedanta by Akarsiriya, the Araka Bhya, but that is not the original commentary on Vedanta. The original commentary is given by the author himself, Vyasadeva, in the form of Srimad Bhagavatam. To understand the actual meaning of the Vedanta, we must refer to the commentary made by the author himself. As stated by Sri Krishna himself in Bhagavad Gita 13.5. The knowledge of the field of activities and of the knower of activities is described by various sages in various Vedic writings, especially in the Vedanta, and is presented with all reasoning as to cause and effect. Transcendental knowledge is therefore very logical. According to the Vedic system, the Sriya must understand Vedanta, also called Brahmastra, before he can be accepted as an Sriya. Both the Myveda Sampradaya and the Vairava Sampradaya have explained the Vedanta. Without understanding Vedanta, one cannot understand Brahman. It is said that Vidura understood transcendental knowledge from Maitreya, and it is stated that Maitreya is a friend of Vyasadeva's. This means that both Vidura and Maitreya know what Vyasadeva knows. We have to approach a spiritual master who is in the disciplic succession from Vyasadeva. Everyone may claim to be following Vyasadeva, but one must actually follow him. Vyasadeva accepted Krishna as the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and Arjuna also accepted Krishna as Parabrahman, the Supreme Person. One may say that because Arjuna was a friend of Krishna's, he accepted him in this way, but this is not the case. Arjuna gave evidence that Vyasadeva also accepted Krishna. Arjuna said, You are the Supreme Brahman, the ultimate, the Supreme Abode and Purifier, the Absolute Truth and the Eternal Divine Person. You are the Primal God, transcendental and original, and you are the unborn and all-pervading beauty. All the great sages such as Anrada, Asita, Devala and Vaisa proclaim this of you, and now you yourself are declaring it to me. Bhagavad Gita 10.1-13, Vyasadeva accepted Krishna as Parabrahma, and Vyasadeva began his commentary on Vedanta with the words O Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. If we are actually interested in understanding, we must approach a representative of Vyasadeva like Maitreya. Maitreya is also addressed as Bhagavan, although of course the Supreme Bhagavan is Krishna himself, Krishna's two Bhagavan Svayam. But the word Bhagavan also refers to other powerful persons like Lord Brahma, Lord Eva, Vyasadeva or Maitreya. The actual Bhagavan is Krishna himself, but these great personalities have attained as much knowledge of Krishna as possible. It is not possible to have 100% knowledge of Krishna. Not even an Arya himself is capable of that. Yet those who follow Krishna's instructions fully are sometimes called Bhagavan. There are many artificial Bhagavanas, but a real Bhagavan is one who knows what Krishna has taught. Vidura was very eager to receive transcendental knowledge, and because of this, Maitreya was very pleased with him. One can please the spiritual master simply by surrendering to him and rendering service, saying, "Sir, I am your most obedient servant. Please accept me and give me instructions." Although Arjuna was a very intimate friend of Krishna's, before receiving Srimad Bhagavad Gita he surrendered himself, saying, "Ayasti hadayam tv prapanam. Now I am your disciple and a soul surrendered unto you. Please instruct me." Bhagavad Gita 2.7. This is the proper way to ask for knowledge. One does not approach the spiritual master with a challenging spirit. One should also be inquisitive to understand the spiritual science. It is not that one considers himself superior to the guru. One must first find a guru to whom one can surrender, and if this is not possible, one shouldn't waste his time. By surrendering to the proper person, one can very quickly come to understand transcendental knowledge. 5. Lord Kapila takes charge of his mother. Devotee Text 5. Maitreya said, when Kardama left for the forest, Lord Kapila stayed on the strand of the Bindu Sarovara to please his mother. Devotee. In the absence of the father, it is the duty of the grown son to take charge of his mother and serve her to the best of his ability so that she will not feel separation from her husband. It is also the duty of the husband to leave home as soon as there is a grown son to take charge of his wife and family affairs. That is the Vedic system of household life. One should not remain continually implicated in household affairs up to the time of death. He must leave. Family affairs and the wife may be taken charge of by a grown son. Being a great yog, Kardama Muni was not very interested in family life. Nonetheless, he decided to marry, and Svayambhuva Manu brought his daughter Devati to him to serve as a wife. Kardama Muni was a yog living in a cottage, and Devati was a princess, a king's daughter. Not being used to work, she became very skinny, and Kardama Muni took compassion upon her, thinking, "This girl has come to me, but now she is not in a very comfortable position." Therefore by his yogic powers, Kardama Muni created a large palace with many servants, gardens and other opulences. Not only that, but he also created a great spaceship as large as a small city. Modern airlines have prepared a 747, and although these are very big, Kardama Muni, by his yogic powers, was able to create a spaceship wherein there were lakes, palaces and gardens. This spaceship could also travel all over the universe. Modern scientists labor very hard to make a small spaceship to go to the moon, but Kardama Muni could create a great spaceship that could travel to all planets. This is possible by yogic powers. There are different siddhis, or yogic perfections, lagim, PRT, and so on, and whatever yogas choose to do, they can do. That is the real yoga system. It is not that one becomes a yogi simply by pressing his nose and performing some gymnastics. One must actually attain the yogic siddhis. By these siddhis, the yog can become very small or very large, very heavy or very light. Whatever he wants, he can immediately produce in his hand, and he can travel wherever he desires. Kardama Muni was such a perfected siddhi yog. By his wife, Devati, he had 9 daughters, who were distributed to the practice like Dakama Arya and many others. The only son of Kardama Muni was Kapiladeva, an incarnation of Krishna. This Kapiladeva was one of the Mahajanas. The word Mahajana means authority, and according to the Vedic Stras there are 12 authorities. These are Svayambh, Anurada, Ambhu, Kumra, Kapila, Manu, Pralda, Janaka, Bhishma, Bali, Ukadeva Goswami and Yamraya. Svayambh is Brahm, and Ambhu is Lord Eva. These authorities should be followed if we want to approach the Supreme Personality of Godhead and understand the purpose of religious life. Mayanoyina Gata Sapanth. These Mahajanas follow the principle set forth by the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, in Bhagavad Gita. We cannot very easily understand the actual truth of religious systems, but if we follow these Mahajanas, we can understand. Kapila Muni explained the glories of devotional service to his mother, Devati. If we follow him, we may learn the truth of devotional service. According to the system of Varama Dharma, one who is over 50 years of age must leave home, go to the forest and completely devote his life to spiritual realization. This is the actual Varama Dharma system. It is not a Hindu system, for the word Hindu is a name given by the Muslims and does not occur in any Vedic literature. However, the Varama Dharma is mentioned. Civilized human beings should strictly follow the Varama institution. If one is born a Brahmana, he is trained nicely as a Brahmakar, and then he becomes a Gihasta, a householder. When he gives up his home, he is called a Vinaprastha, and after that he may take Sannyasa. Being a Yog, Kardama Muni strictly followed these principles. Therefore, as soon as Kapila Deva was grown, devotee was placed in his charge. Kardama Muni then left home. As stated in this verse, Pitari Prastite Rayam tu Prayasikare. According to the Manu Sahit, a woman should never be given freedom. When she is not under the protection of her husband, she must be under the protection of her sons. Women cannot properly utilize freedom, and it is better for them to remain dependent. A woman cannot be happy if she is independent. That is a fact. In Western countries we have seen many women very unhappy simply for the sake of independence. That independence is not recommended by the Vedic civilization or by the Varama Dharma. Consequently, devotee was given to her grown son Kapila Deva, and Kapila Deva was fully aware that he had to take care of his mother. It is the duty of the father to protect his daughter until she attains puberty and is married to a suitable young man. The husband then takes care of the wife. Generally, a man should marry at around 25 years of age, and a girl should marry no later than 16. If this is the case, when the man is 50 years old, his eldest son should be around 25, old enough to take charge of the mother. According to this calculation, Kapila Deva was about 25 years old and was quite able to take charge of his mother, devotee. He knew that because his father left his mother in his charge, he should take care of her and always please her. M2 Prayasikare. Kapila Deva was not irresponsible, but was always ready to please his mother. Kapila Deva was a Brahmakar, and his mother took lessons from him. That is the prerogative of the male. As stated in Bhagavad Gita 9.32. O son of Pth, those who take shelter in me, though they be of lower birth, women, Vyas merchants as well as dress workers, can approach the supreme destination. Women are considered on the same platform with dress, and although a woman may be married to a Brahmana, she is not given the sacred thread. It is also said that the Mahabharata was compiled by Vyasadeva because the direct Vedic knowledge could not be understood by women, Dras and Vijabandhas, those who are born in Brahma families but are not qualified Brahmanas. Str Drad Vijaband and Trainarudi Gakar, Srimad Bhagavatam 1.4.25. Consequently, Mahabharata is called the fifth Veda. The four preceding Vedas are the Asma, Yajur, G and Atharva. The essence of Vedic knowledge, Bhagavad Gita, is given within the Mahabharata. Women are inferior to men, and Vedic civilization is so perfect that men are given full charge of the women. It is therefore said, M2 Prayasikare. The son is always ready to see that the mother is not unhappy. Kapila Deva was anxious that his mother not feel the absence of his father, and he was ready to take the best care of her and give her knowledge. Because women are supposed to be less intelligent, they should be given knowledge, and they should also follow this knowledge. They should follow their father's instructions, their husband's instructions, and the instructions of their grown, scholarly sons like Kapila Deva. In this way, their lives can be perfect. In all cases, women should always remain dependent. Tasmin bindu Sarvitsd Bhagavan Kapila Kila. It is noteworthy that in this verse Kapila Deva is referred to as Bhagavan, which indicates that he possesses all wealth, fame, knowledge, beauty, strength and renunciation. These six opulences are fully represented in Krishna. Therefore Krishna is accepted as the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna's two Bhagavan Svayam, and others are accepted as his expansions or incarnations, Vu Tattva. In Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, R. Goswami has analyzed the characteristics of Bhagavan. The first Bhagavan is Sri Krishna himself, but some of his opulences are also bestowed upon Lord Brahm. Lord Brahm is a Jaiva Tattva, a living being like us. If we become spiritually powerful, we can also have the post of Lord Brahm. Superior to Lord Brahm is Lord Eva, and superior to Lord Eva is Vu, or Lord Anarya, and superior to all is Krishna. That is the analysis of the Vedic Stras and Brahma Sahit. Even Akarsiriya, the MYVD impersonalist philosopher, accepts Krishna as the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Sa Bhagavan Svaya Krishna. All the Siriyas, RM Nasiriya, Mad Siriya, VUSVM, Nimrata and Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu also accept Krishna as the Supreme Lord. Kapila Deva is an incarnation of Krishna, and he gave instructions to his mother, Devati. We must distinguish between the two Kapilas. One Kapila is this Bhagavan Kapila, and the other Kapila is the atheist Kapila. Bhagavan Kapila is also known as Devati Putra Kapila. Both Kapilas expounded Eskaya philosophy, but the atheist Kapila expounded it without understanding, perception or realization of God. On the bank of the Bindu Sarovar lake, Kapila Deva personally expounded Eskaya philosophy to his mother, Devati, just as Krishna personally expounded the knowledge of Bhagavad Gita to his friend Arjuna. Like Arjuna, Devati was aware that she was before her spiritual master, as indicated in the following verse. Indeed, Lord Brahm had informed her that her son was a powerful incarnation. Text 6. When Kapila, who could show her the ultimate goal of the absolute truth, was sitting leisurely before her, Devati remembered the words Brahm had spoken to her, and she therefore began to question Kapila as follows. The ultimate goal of the absolute truth is Krishna consciousness, devotional service. The liberated stage is not final. If we simply understand that we are not the body, that we are spirit soul, our knowledge is insufficient. We must also act as Brahman. Then our position will be fixed. One who is thus transcendentally situated at once realizes the supreme Brahman and becomes fully joyful. He never laments nor desires to have anything. He is equally disposed to every living entity. In that state he attains pure devotional service unto me. Bhagavad Gita 18.54. Bhakti is obtainable for a liberated person. It is not for the conditioned soul. How is this possible? In Bhagavad Gita 14.26, Krishna says, one who engages in full devotional service, who does not fall down in any circumstance, at once transcends the modes of material nature and thus comes to the level of Brahman. We must engage in the 9 processes of devotional service, the first of which is hearing, Rava. Then, under the direction of the spiritual master and the stras, one can immediately become a liberated person. One doesn't have to endeavor separately to become liberated if he immediately engages in devotional service. One must have a firm conviction that he is engaged in Krishna's service and is free from all material contamination. This is imperative. The words Tattva Mrg Gradaranam are elucidated elsewhere in Srimad Bhagavatam. Brahmati Paramtmati Bhagavaniti Abhyate. The absolute truth is understood differently according to the position of the student. Some understand the absolute truth as impersonal Brahman, some as localized Paramtm, and others as the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, or Viyu. Brahman, Paramtm and Bhagavan, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, are not different. They are simply different aspects of the complete Godhead. Looking at a mountain from a distance, we may see a hazy cloud, and if we come nearer, we may see something green. If we actually climb the mountain, we will find many houses, trees and animals. Our vision is of the same mountain, but due to our different positions we see haze, greenery or variegatedness. In the final stage, there are varieties, trees, animals, men, houses, and so on. The absolute truth is not without variety. Just as there is material variety, there is spiritual variety. Because the MYVD philosophers are seeing the absolute truth from a distance, they think that the absolute truth has no variety. They consider variety to be material, but this is a misunderstanding. The absolute truth is described as variegated in Brahma Sahit 5.29. I worship Govinda, the primeval Lord, the first progenitor, who is tending the cows, fulfilling all desires in abodes built with spiritual gems and surrounded by millions of desire trees. He is always served with great reverence and affection by hundreds and thousands of goddesses of fortune. There are Vaikuha planets in the spiritual world, and there are devotees who are all liberated. These devotees are akara, which means they do not fall down into the material world. They remain in the spiritual world of the Vaikuhas. They are also persons like us, but they are eternal persons, complete with full knowledge and bliss. That is the difference between them and us. That is Tattvajana. Unless we understand the variegatedness of the absolute truth, there is a chance that we will fall down. It is not sufficient simply to stick to the indefinite, impersonal feature of the absolute truth. Srimad Bhagavatam 10.2. 32. Because the impersonalists are not allowed to enter the Vaikuha planets, they simply remain in the Brahman effulgence. Thus they fall down again into material variety. We have seen many impersonalist sannyasis who first of all give up the world as false, Brahma Satya Jagan Mithi. They consider themselves Brahman, Aha Brahmsmi, consider the world false, Jagat is Mithi, and, having nothing more to do with the material world, finally say, I have become an Arya. Then they come to the stage of Daridra and Arya, poor and Arya. they become NRIA, but for want of anything better to do, for want of brigadedness, they take up material humanitarian activities. Although they consider their wives mithy, false, they return. You have already left. Why do you come back again? The wives ask. This means that these so-called sannyasis have nothing to do. They undergo severe penances and austerities to reach the platform of impersonal Brahman, but because there is no pleasure there, they again descend to enjoy material variety. We may build a nice spaceship and send it off into space, and the astronauts may go up there and fly in the impersonal sky, but eventually they will become tired and pray to God, please let us return to land. We have read that the Russian astronauts were simply missing Moscow while they were traveling in space. This impersonal traveling is actually very agitating. Similarly, impersonal realization of the absolute truth cannot be permanent because one wants variety. A fell down is inevitable. When one gentleman read my book Easy Journey to Other Planets, he became very enthusiastic about going to other planets. Oh, yes, I said, we can go with this book. Yes, the gentleman said, then I shall come back. Why return? You should remain there. No, he said. I don't want to remain. I just want to go and come back. This is the enjoying mentality. Without variety, we cannot enjoy. Variety is the mother of enjoyment, and Brahman realization or Paramtm realization does not give us steady Nanda, bliss. We want Nanda. Nanda Mayo by St. The living entities are Brahman. Krishna is Para-Brahman. Krishna is enjoying perpetual Nanda, and, being part and parcel of Krishna, we also want Nanda. Nanda cannot be impersonal or void. Nanda entails variety. No one is simply interested in drinking milk and eating sugar, but with milk and sugar we can make a variety of foods, barf, kara, rubber, da, and so on. There are hundreds of preparations. In any case, variety is required for enjoyment. The last word of Tattva Jnana is to understand Krishna, who is full of variety. Kapila Deva is Tattva Mrg Gradaranam. He is an incarnation of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and he will explain to his mother what Tattva is, how one can approach the Tattva Jnana, and how one can actually enjoy Tattva Jnana. This is not simply dry speculation. This Krishna consciousness philosophy includes spiritual variety. People sometimes misunderstand this variety to be material, and they hanker for nirvea, nirkara, void. However, our philosophy is not void. It is full of variety and transcendental bliss. This will later be specifically enunciated by Lord Kapila Deva. 6 Devotee desires transcendental knowledge. Text 7 Devotee said, I am very sick of the disturbance caused by my material senses, for because of this sense disturbance, my Lord, I have fallen into the abyss of ignorance. Here, at the beginning of Devotee's questionings, the word asadindriyatarati is significant. Asat means impermanent temporary, indriya means senses, and tarati refers to agitation. Thus asadindriyatarati means from being agitated by the temporarily manifest senses of the material body. We are evolving through different species of material bodily existence, sometimes in a human body, sometimes in an animal body, and therefore the engagements of our material senses are also changing. Anything which changes is called temporary, or asat. We should know that beyond these temporary senses are our permanent senses, which are now covered by the material body. The permanent senses, being contaminated by matter, are not acting properly. Devotional service, therefore, involves freeing the senses from this contamination. When the contamination is completely removed and the senses act in the purity of unalloyed Krishna consciousness, we have then attained sadindriya, or eternal sense activities. Eternal sensory activities are called devotional service, whereas temporary sensory activities are called sense gratification. Unless one becomes tired of material sense gratification, there is no opportunity to hear transcendental messages from a person like Kapila. Devotee expressed that she was tired. Now that her husband had left home, she wanted to get relief by hearing the instructions of Lord Kapila. The Vedic literatures describe this material world as darkness. Actually it is dark, and therefore we require sunlight, moonlight, and electricity. If it were not by nature dark, why would we require so many arrangements for artificial light? The Vedas enjoin that we should not remain in darkness. Tamasyam Jyotirgamaya. We are instructed to go to the light, and that light is the spiritual world, which is directly lighted by the effulgence, or bodily rays, of Krishna. As stated in Brahma Sahit 5.40, I worship Govinda, the primeval Lord, who is endowed with great power. The glowing effulgence of his transcendental form is the impersonal Brahman, which is absolute, complete and unlimited, and which displays the varieties of countless planets, with their different opulences, in millions and millions of universes. Animals have no ability to know that they are in darkness, but human beings can know. Like devotee, an intelligent person should become disgusted with the darkness of ignorance. Nahanyatanyam niyare. As stated in Bhagavad Gita 2.20, there is neither birth nor death for the soul. The soul is not destroyed when the body is annihilated. The soul puts bodies on and takes them off like clothes. This simple knowledge is instructed in the beginning of Bhagavad Gita, yet there are many big scholars and leaders who still cannot understand that the body is different from the person. This is because they do not study Bhagavad Gita in the proper way. Consequently, no one is fully aware or convinced that the real person is not the body. This is called darkness, and when one is disgusted with this darkness, human life begins. One who has become disgusted with material existence needs the instructions of a guru. Tasam di guru prapadiyattajasure uddamam. Being the wife of a great yog devotee understood her constitutional position. Therefore she is placing her problem before her son, Kapila Deva, an incarnation of God. Although Kapila Deva is her son, devotee does not hesitate to take instructions from him. She does not say, "Oh, he is my son. What can he tell me? I am his mother, and I shall instruct him." Instruction has to be taken from one who is in knowledge. It doesn't matter what his position is, whether he is a son, a boy, a dra, Brahma, sannyas or jihasta. One should simply learn from one who knows. That is Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's instruction. Although Chaitanya Mahaprabhu himself was a Brahma and a sannyas, he took instructions from R.M. Nanda Arya, who was a dra and jihasta but nonetheless very exalted spiritually. When Chaitanya Mahaprabhu saw that R.M. Nanda Arya was hesitant to give instructions, the Lord said, "Why are you hesitating? Although you are a jihasta and are born in a dra family, I am prepared to take lessons from you." Chaitanya Charitam Ta, Madhya 8.128. This is Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's teaching. Whoever is qualified in Krishna consciousness can become a guru. His family or material identity does not matter. He simply must know the science. When we consult an engineer, a doctor or a lawyer, we do not ask whether he is a Brahma or a dra. If he is qualified, he can help with a particular subject. Similarly, if one knows the science of Krishna, he can be a guru. Devotee was taking lessons from her son because he knew the science of Krishna. Even if gold is in a filthy place, we should take it. It is also stated in the Vedas that if a girl is highly qualified or beautiful, she can be accepted in marriage even though born in a lower family. Thus it is not birth that is important, but qualification. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu wanted everyone in India to know the science of Krishna and preach Krishna consciousness. This is very simple. We need only repeat what Krishna has said or what has been said about Krishna in the Vedic literatures. Human society cannot be happy without Krishna consciousness. Krishna is the supreme enjoyer, and we are his servants. The master is enjoying, and the servants are helping the master enjoy. We living entities are eternal servants of God, and our duty is to help our master enjoy. Srimad Rdhr is the topmost servant of Krishna, and her business is always to keep Krishna pleased. Krishna is very fond of Rdhr because she renders the best service. Her 64 qualifications are mentioned in the Vedic literatures. Unfortunately, in the material world we are busy trying to enjoy our material senses. As stated in Bhagavad Gita 3.42, the working senses are superior to dull matter. Mind is higher than the senses. Intelligence is still higher than the mind. And he, the soul, is even higher than the intelligence. The soul is on the spiritual platform. On the material platform, we are interested in gratifying our senses. In this way we become implicated in the laws of nature. As stated in the Stras, when a person considers sense gratification the aim of life, he certainly becomes mad after materialistic living and engages in all kinds of sinful activity. He does not know that due to his past misdeeds he has already received a body which, although temporary, is the cause of his misery. Actually, the living entity should not have taken on a material body, but he has been awarded the material body for sense gratification. Therefore I think it not befitting an intelligent man to involve himself again in the activities of sense gratification by which he perpetually gets material bodies one after another. Srimad Bhagavatam 5.5.4 Living entities in this material world are very busy trying to gratify their senses. In the street we see many dogs assembled for sex. This may seem very crude, but human beings are engaged in the same business, perhaps in a more elaborate way. We should know that sense gratification is meant for animals and that sense control is for human beings. By tapasya, penance, we can purify ourselves and regain our eternal life. Actually, our material senses are not our real senses. They are covered, just as the body is covered by clothes. Our real body is within the material body. Dainosmin yathta. The spiritual body is within the material body. The material body is changing, going through childhood, youth, then old age, and then it vanishes. Although this is not our real body, we are engaged in sense gratification with it. However, for our own ultimate happiness, we should try to purify our senses. There is no question of destroying the senses or becoming desireless. Desire is a material activity, and becoming desireless is not possible. The senses must be purified in order for us to act through them transcendentally. Bhakti Yoga does not require us to destroy our senses, but to purify them. When the senses are purified, we can serve Krishna. Bhakti, or devotional service, means engaging all our senses in the service of the Lord, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the Master of all the senses. When the spirit soul renders service unto the Supreme, there are two side effects. One is freed from all material designations and, simply by being employed in the service of the Lord, one's senses are purified. And Radha Pakartra, we can serve HKA, the master of the senses, through the senses. We are part and parcel of Krishna, just as the hand is part and parcel of the body. Similarly, our senses are also part and parcel of the spiritual body of Krishna. When we purify our senses, we can act in our original constitutional position and serve Krishna. When we forget our position and try to satisfy ourselves, we become conditioned materially. When we forget that our duty is to serve Krishna, we fall into the material world and become implicated in personal sense gratification. As long as we continue trying to satisfy our own senses, we have to accept another body. Krishna is so kind that if we want to become tigers, he will give us a tiger body. If we want to become devotees, he will give us the body of a devotee. This life is a preparation for the next, and if we want to enjoy our transcendental senses, we have to purify ourselves to return home, back to Godhead. For this purpose, devotee is submitting to her son just as a disciple submits to his master. Text 8 Your Lordship is my only means of getting out of this darkest region of ignorance because you are my transcendental I, which, by your mercy only, I have attained after many, many births. This verse is very instructive since it indicates the relationship between the spiritual master and the disciple. The disciple or conditioned soul is put into this darkest region of ignorance and therefore is entangled in the material existence of sense gratification. It is very difficult to get out of this entanglement and attain freedom, but if one is fortunate enough to get the association of a spiritual master like Kapila Muni or his representative, then by his grace one can be delivered from the mire of ignorance. The spiritual master is therefore worshipped as one who delivers the disciple from the mire of ignorance with the light of the torch of knowledge. The word piragam is very significant. Piragam refers to one who can take the disciple to the other side. This side is conditioned life. The other side is the life of freedom. The spiritual master takes the disciple to the other side by opening his eyes with knowledge. We are suffering simply because of ignorance. By the instruction of the spiritual master, the darkness of ignorance is removed, and thus the disciple is enabled to go to the side of freedom. It is stated in Bhagavad Gita that after many, many births one surrenders to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Similarly, if, after many, many births, one is able to find a bona fide spiritual master and surrender to such a bona fide representative of Krishna, he can be taken to the side of light. The bona fide spiritual master is a true Vedantist, for he actually knows Vedanta and the Vedas and understands the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna. The word Veda means knowledge and Anta means last phase. There are different types of knowledge. We are interested in ordinary knowledge for economic benefit, but that is not actual knowledge. That is the art of livelihood. One may study to be an electrician and earn his livelihood by repairing electric lines. This kind of knowledge is called Ilpajana. Real knowledge, however, is Vedic knowledge, knowing oneself, what one is and what God is and understanding one's relationship with God and one's duty. One who is searching after knowledge is called Jnavan. Knowledge begins with the inquiry as to Brahmaji. What is Brahman? Knowledge also begins by understanding the threefold miseries of the material world, Daitmika, Dibhautika and Didavika. We are suffering from miseries caused by other living entities and acts of nature, as well as from miseries arising from the body and mind themselves. The soul is aloof from the body and mind, but he suffers due to material contamination. We have no control over these threefold miseries. They are controlled by Krishna's maidservant, goddess Durga, who is material nature. She is not independent of Krishna. However, she is so powerful that she can create and maintain. Prakti, nature, can be very unkind. Mother Durga is often portrayed as chastising demons by piercing them with a trident. Those who are learned and intelligent look to the mercy of the Supreme Personality of Godhead for relief from the threefold miseries of material existence. Although this material world is nothing but darkness, people are very proud of their eyes. They are always saying, "Can you show me God?" The answer to that is, have you the eyes to see God? Why is the emphasis placed on seeing? Certainly, God can be seen, as stated in Brahma Sahit 5.38, Prem Janachrita Bhakti Vilakanina. Govinda Krishna is always seen by the devotee whose eyes are anointed by the pulp of love. If we are devotees, lovers of God, the ointment of love will clear our eyes. In order to see God, we have to cleanse our eyes by wiping away the cataracts of material contamination. Although we may be eager to see God, we cannot see Him with these material eyes. Not only can we not see Him, but we cannot understand Him, although His name is there. Understanding God means first of all understanding His name. Therefore from the beginning we should chant the Hare Krishna Ma mantra. God is not different from His name. Krishna's name and Krishna's person are the same. Absolute means that Krishna's name, form, place, dress, pastimes and everything are non-different from Him. Krishna is present in His name, but because we have no love for Him, we cannot see Him. Santana Goswami was a great learned scholar, and he was called a Paita, which indicates that he was a learned Brahmana. When Santana Goswami approached Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he said, "The people in my neighborhood are calling me a Paita, and I am very unhappy because of this." Chaitanya Mahaprabhu asked, "Why are you dissatisfied?" Santana Goswami replied, "I am such a poor Paita that I do not even know the goal of life. I do not even know what is beneficial for me. I am simply being carried away by sense gratification." In this way, Santana Goswami approached Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. He did not approach him to get some gold or some medicine. He went to find out his real self-interest. This is the real purpose for approaching a guru. Devotee approached Lord Kapila Deva in the same way. She said, "My dear Kapila, you have come as my son, but you are my guru because you can inform me how I can cross the ocean of nescience, which is the material world." Thus one who feels the need to cross the dark ocean of nescience, which is material existence, requires a guru. It is not the guru's task to supply gold and medicine. Now it has become a fashion to keep a guru as if he were a dog or a cat. This is of no use. We must inquire about that portion of God's creation which is beyond this darkness. The Upanishads and Bhagavad Gita describe another world, beyond this material nature. According to Krishna in Bhagavad Gita 15.6, that abode of mine is not illumined by the sun or moon, nor by electricity. One who reaches it never returns to this material world. It is not possible for us to go to that paravyoma by material means. It is impossible to penetrate the material universe unless one understands Krishna. One can be enlightened by the mercy of God because Krishna himself comes to give us information. If he does not come personally, he sends his devotee, or he leaves behind him Bhagavad Gita. However, we are so foolish that we do not take advantage of them. We do not take advantage of his devotee, who hankers to give this knowledge, sacrificing everything. Therefore Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, "The fallen, conditioned living entity, trapped by the external energy, loiters in the material world, but if by good fortune he meets a bona fide representative of the Lord, and if he takes advantage of such a guru, he receives the seed of devotional service." Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya 19.151. The seed of devotional service is received by a most fortunate person. Those who are cultivating bhakti in the International Society for Krishna Consciousness are the most fortunate people in the world. By Krishna's mercy one can receive the bhakti latbiya, the seed of devotional service. Unless one is free from the reactions of sin, one cannot understand bhakti or Bhagavan. Therefore we must act piously by giving up illicit sex, intoxication, meat eating and gambling. If we lead a pious life, we can understand God. This Krishna consciousness movement is engaged in training people to this end so that their lives will be successful. Text 9. You are the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the origin and Supreme Lord of all living entities. You have arisen to disseminate the rays of the sun in order to dissipate the darkness of the ignorance of the universe. Kapila Muni is accepted as an incarnation of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna. Here the word Daya means the origin of all living entities and Pusam Vara means the Lord, Vara, of the living entities, Vara Parama Krishna. Kapila Muni is the direct expansion of Krishna, who is the sun of spiritual knowledge. The sun dissipates the darkness of the universe, and when the light of the Supreme Personality of Godhead comes down, it at once similarly dissipates the darkness of My. We have our eyes, but without the light of the sun, our eyes are of no value. Similarly, without the light of the Supreme Lord, or without the divine grace of the spiritual master, one cannot see things as they are. In this verse, devotee also addresses her son as Bhagavan. Bhagavan is the Supreme Person. If we could just use a little common sense, we could understand that an organization requires a leader. Without a leader, we cannot organize anything. Foolish philosophers say that the universe automatically came into being by nature. They say that in the beginning there was a chunk, and this cosmic manifestation came out of that chunk of matter. But where did this chunk come from? The fact is that there must be a brain, a leader, behind anything organized. We have information of this leader from the Vedas. Nityoniti and Satana Satananam. The Supreme Lord is eternal, and we are also eternal. But the Supreme Lord is one, and we are many. The Supreme Lord is very great, and we are very small. He is all-pervading and infinite, and we are finite and infinitesimal. Even if we analyze the creation, we will find that not everyone is on the same level. One person is more intelligent or opulent than another. If we analyze things in this way, we will come to the demigods, and among them we will find that the most important demigod is Lord Brahma. He is the original creature within this universe, yet he is not the most intelligent being. It is said that in the beginning, Brahma received knowledge from the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Recently newspapers are reporting that faith in a personal God is diminishing. This means that people are becoming more and more foolish. This is natural in Kali Yuga, for as the age of Kali progresses, bodily strength, memory and mercy diminish. We actually see that the present generation is not as strong as the previous. People also have short memories. We also understand that sometimes people are killed while other people pass by, not caring. Thus mercy is also diminishing. Because everything is diminishing, God consciousness is diminishing also. Therefore it is natural to receive news that faith in a personal God is diminishing. In Bhagavad Gita 7.15, one who does not accept a personal God is described as a fool. Those miscreants who are grossly foolish, lowest among mankind, whose knowledge is stolen by illusion, and who partake of the atheistic nature of demons, do not surrender unto me. Actually, people today do not even know the meaning of God, so there is no question of surrender. There are also those who are scholarly and well educated, but their knowledge is taken away by illusion. Although they may superficially hold degrees, they have no real knowledge. They are also asuras, demons who simply defy God, saying, I am God, you are God. Why are you searching for God? There are many gods loitering in the street. Take care of them. Therefore it is not surprising that newspapers report that faith in a personal God is decreasing. Nonetheless, God is a person. Yadayo Bhagavan. Lord Brahma also worships Krishna by saying, Govindam Deeparu Atamaha Bhajmi. He says, I worship that original person, Govinda. Deeparu Krishna, has no one preceding him. Therefore he is called original. It is said that Krishna was born of Vasudeva, but this simply means that Krishna accepted Vasudeva as his father. Sri Krishna deals with his devotees in different relationships, or rasas, Nta, Disya, Sakya, Vitsalya and Amdarya. We all have some relationship with Krishna, but presently that is covered. Therefore we have to revive it. Simple appreciation of the Supreme is called Ntarasa. When one appreciates the Supreme fully, he wishes to render some service, and that is called Disya. When one becomes more intimate, he becomes a friend of Krishna's, and that is called Sakya. When one is more advanced, he wants to render service to Krishna as a father or a mother, and this is Vitsalya. Being a father or a mother means serving the son. The Christian conception of God as the Supreme Father is not very perfect because if we conceive of God as a father, our position will be to take things from him. Everyone wants to take something from the Father. One is always saying, Father, give me this. Father, give me that. However, accepting the Supreme Lord as one's son means rendering service. Yadme got Krishna as her son, and she was always anxious that he not be in danger. Thus she was always protecting him. Actually Krishna protects the entire universe, but Yad was giving protection to Krishna. This is Vairava philosophy. Yad became mad when she saw Krishna taken away by the Tivarta demon. However, Krishna became so heavy that the demon could not fly in the sky, and thus the demon fell to the earth and died. Yad immediately said, God has saved my Krishna. She then began to thank some other god, some divot. She did not know that Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. If she had thought of Krishna as the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the relationship between mother and son would have been destroyed. Therefore Krishna was playing just like an ordinary child, and Mother Yad was treating him as her son. Krishna's friends, the cowherd boys, did not consider him the Supreme Lord either. The gopis even used to chastise Krishna. If a devotee can have such a relationship with Krishna, why should he want to become one with God? It is better to be God's father, God's controller. This is Bhakti Amarga, the path of devotional service. A devotee does not want to be equal to God or one with God. He simply wants to render service. In order to understand the absolute truth, we have to understand the meaning of Bhagavan. Devotee was not an ordinary woman. She was the wife of Kardama Muni, a great yog. She had obviously learned something from her husband, for had she not been very exalted, how could Bhagavan Kapila Deva have become her son? Everyone should know what is Bhagavan and take lessons from Bhagavan. Lord Kapila is Bhagavan, and he personally instructed his mother in Eskaya philosophy. By this knowledge we can develop or awaken our dormant love for God. Then we can see God when our eyes are anointed with love for him. Indeed, we can see God everywhere and at all times. We will see God and nothing but God. We will see God not only within our hearts. If we go to the ocean, we will see God. If one is a little thoughtful, he will see that the great ocean stays in its place. The ocean has received its orders not to go beyond such and such a limit. Any intelligent man can see God while walking down the beach. However, this requires a little intelligence. People who are asses cannot see God, but those who are intelligent can see God everywhere because God is omnipresent. He is within the universe and within our heart, and he is even within the atom. Why are we saying that we cannot see him? God says, try to see me in this way, but if you are too dull, then try to see me another way. What is the easy way? Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita, I am the taste of water. Is there anyone who has not tasted water? He also says, I am the light of the sun. Is there anyone who has not seen sunshine? Then why are people saying, I have not seen God? First of all, we have to try to see God. It is as easy as abd. When we see God everywhere, we will see the personal God. Then we will understand. Bhagavan Pusam Vara. Bhagavan is Vara, the controller. We are not independent. No one can actually say, I am independent. We are bound tightly by the modes of material nature, and yet we are thinking that we are independent. This is simply foolishness. Therefore it is said that all the people in the material world are blinded by the darkness of ignorance. When people are blind, out of their ignorance they say, there is no God. I cannot see God. Then God comes as Krishna or Kapila Deva and says, here I am. See my features. I am a person. I play the flute and enjoy myself in Vana. Why can't you see me? Thus God comes, explains himself and leaves behind his instruction, Bhagavad Gita. Still, people are so foolish that they claim not to understand God. If we try to see God through the instructions given to devotee by Lord Kapila, our lives will be successful. Text 10. Now be pleased, my Lord, to dispel my great delusion. Due to my feeling of false ego, I have been engaged by your MY and have identified myself with the body and consequent bodily relations. MY is the false ego of identifying one's body with one's self and of claiming things possessed in relationship with the body. In Bhagavad Gita, 15th chapter, the Lord says, I am sitting in everyone's heart, and from me comes everyone's remembrance and forgetfulness. Devotee has stated that false identification of the body with the self and attachment for bodily possessions are also under the direction of the Lord. Does this mean that the Lord discriminates by engaging one in his devotional service and another in sense gratification? If that were true, it would be an incongruity on the part of the Supreme Lord, but that is not the actual fact. As soon as the living entity forgets his real constitutional position of eternal servitorship to the Lord and wants instead to enjoy himself by sense gratification, he is captured by MY. This capture leads to the consciousness of false identification with the body and attachment for the possessions of the body. These are the activities of my, and since my is also an agent of the Lord, it is indirectly the action of the Lord. The Lord is merciful. If anyone wants to forget him and enjoy this material world, he gives him full facility, not directly but through the agency of his material potency. Therefore, since the material potency is the Lord's energy, indirectly it is the Lord who gives the facility to forget him. Devotee therefore said, my engagement in sense gratification was also due to you. Now kindly get me free from this entanglement. By the grace of the Lord one is allowed to enjoy this material world, but when one is disgusted with material enjoyment and is frustrated, and when one sincerely surrenders unto the lotus feet of the Lord, then the Lord is so kind that he frees one from entanglement. Krishna says, therefore, in Bhagavad Gita, first of all surrender, and then I will take charge of you and free you from all reactions of sinful activities. Sinful activities are those activities performed in forgetfulness of our relationship with the Lord. In this material world, activities for material enjoyment that are considered pious are also sinful. For example, one sometimes gives money in charity to a needy person with a view to get back the money 4 times increased. Giving with the purpose of gaining something is called charity in the mode of passion. Everything done here is done in the modes of material nature, and therefore all activities but service to the Lord are sinful. Because of sinful activities we become attracted by the illusion of material attachment, and we think, I am this body. I think of the body as myself and of bodily possessions as mine. Devotee requested Lord Kapila to free her from that entanglement of false identification and false possession. In asking this, devotee is accepting her son, Kapila, as her guru. He consequently tells her how to solve all material problems. Material life is nothing but sex attraction. Pusa Srimithan Bhvam Edam, Srimad Bhagavatam 5.5.8. Material life means that men are after women and women are after men. We find this not only in human society but in bird, dog, cat and demigod society. As soon as people join to satisfy their sex desire, the attraction becomes greater and greater. An apartment is needed for privacy, and then one has to earn a livelihood and acquire some land. Without children, married life is frustrated, and of course the children have to be educated. Thus one becomes entangled in material life by creating so many situations, but at the time of death Krishna comes and takes away everything: house, land, wife, children, friends, reputation and whatever. Then we have to begin another life. It is not that we simply die and finish everything. We are living eternally. The body is finished, but we have to accept another body out of the 8,400,000 forms. In this way, our life is going on, but we are thinking in terms of wife, children, and so forth. This is all illusion. In any case, we will not be allowed to stay here, and although we are attached to all this, everything will be taken away at death. Whatever post we are occupying, be it President or Lord Brahm, we are occupying temporarily. We may be here 5 years, 10 years, 100 years or 5 million years. Whatever, our position is limited. Our position in the material world is not eternal, but we are eternal. Why, then, should we be illusioned by the non-eternal? By nature we are part and parcel of Krishna, and Krishna is Saksatnanda Vigraha. In order to transcend the darkness of material life and go to the world of light, we need to approach a guru. It is for this reason that devotee is approaching Lord Kapila Deva. In the morning, when the sun arises, the darkness of night immediately goes away. Similarly, when God or his incarnation comes, the darkness of material life is dissipated. When Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, came, Arjuna's illusion was dispelled. He was thinking, why should I fight with my relatives? Actually, the whole world is going on under this conception of my and mine. There are fights between nations, societies, communities and families. People are thinking, why are you interfering with my business? Then there is a fight. Because of illusion, we do not consider these situations temporary. On a train, people may argue and fight over a seat, but one who knows that he will only be on the train for 2 or 3 hours thinks, why should I fight? I shall only be here for a short while. One person thinks in this way, and the other person is ready to fight, thinking that his seat is permanent. No one will be allowed to stay within this material world. Everyone will have to change his body and position, and as long as one remains here, he will have to fight and struggle for existence. This is the way of material life. We may temporarily make some compromises, but ultimately the material world is full of misery. We are very much attached to this material world, but according to the Vedic system, renunciation is compulsory, for when one reaches the age of 50, he renounces his family life. Nature gives warning, you are now past 50. That's alright. You have fought in this material world. Now stop this business. Children play on the beach and make houses out of sand, but after a while the father comes and says, now, my dear children, time is up. Stop this business and come home. This is the business of the Guru, to teach his disciples detachment. The world is not our place. Our place is Vaikuhaloka. Krishna also comes to remind us of this. The Dharma, or order, of the Supreme Person is to become his devotee and always think of him. Krishna says, engage your mind always in thinking of me, offer obeisances and worship me. Bhagavad Gita 9.34. In this way, Krishna opens the door, but we unfortunately do not accept him. Krishna tells Arjuna, because you are my friend, I am revealing to you the most confidential Dharma. What is that? Simply surrender unto me. This is the Dharma taught by the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and Krishna's incarnation and his devotee will teach the same Dharma. We are all after happiness, but we do not know how to enjoy happiness. We want to enjoy our senses, but it is not possible with these covered false senses. The senses must be opened, and that is the process of purification. We are thinking of ourselves according to so many false material identifications, but we should take Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu's advice. Jai Varasvar Pahaya K. Aranitya Disa. We must come to understand, I am the eternal servant of Krishna. After all, our senses are employed for the satisfaction of somebody, either for ourselves or for someone else. That is kama, krodha, labha and matsarya, illusion. If we are not serving our own lusty desires, kama, we are serving anger, krodha. If I am the master of anger, I can control my anger, and if I am the master of my desires, I can control my desires. In any case, I am a servant, and my service should be transferred to Krishna. That is the perfection of life. If we are situated in the transcendental position, bhakti, we can understand Krishna. Krishna cannot be understood by mental speculation. Otherwise he would have said that he could be understood by jnana, karma or yoga. However, he clearly says, bhakti mmabhyanti. Only by devotional service can I be understood. If we want to know Krishna as he is, we have to accept the process of bhakti. It is this bhakti process that Kapila Deva will reveal to devotee. Text 11. Devotee continued. I have taken shelter of your lotus feet because you are the only person of whom to take shelter. You are the axe which can cut the tree of material existence. I therefore offer my obeisances unto you, who are the greatest of all transcendentalists, and I inquire from you as to the relationship between man and woman and between spirit and matter. Eskaya philosophy, as is well known, deals with prakti and purua. Purua is the Supreme Personality of Godhead or anyone who imitates the Supreme Personality of Godhead as an enjoyer, and prakti is nature. In this material world, material nature is being exploited by the puruas or the living entities. The intricacies in the material world of the relationship of the prakti and purua, or the enjoyed and the enjoyer, give rise to sahasra, or material entanglement. Devotee wanted to cut the tree of material entanglement, and she found the suitable weapon in Kapila Muni. The tree of material existence is explained in the 15th chapter of Bhagavad Gita as an avatha tree whose root is upward and whose branches are downward. It is recommended there that one has to cut the root of this material existential tree with the axe of detachment. What is the attachment? The attachment involves prakti and purua. The living entities are trying to lord it over material nature. Since the conditioned soul takes material nature to be the object of his enjoyment, and he takes the position of the enjoyer, he is therefore called purua. Devotee questioned Kapila Muni, for she knew that only he could cut her attachment to this material world. The living entities, in the guises of men and women, are trying to enjoy the material energy. Therefore in one sense everyone is purua because purua means enjoyer and prakti means enjoyed. In this material world both so-called men and women are imitating the real purua. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is actually the enjoyer in the transcendental sense, whereas all others are prakti. In Bhagavad Gita, matter is analyzed as a par, or inferior nature, whereas beyond this inferior nature there is another, superior nature, the living entities. Living entities are also prakti, or enjoyed, but under the spell of my, the living entities are falsely trying to take the position of enjoyers. That is the cause of sahasra bandha, or conditional life. Devotee wanted to get out of conditional life and place herself in full surrender. The Lord is Arya, which means the only worthy personality to whom one can fully surrender because he is full of all opulences. If anyone actually wants relief, the best course is to surrender unto the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The Lord is also described here as Saddharma Vidvariham. This indicates that of all transcendental occupations, the best is eternal loving service unto the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Dharma is sometimes translated as religion, but that is not exactly the meaning. Dharma actually means that which one cannot give up, that which is inseparable from oneself. The warmth of fire is inseparable from fire. Therefore warmth is called the dharma, or nature, of fire. Similarly, Saddharma means eternal occupation. That eternal occupation is engagement in the transcendental loving service of the Lord. The purpose of Kapila Deva's Eskaya philosophy is to propagate pure, uncontaminated devotional service, and therefore he is addressed here as the most important personality among those who know the transcendental occupation of the living entity. As pointed out before, Bhagavan, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, is everyone's real shelter. Everyone is seeking shelter because we are all constitutionally servants. Originally we are servants of God, therefore it is our nature to take his shelter. Some seek an occupation or the service of a great man. Others seek the service of the government or whatever. In any case, the ultimate shelter is Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Being Krishna's incarnation, Kapila Deva is also a shelter. Krishna has unlimited forms and unlimited incarnations. It is said in Srimad Bhagavatam that his incarnations are expanding continuously, like waves in the ocean. Indeed, we cannot even count them. In Brahma Sahit it is said, Advam Asudam and Dimananta Arpam. In India there are many thousands of temples, and within these temples there are art vigrahas, deities. All these Krishnas are non-different. They are one. Krishna resides in Vaikuha and also in the temple. The Krishnas are not different, although they are ananta, unlimited. Krishna is also the witness within everyone's heart, and he is seeing all of our activities. We cannot hide anything from him, and we receive the results of our karma because the witness is Krishna himself within the heart. How, then, can we avoid him? Without Krishna's permission, we cannot do anything. Why does Krishna give us permission to do something wrong? He does so because we persist. Actually, he does not tell us to do anything other than surrender unto him. We want to do something, and Krishna may sanction it, but we go ahead and do it at our own risk. Krishna is not responsible. However, we should know that without the sanction of Krishna, we cannot do anything. That is a fact. Actually, we are constitutionally servants of Krishna. Even though we may declare ourselves independent, we are not. Rather, we are servants falsely declaring that we are independent. Self-realization is understanding that we are dependent on the Supreme Personality of Godhead. As Chaitanya Mahaprabhu says, My dear Lord Krishna, son of Maharyananda, I am your eternal servant, but somehow or other I have fallen into this ocean of nescience. Please pick me up from this ocean of death and place me as one of the atoms at your lotus feet. Ikaka 5. Because we are under illusion, devotee says, Svabhyhtayasa Srateroku H. Ram. In Bhagavad Gita 15.14, material existence is likened unto a banyan tree with its roots upward and its branches below. The roots of this banyan tree are very strong, but they can be cut with an axe. H. Ram. By taking shelter of Krishna's lotus feet, we can cut the strong root of material existence. Because we have given up Krishna's service, we have become servants of so many things. We are obliged to serve our parents, wife, children, country, and so forth. We are indebted to many people and to the demigods who give heat and light. Although we are not paying the bill, we are taking advantage of the sunlight and the sun's heat. If we take advantage of electricity, we have to pay the bill, but we don't pay the sun bill. This means that we are actually indebted to the sun god, Vivasvan. Similarly, the king of heaven, Indra, is supplying water in the form of rain. Rascals say that all this comes about by nature, but they do not know that nature is controlled. If we don't pay our debts by performing sacrifices, there will certainly be a scarcity. All of these things are coming from the Supreme Father, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, but we are thinking that they are coming from nature, and we are utilizing them without caring whether we pay the bill or not. It is all right to use our Father's property, but at the present moment we are not acting as our Father's sons. We are MY's sons. We do not care for our Father. However, nature is nonetheless working under his direction. If we do not care for him, nature will reduce her supply, for nature will not allow demons to flourish. As stated in Bhagavad Gita 16.19. Those who are envious and mischievous, who are the lowest among men, are cast by me into the ocean of material existence, into various demoniac species of life. Demons are always subject to be punished, and great demons like Arva and Hiranyakapu are personally punished by the Lord. Otherwise, ordinary demons are punished by the laws of material nature. Krishna does not need to come to punish the petty demons, but when there are great demons like Arva, Hiranyakapu and Kasa, the Lord comes as Lord Armakandra, Lord and Sihadeva or Sri Krishna to punish them. If we do not want to be punished, we have to follow the rules and regulations. Sad Dharma. Dharma means the laws given by God. Dharma 2 Skd Bhagavat Pratam. The laws are given by Bhagavan and are written in books like Manu Sahit and other Vedic literatures. According to the law, we have to obey the government, and according to Dharma, we have to obey Krishna, God. We cannot manufacture our laws at home, and we cannot manufacture Dharma. If one tries, he is simply cheating the public. Such false dharmas are kicked out of Srimad Bhagavatam 1.1. 2. Dharma Prajita. The real Dharma is set forth by Sri Krishna when he says, Sarva Dharman Paritya Eka Aravra, Bhagavad Gita 18.66. All other dharmas are simply forms of cheating. We must accept the principles of Bhagavad Gita, which constitute the abks of dharma. Actually, we only have to accept the principle of surrender unto Krishna, but this acceptance comes after many births. It is not very easy, for only after many births of struggle does one come to his real perfection and surrender unto Krishna. At this time he understands perfectly that Vasudeva, Krishna, is everything. This is the greatest lesson of Bhagavad Gita. Everything is Krishna's energy, and whatever we see is but an exhibition of two types of energy. Everyone knows that the sun has two types of energy, heat and light. Similarly, Krishna has an external energy and an internal energy, and he also has a marginal energy, which is a mixture of the other two. The external energy is this material world, the internal energy is the spiritual world, and the marginal energy is the living entity. The living entity is marginal because he can remain in the material world or the spiritual world. Bhagavad Gita describes two types of living entities, Kara and Akara, those living in the material world and those in the spiritual world. Those who have fallen into the material world are attracted by the tree of Sahasra, the banyan tree of material existence described in Bhagavad Gita, 15th chapter. It is essential that we disassociate ourselves from this tree by detachment. Cutting down this tree is very difficult, but it is possible with the weapon of detachment. There is a Bengali proverb that states, I'll catch the fish, but I will not touch the water. That type of intelligence is required. In America we see many old men on the beach who have retired from their business to waste their time trying to catch fish. They are not very cautious and they touch the water. However, we have to live in this material world in such a way that we do everything for Krishna but do not touch the water of the material world. In this way, we will have no attachment to things of this material world. We may have many great temples, but we should not be attached to them. It is for Krishna's sake that we construct temples, but we must understand that the temples are Krishna's property. Our mission is to teach people that everything belongs to Krishna. Only a thief will occupy something belonging to another and claim it to be his. The Krishna consciousness movement preaches that everything belongs to Krishna and that everything should be utilized for Krishna's benefit. He is the beneficiary of everything, and it is to our benefit that we come to this knowledge. Visayamita Sarvam. If one realizes that everything belongs to Krishna, one becomes the greatest Madhyam. Being a Madhyam does not mean that one wears a big beard and a particular type of dress. No, this awareness must be there. Whatever we have should be offered to Krishna. If we have first-class food, we should offer it to him. If we have nothing, we can offer him a leaf, a flower, a little water or fruit. This can be collected by anyone anywhere without having to pay money. As Sri Krishna states in Bhagavad Gita 9.26, if one offers me with love and devotion a leaf, a flower, fruit or water, I will accept it. The point is that we should offer something to Krishna with devotion. It is not that Krishna is hungry and is asking for food. No, he is feeding everyone, supplying everyone with all the necessities. Eko Ba'anyo Vidadti Kmn Kaha Apani at 2.2. 13. What then is he requesting? He is asking for bhakti, devotion, because he wants us to love him. We are suffering in this material world, entangled in the tree of material existence, moving from one branch to another, and because of this we are suffering. Krishna does not want us to suffer, jumping like monkeys from branch to branch. We must come to him and surrender to him. When we come to this knowledge, we become perfect in knowledge. When we take shelter at the lotus feet of Krishna, we are no longer debtors to anyone. Naki Karo Enyam Srimad Bhagavatam 11.5. 41. Krishna assures us, Ahati vi sarva pi pebyo makai waimi. I'll give you all relief. Bhagavad Gita 18.66. This is what we actually want. Therefore devotee herein takes shelter of Kapila Deva and tells him, you are the X capable of making me detached. When our attachment to the material world is severed, we become free. Bhakti is the means by which we can develop this detachment. Verjayavadinija Bhakti Yoga. Bhakti Yoga is the science of detachment. This verse was composed by Sravabdhama Basiriya when he understood that Lord Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu was the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Sravabdhama Basiriya was a great logician, and he composed 100 verses to Caitanya Mahaprabhu, wherein he tells the Lord, let me take shelter of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Sri Krishna, who has descended in the form of Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu to teach us real knowledge, his devotional service, and detachment from whatever does not foster Krishna consciousness. He has descended because he is an ocean of transcendental mercy. Let me surrender unto his lotus feet. Caitanya Karatam Ta, Madhya 6.254. When a person advances in Bhakti Yoga, he will automatically become detached from material attractions. There are many American and European boys and girls in this Krishna consciousness movement who have been born in countries where they can enjoy a good deal of material affluence, but they consider this material happiness and affluence like garbage in the street. Because they are devotees of Vasudeva, they are no longer attached to these material things. This is the result of Bhakti Yoga, which enables one to be detached from material enjoyment. That detachment is the sign that one is advancing in Bhakti Yoga. Bhakti Parnabhavo Vairaktiranayadrika, Srimad Bhagavatam 11.2. 42. That is the test of advancing in Bhakti. If we are advanced, we are no longer attached to material enjoyment. It is not that we think ourselves great devotees and then go ahead and enjoy material things. As stated in Bhagavad Gita 5.22. An intelligent person does not take part in the sources of misery, which are due to contact with the material senses. O son of Kunt, such pleasures have a beginning and an end, and so the wise man does not delight in them. When one sees something superior, he immediately rejects that which is inferior. Actually, we cannot bring all this about by our own endeavor. Therefore we have to take shelter of Krishna, and he will help. Since our only business is to take shelter of Krishna, devotee says, I am taking shelter of you so that you can cut my attachment to this material life. Why should you do this? Because I am your eternal servant. Bhaktivinoda H. Kura says, and Karama fail, pa bavar ava jail, teri brayandaki upya. If we are thrown into the ocean, there is a great struggle, even if we may be very great swimmers. There is no peace in this material world, however expert we may be in dealing with it. There is nothing but struggle. We cannot live here peacefully. It is not possible. Even if we are non-violent and hurt no one, there will be trouble. However, if somehow or other we manage to reach the shore, we will find peace. There is peace even if we are an inch out of the water. Tava P. Da Paka Astita DHL Sadavasanta, Ikaka 5. If somehow or other we become one of the particles of dust at Krishna's lotus feet, we will be liberated. We may be a Hindu or a Muslim or a Christian for 50 or 60 years, or at the utmost 100, but again we have to take birth and be something else. We are thinking in terms of these religious designations, which are called a sad dharma, meaning that they may change at any moment. But what is our real dharma? Real dharma is sad dharma, that which will not change, and this sad dharma necessitates surrendering unto Krishna. This dharma will continue eternally. There are many propounders of sad dharma, but actually the Supreme Personality of Godhead is the best propounder because he knows the reality. It is therefore said of the Gosvamis, Anenstra Vikrayika Nipu o sad dharma sa sth pakao. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu's direct disciples, the Gosvamis, tried to establish sad dharma, and we are trying to follow in their footsteps by establishing real dharma throughout the world with this Krishna consciousness movement. 7. Lord Kapila begins to explain self-realization. Text 12. After hearing of his mother's uncontaminated desire for transcendental realization, the Lord thanked her within himself for her questions, and thus, his face smiling, he explained the path of the transcendentalists, who are interested in self-realization. Devotee has surrendered her confession of material entanglement and her desire to gain release. Her questions to Lord Kapila are very interesting for persons who are actually trying to get liberation from material entanglement and attain perfection. Unless one is interested in understanding his spiritual life or his constitutional position, and unless he also feels inconvenience in material existence, his human form of life is spoiled. Only a foolish man does not care for the transcendental necessities of life and simply engages like an animal in eating, sleeping, defending and mating. Lord Kapila was very much satisfied by his mother's questions because the answers stimulate one's desire for liberation from the conditional life of material existence. Such questions are called apavarga vardhanam. Those who are actually spiritually interested are called sat or devotees. Sat prasajiti. Sat means that which eternally exists and asat means that which is not eternal. Unless one is situated on the spiritual platform, he is not sat, he is asat. The asat stands on a platform which will not exist, but anyone who stands on the spiritual platform will exist eternally. As spirit soul, everyone exists eternally, but the asat has accepted the material world as his shelter, and therefore he is full of anxiety. Asat grhn, the desire to enjoy matter, is the cause of the soul's being asat. Actually, the spirit soul is not asat. As soon as one is conscious of this fact and takes to Krishna consciousness, he becomes sat. Satgati, the path of the eternal, is very interesting to persons who are after liberation, and his lordship Kapila began to speak about that path. Those who are sat are thus transcendentalists advanced in spiritual life, and when they hear questions from those who want to understand spiritual life, they become very happy. Transcendentalists are not interested in worldly talks. Indeed, worldly talks are very disgusting to them, and they avoid the company of those who talk about nonsensical worldly affairs. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu advised his disciples, Gr Maya Kathan Unide. The word Gr Maya refers to that pertaining to one's village, society or neighborhood. People are interested in talking about Gr Maya Kath. Newspapers, for instance, are filled with Gr Maya Kath. There is no spiritual understanding in them. In the United States there are many newspapers, and simply to publish the New York Times many trees have to be killed. Now there is a paper scarcity. Why are they uselessly killing trees just for Gr Maya Kath? They are only interested in making a profit. There is, however, another kind of kath, Krishna kath. There are literatures which may be nicely presented from the literary point of view, but if there is no glorification of the Supreme Lord, they are useless. Those words which do not describe the glories of the Lord, who alone can sanctify the atmosphere of the whole universe, are considered by saintly persons to be like unto a pilgrimage for crows. Since the all-perfect persons are inhabitants of the transcendental abode, they do not derive any pleasure there. Srimad Bhagavatam 1.5.10 Worldly literatures are like places where crows take pleasure. In the bird society, there are crows and swans, and crows are interested in places where filthy things are thrown. However, swans prefer nice clear water with lotus flowers, and it is in such places that they take their pleasure. Similarly, there are men who are like crows and men like swans. That is a natural division. According to an old English proverb, birds of a feather flock together. Crows mix with crows, and swans mix with swans. Since devotees are like swans, hasas, a most advanced devotee is called Paramahasa. The Paramahasas are not interested in subjects fit for crows. A person who is interested in inquiring about transcendental subjects, Krishna Kath, makes a Paramahasa very glad. Therefore Kapila Deva was very glad to hear that his mother was eager to receive information on how to be delivered from material bondage. Now be pleased, my lord, to dispel my great delusion. Due to my feeling of false ego, I have been engaged by your MY and have identified myself with the body and consequent bodily relations. Srimad Bhagavatam 3.25 10. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu advised his disciples never to eat palatable food, never to talk about village topics and never to read ordinary novels, poems and newspapers. One may ask, how is it that in the modern age these Europeans and Americans of the Krishna consciousness movement do not take interest in newspapers? Newspapers are very popular in the West. Each day the papers are published in 3 or 4 editions and they are all selling. However, these American boys and girls who have come to Krishna consciousness have stopped reading newspapers. They do not know what is happening from day to day, and it does not matter. All of this is a waste of time. It is better that they read literatures like Srimad Bhagavatam and Bhagavad Gita. Why waste one's valuable time? Kapila Deva was very glad that his mother was interested only in spiritual advancement. This material world is called Pavarga, and to nullify it is called Apavarga. In this material world, people are laboring very hard simply to earn some money. This creates a hellish situation, and this is the way of material life. People have become so dull that they do not understand the meaning of liberation. They have become just like animals. If an animal is informed that there is such a thing as liberation, how will he understand it? It is not possible. Similarly, at the present moment, human beings have become exactly like animals. They do not know the meaning of apavarga, liberation. Yet there was a time when people understood that human life was meant for apavarga. The questions are raised by devotee, and the answers are given by Kapila Deva. That is apavarga vardhanam. As far as material maintenance is concerned, the stras never stress it. Rather, they say that one's maintenance will come automatically. God gives food to animals, birds and aquatics. Why should he not give it to one who is interested in apavarga? Unfortunately, people have no faith, and therefore good association is required. People should not waste their time associating with crows. They should associate with swans. When garbage is thrown out, crows and dogs come to see what is there, but no sane man will go. Those who are interested in trying to get pleasure out of this material world are actually chewing the chewed. Puna Puna Karvita Karva NM Srimad Bhagavatam 7.5. 30. If one picks up a piece of sugar cane which has already been chewed, he is a fool. We must know that the juice has already been taken out of that sugar cane. What will one get by chewing it? However, there are animals who are simply interested in chewing the chewed. Material life means chewing the chewed. A father educates his son to earn a livelihood, get married and settle down, but he himself already knows that by doing this he has not become satisfied. Why, then, is he engaging his son in this same business? A real father is one who does not allow his son to chew the chewed. Pitnasa Sijajanan Naas Siti. Namo Kadyasamu Padam Tayam. One should not become a father or a mother unless one is able to save his children from the impending clutches of death. Srimad Bhagavatam 5.5.18. That is the duty of the father and mother. How can this be done? A father and mother should educate their son in Krishna consciousness. Then he can be saved. They should educate the son in such a way that there is no pavarga. If we do not go forward to liberation, we promote a civilization of cats and dogs. Eating, sleeping, mating, defending, fearing and dying are all experienced by cats and dogs, but human life is meant for another purpose. Of course we have to maintain the body. It is not that we should neglect it, but we should not unnecessarily engage in the maintenance of the body. A human being who identifies this body made of 3 elements as the self, who considers the byproducts of the body to be his kinsmen, who considers the land of his birth as worshipable, and who goes to a place of pilgrimage simply to take a bath rather than meet men of transcendental knowledge there, is to be considered like a cow or an ass. Srimad Bhagavatam 10.84. 13. From the Vedas we can receive education of all kinds. On a mango tree, there are ripened mangoes and green mangoes. The Srimad Bhagavatam is the ripened mango of the desire tree of Vedic knowledge. Nigama kalpa terror galita phalam. If the mango is tasted by the parrot, it becomes doubly tasty. The word yuka means parrot, and Ukadeva Goswami spoke Srimad Bhagavatam. It is therefore more relishable from his lips. O expert and thoughtful men, relish Srimad Bhagavatam, the mature fruit of the desire tree of Vedic literatures. It emanated from the lips of Sri Ukadeva Goswami. Therefore this fruit has become even more tasteful, although its nectar and juice was already relishable for all, including liberated souls. Srimad Bhagavatam 1.1. 3. It is regrettable that in India, where these literatures are available, people are not interested. They are interested in Marxist literature but not Srimad Bhagavatam, and this is India's misfortune. When a student hears spiritual subjects attentively, the spiritual master becomes very happy. Kapila Deva was very happy to see his mother eager to understand spiritual subject matters. He therefore thanked his mother for her inquiry. Generally people are interested in things that give immediate pleasure. We want to taste something tasty to the tongue, regardless of whether it is edible or not. Hogs very readily eat stool, and they do so without discrimination. They have no idea of tapasya, penance. When one engages in spiritual realization, one has to undergo tapasya. However, this has been made very easy by Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Sito Darpa Amrayana Bhava Madi Vini Nirvpaam. All we have to do is spare a little time and chant Hare Krishna, but we are not even ready for this much tapasya. Krishna is more interested in leading us down the path of liberation than we are in going. He has given us a very simple method. Hare and Maharar and Maharar and Mavakavalam. We need only chant Hare Krishna. To perfect this chanting of Hare Krishna, there is no hard and fast rule. Simply by chanting, we will attain perfection. Being contaminated by Kali Yuga, however, we are unfortunate and therefore we have no attraction to the holy names of Krishna. Thus when Kapila Deva or his representative sees someone a little interested, he becomes very glad and thanks him. When Kapila Deva saw his mother interested, he thanked her from within, not openly. Kapila Deva was very glad, and he began to speak. Kapila Deva was an incarnation of God and was a young boy. Therefore his face was very beautiful. When he answered this question, he became even more beautiful, and he smiled because he was pleased at his mother's question. Krishna is also very beautiful, but when a devotee serves him and comes to him, he becomes even more beautiful. When a devotee with all his heart and soul serves Krishna, dresses him in nice garments and gives him a flower, Krishna smiles. If you can get Krishna to smile upon you just once, your life's goal is fulfilled. Thus smiling, Kapila Deva began to enlighten his mother. Text 13. The personality of Godhead answered. That yoga system which relates to the Lord and the individual soul, which is meant for the ultimate benefit of the living entity, and which causes detachment from all happiness and distress in the material world, is the highest yoga system. In the material world, everyone is striving for some material happiness, but as soon as we get some material happiness, there is also material distress. In the material world one cannot have unadulterated happiness. Any kind of happiness one has is contaminated by distress also. For example, if we want to drink milk, we have to bother to maintain a cow and keep her fit to supply milk. Drinking milk is very nice. It is also pleasure. But for the sake of drinking milk one has to accept so much trouble. The yoga system, as here stated by the Lord, is meant to end all material happiness and material distress. The best yoga, as taught in Bhagavad Gita by Krishna, is Bhakti Yoga. It is also mentioned in the Gita that one should try to be tolerant and not be disturbed by material happiness or distress. Of course, one may say that he is not disturbed by material happiness, but he does not know that just after one enjoys so-called material happiness, material distress will follow. This is the law of the material world. Lord Kapila states that the yoga system is the science of the spirit. One practices yoga in order to attain perfection on the spiritual platform. There is no question of material happiness or distress. It is transcendental. Lord Kapila will eventually explain how it is transcendental, but the preliminary introduction is given here. The attempt in this material world to maximize happiness and minimize distress is called the struggle for existence. Generally, yoga is practiced to acquire some material profit. There are 8 kinds of yogic perfection, siddhis. Lagim, Prt, Itva, Vaitva, Mahim, Prk Maya and Km Vasyat. A real yog can become smaller than the smallest, lighter than the lightest and bigger than the biggest. Whatever he wants he can produce immediately in his hand. He can even create a planet. These are some of the yoga siddhis, but here it is stated that the supreme yoga system does not aim at material happiness or relief from distresses caused by material inconvenience. Everyone is trying to get out of material distress and gain some happiness. In any case, when something is material, there is only so-called happiness and so-called distress. For instance, there may be fireworks going on, and this may be happiness for someone but distress for us. Some people are thinking that these fireworks are very enjoyable, and we are thinking that they are very inconvenient. That is the material world. On one side there is happiness, and on the other side there is distress. Both happiness and distress are actually illusions. In summer, water is happiness, but in winter it is distress. The water is the same, but at one time it brings happiness and at another time it brings distress. When a son is born, he brings happiness, but when he dies, he brings distress. In either case, the son is the same. This material world is the world of duality, and we cannot understand happiness without distress or distress without happiness. This is therefore called the relative world. Spiritual happiness is above these dualities, and that spiritual happiness is the perfection of yoga. Yoga Daitmika. Yoga is the happiness of the soul, and the individual soul can be happy when it is with the Supersoul, the Supreme Soul. Nityoniti and Satana Satananam. There is the Supreme Soul, or the Supreme Living Being, and there are many individual souls, individual beings. We are many, but the principal living being is one, Krishna. He is the fire, and we are the sparks from that fire. The sparks are illuminated when they are with the original fire, but if the sparks no longer associate with the original fire, they are extinguished. Similarly, our real happiness is in enjoying with the Supreme Being. Happiness is being in his company. Krishna is not alone, but is always with his friends, either the gopis or the cowherd boys, or with his mother and father. We never find Krishna alone. He may be with RDHR or with his devotees. He is like a king or president. When one says that the king or president is coming, it is understood that he is not coming alone. He comes with his secretaries, ministers and many others. The word yoga means connection and TM means soul and sometimes mind or body. The material body has nothing to do with the Supreme Being because the Supreme Being is completely spiritual. He has no material covering. One who thinks that Krishna, the Supreme Being, has a material covering is himself covered by MY. Krishna does not say that he comes as an ordinary living being. Rather, his advent is totally transcendental. Janma karma kami divyam eva yoveti tatvada. We therefore have to learn how Krishna takes his birth, which is not ordinary. If it were ordinary, why should we observe the Janmam ceremony? His birth is divyam, divine. Everything about Krishna is divine, and if we think that Krishna is like us, we immediately become mhes, fools. In the words of Bhagavad Gita 9.11. Fools deride me when I descend in the human form. They do not know my transcendental nature and my supreme dominion over all that be. Actually, Krishna is the original Supreme Being, the original Spirit Soul. We are simply minute parts and parcels of Krishna. If we connect with Krishna, we are illuminated just as Krishna is illuminated. If we fall down from Krishna, our spiritual power and illumination are extinguished. The word yoga means connecting or linking with that original source. Yoga is the Sanskrit word meaning connection and Vyoga means disconnection. Kapila Deva is referred to as Bhagavan, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Bhagavan makes no mistakes. Anarya Paro Vyakti. Even Akarsi Riya says that Bhagavan, Anarya, does not belong to this material world. When we speak of Bhagavan or when the Stras refer to Bhagavan, we refer to him who is above material understanding. As stated here, Shri Bhagavan of Ka. It does not say Vaisadeva of Ka or Kapila Deva of Ka. Similarly, in Bhagavad Gita, Vaisadeva says Shri Bhagavan of Ka. Bhagavan refers to him who is above the defect of this material world. Bhagavan is not subject to the four deficiencies of the living entities. Being imperfect, living entities are illusioned and subject to commit mistakes. They also have the tendency to cheat others. When one who has no knowledge tries to become a teacher or preacher, he is actually cheating others. Since we ourselves do not possess perfect knowledge, we simply try to teach what Sri Bhagavan says. We do not manufacture our own teachings. So-called scholars and learned men manufacture their own teachings and give their opinions. In the West especially, we find much philosophical speculation and mental gymnastics, but such philosophy can never be perfect. We have to take our ideas from Bhagavan. Then they will be perfect. We read Bhagavad Gita because it is perfect. There is no mistake in it. There is no illusion in it. There is no cheating in it. Nor is it delivered by one whose senses are imperfect. Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita 7.26, O Arjuna, as the Supreme Personality of Godhead, I know everything that has happened in the past, all that is happening in the present, and all things that are yet to come. I also know all living entities. But me no one knows. God knows everything, but we do not know what is God. That is our position. Our position is not knowing. Varasarva Bhtnhdde Rajuna Tihadi, Bhagavad Gita 18.61. Vara, God, Krishna, is situated in everyone's heart. Sarvasya Siha HD Saniva. I have entered into everyone's heart. Bhagavad Gita 15.15. The Supreme Lord refers not only to the hearts of human beings but to those of animals and everything else. Brahma Sahit 5.35. The Supreme Lord is within the atom as Paramtm, and therefore he is also within the individual soul. Being within everything, he knows everything. Since he knows everything, we have to take lessons from him. If we take what Bhagavan says as perfect knowledge, we receive perfect knowledge. For receiving this knowledge, there is a disciplic succession, parampar, which is described in Bhagavad Gita 4.2. This supreme science was thus received through the chain of disciplic succession, and the saintly kings understood it in that way. This Krishna consciousness philosophy is very easy because we do not manufacture ideas. We take the ideas and the words delivered by the Supreme Person, Krishna, or his incarnation or representative. His representative does not say anything which Krishna himself does not say. It is very easy to be a representative, but one cannot be a representative of Krishna if one tries to interpret Krishna's words in a whimsical way. There is no authority superior to Sri Krishna, and if we stick to this principle, we can become gurus. We don't need to change our position to become a guru. All we have to do is follow in the disciplic succession stemming from Sri Krishna. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has advised. Rajaya Guru Hati Ra-Ida Chaitanya M Ta, Madhya 7.128. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu instructed people to learn from him and then go teach people within their own villages. One may think, I am illiterate and have no education. I was not born in a very high family. How can I become a guru? Chaitanya Mahaprabhu says that it is not very difficult. Vairudekha, T Rekaha Krishna Apade. Simply speak whatever Krishna speaks. Then you become a guru. Whoever speaks what Krishna has not spoken is not a guru but a rascal. A guru only speaks what Krishna has spoken. This is the strict injunction. A scholarly Brahma expert in all subjects of Vedic knowledge is unfit to become a spiritual master without being a Vairava. But a person born in a family of a lower class can become a spiritual master if he is a Vairava. Padma Pare, people are in darkness and they have to be enlightened. We have finally come from the animal kingdom to the human form, and now this human form gives us the opportunity to get out of the cycle of birth and death. The mission of this Krishna Consciousness Society is to awaken people to their original consciousness. Jai Vajayga, Goraknda Bail. The word Goraknda refers to Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, who tells the living entity, get up, get up. How long will you continue to sleep? Kota Niter Yomy Pisi Rakol. The same is stated here. It is the prime business of human beings to connect again with the Supreme Soul. The purpose of yoga is to awaken to Krishna consciousness and connect oneself again with Krishna. That is Daitmika Yoga. Yoga does not mean showing some mystic magic. The Supreme Yoga is described by Sri Krishna himself in Bhagavad Gita 6.47. And of all yogas, he who always abides in me with great faith, worshipping me in transcendental loving service, is most intimately united with me in yoga and is the highest of all. There are many yogas and many different types of yoga systems, and all of these are discussed in Bhagavad Gita. There is Hatha Yoga, Karma Yoga, Jnana Yoga and Arya Yoga. However, the real yoga system is meant for reviving our connection with Krishna. Here it is said, Yoga Daitmika Puesam, Daitmika. We are living entities, souls. It is not that we are disconnected from Krishna, but we have simply forgotten him. It is not possible to be disconnected, but it is possible to be covered. In the words of Krishna in Bhagavad Gita 7.25, I am never manifest to the foolish and unintelligent. For them I am covered by my eternal creative potency Yogam Y. And so the deluded world knows me not, who am unborn and infallible. There is yoga, and there is Yogam Y. Yogam Y means forgetfulness. First of all we have to understand what is the soul. At the present moment, people are in such darkness that they do not even understand the soul. Therefore Bhagavad Gita first of all teaches what the soul is. As the embodied soul continually passes in this body from boyhood to youth to old age, the soul similarly passes into another body at death. The self-realized soul is not bewildered by such a change. The word de means the proprietor of the body. We are thinking, I am this body, but actually this is not so. We are the proprietors of the body, and that is the real understanding of the self. We do not say, I am this finger or I am this hand. Rather, we say, this is my finger, this is my head, this is my leg, etc. Similarly, the same can be said about the entire body. This is my body. This means that I am the proprietor of this body. The body has been given by MY, the material energy. The bewildered spirit soul, under the influence of the three modes of material nature, thinks himself to be the doer of activities that are in actuality carried out by nature. Bhagavad Gita 3.27 The living entity receives different types of bodies according to karma. One living entity may receive a cat body, another a dog body, and so forth. Why are there so many different bodies? Why not one kind of body? The answer to this is also given in Bhagavad Gita 13.22. It is due to his association with the modes of material nature. Thus he meets with good and evil among various species. Because the soul within the body associates with the three modes of material nature, goodness, passion and ignorance, he receives different types of bodies. One doesn't have to aspire for his next body. One need only rest assured that it will be a different body. On the other hand, Krishna does not say what kind of body one will be awarded. That depends on qualification. If one associates with the mode of goodness, he is elevated to the higher planetary systems. If he associates with the mode of passion, he remains here. And if one associates with the mode of ignorance and darkness, he goes down to lower life forms, animals, trees and plants. This is the proclamation of Sri Krishna in Bhagavad Gita 14.18. Those situated in the mode of goodness gradually go upward to the higher planets. Those in the mode of passion live on the earthly planets. And those in the mode of ignorance go down to the hellish worlds. There are 8,400,000 species of life, and all of these arise from one's association with the modes of nature. And, according to the body, one undergoes distress and happiness. One cannot expect a dog to enjoy the same happiness that a king or rich man enjoys. Whether one enjoys this or that happiness or suffers this or that distress, both distress and happiness are due to the material body. Yoga means transcending the distress or happiness of the material body. If we connect ourselves with Krishna through the Supreme Yoga, we can get rid of material happiness and distress arising from the body. Reconnecting with Krishna is called Bhakti Yoga, and Krishna comes to instruct us in this Supreme Yoga. In essence, he says, just revive your connection with me, you rascal. Give up all these manufactured yogas and religions and just surrender unto me. That is Krishna's instruction, and Krishna's representative, the incarnation or the Guru, says the same thing. Although Kapila Deva is an incarnation of Krishna, he acts as the representative of Krishna, the Guru. If we just accept the principle of surrender unto Krishna, we will become actually transcendental to so-called material happiness. We should not be captivated by material happiness or aggrieved by material distress. These are causes for bondage. Material happiness is not actual happiness. It is actually distress. We try to be happy by obtaining money, but money is not very easily obtained, and we have to undergo a great deal of distress to get it. However, we accept this distress with the hope of getting some false happiness. If we purify our senses, on the other hand, we can come to the spiritual platform. Real happiness lies in engaging our senses to satisfy the senses of Krishna. In this way our senses are spiritualized, and this is called Daitmika Yoga or Bhakti Yoga. This is the yoga that Lord Kapila Deva is herein expounding. 8. Bhakti Yoga. The Supreme Yoga System. Text 14. O most pious mother, I shall now explain unto you the ancient yoga system, which I explained formerly to the great sages. It is serviceable and practical in every way. The Lord does not manufacture a new system of yoga. Sometimes it is claimed that someone has become an incarnation of God and is expounding a new theological aspect of the absolute truth. But here we find that although Kapila Muni is the Lord himself and is capable of manufacturing a new doctrine for his mother, he nevertheless says, I shall just explain the ancient system that I once explained to the great sages because they were also anxious to hear about it. When we have a super excellent process already present in Vedic scriptures, there is no need to concoct a new system to mislead the innocent public. At present it has become a fashion to reject the standard system and present something bogus in the name of a newly invented process of yoga. The supreme ancient system of yoga pertains to the soul. Presently, in America especially, Hatha yoga is very popular. It appeals to fat ladies who go to the classes to reduce and keep their digestive systems regular. Many people are interested in this kind of gymnastic yoga, but real yoga is Daitmika. Daitmika means to awaken the soul to his proper position. The soul is Purua, spirit, and his business is to reconnect his lost relationship with Krishna. Herein Kapila Deva says that he previously delivered this yoga system to the great sages. This is the process of Rava, hearing. One must be very eager to hear, for spiritual life begins with hearing. Bhakti Rasamta Sindhu 1.2. 234. It is thus stated in the Stras that it is not possible to appreciate or understand Krishna with our blunt material senses. Krishna's name, form, qualities, pastimes, paraphernalia and abode are all part and parcel of Krishna. However, understanding Krishna begins with hearing and chanting his name. Then there is his form. Generally, for the neophyte these items are essential, to hear his name and qualities and see and worship his form. That is Krishna's personal instruction. Engage your mind always in thinking of me, offer obeisances and worship me. Bhagavad Gita 9.34 Bhagavan Shri Krishna is present in the temple deity, and even if a child comes to offer his respects, he is counted as a devotee. A small child may not know anything, but simply by seeing the deity, chanting and dancing, he is benefited. Temples are meant to give everyone a chance to advance in Krishna consciousness one step at a time. A little advancement on this path can protect one from the most dangerous type of fear. Bhagavad Gita 2.40 Even if we do a little on the path of bhakti, it goes to our account. For instance, if we deposit only $2 in a savings bank, it is kept in our account and it will increase with interest. Similarly, if one performs even a little devotional service, it is not lost. One may come and join this Krishna consciousness movement, render some service and after a while fall down. However, whatever service has been rendered is to one's permanent credit. That will never be lost. When one begins again, he begins at the point where he has left off. This is the instruction of Bhagavad Gita 6.41. The unsuccessful yogi is born into a family of righteous people or into a family of rich aristocracy. Thus if one fails to perfect his bhakti yoga, he is given another chance in the next life. According to a Bengali poem, Uchihe Musaihe Yadi Krishna Taij Musaihe Uchihe Yadi Krishna Baj. If one takes to Krishna consciousness, even if he is born in a family of a cobbler, Musai, he becomes greater than a Brahma Uchi. However, if one is born in a Brahma family and gives up Krishna consciousness, he becomes a Musai, a cobbler. Thus the door of devotion is open to everyone, whoever he may be. Krishna himself says that regardless of one's position, if one takes shelter of him, one can approach the supreme destination. O son of Pth, those who take shelter in me, though they be of lower birth, women, Vyas merchants, as well as dress workers, can approach the supreme destination. Bhagavad Gita 9.32 and Ukadeva Goswami says, Kurta, H.A., Ndra, Pulinda, Pulka A, Bhra, Yavana and the Kaso races and even others who are addicted to sinful acts can be purified by taking shelter of the devotees of the Lord due to his being the supreme power. I beg to offer my respectful obeisances unto him. Srimad Bhagavatam 2.4, 18. Krishna consciousness is so complete that it is all-embracing. Everyone has an occupational duty as a Brahma, Kshatriya, Vaishya or Dra, but one does not have to give up his occupational duty to take to Krishna consciousness. And if one takes to Krishna consciousness but does not succeed, what has he lost? Even if he falls down, there is no loss. On the other hand, if a man perfectly performs his own duties, Svadharma, but is not Krishna conscious, what does he gain? There is actually no gain. Kapila Deva explains that once one takes to the path of bhakti yoga, one never actually falls down. Once begun, bhakti yoga continues even if one temporarily falls down. One is given another chance by taking birth in a good family, either in a wealthy family, a learned family or a Brahma family. If one executes his duties as a Brahma, you will be very pleased, and if one executes his duties perfectly as a Kshatriya or Dra, you will also be very pleased. One does not have to change one's position. In Bhagavad Gita 18.46, Sri Krishna says that every man can become perfect by following his qualities of work. By worship of the Lord, who is the source of all beings and who is all-pervading, man can, in the performance of his own duty, attain perfection. Thus if one executes his duties as a perfect Kshatriya, Vaishya, Dra or whatever, you will be pleased. The purpose of work is to please you. Unfortunately, people have forgotten this. Varama Dharma, the Vedic system of society, is therefore very important in that it is meant to give human beings a chance to perfect their lives by pleasing Krishna. Unfortunately, the Varama Dharma has been lost in this age. Therefore Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, just to give relief to the rotting, conditioned souls of this age of Kali Yuga, has given us the Maha Mantra. In this age of quarrel and hypocrisy, the only means of deliverance is chanting of the holy name of the Lord. There is no other way. There is no other way. There is no other way. Bihan and Radyapur although we may try to revive the perfect Varama system, it is not possible in this age. People are fallen, disturbed and unfortunate. O learned one, in this iron age of Kali men have but short lives. They are quarrelsome, lazy, misguided, unlucky and, above all, always disturbed. Srimad Bhagavatam 1.1 10. In this age, there will be insufficient rainfall and food, and the government will plunder one's income by heavy taxation. All of these characteristics of Kali Yuga are described in Srimad Bhagavatam. People will become so disgusted that they will suddenly leave their wife and children and go to the forest. How can the peaceful Varama Dharma be revived when people are so harassed in this age? It is virtually impossible. Therefore the system of Bhakti Yoga, the chanting of the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra, should be adopted. The whole aim of Bhakti Yoga is to satisfy Vu. Yai Sake Ratana Pri. Vu, Krishna, came himself as Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to teach us the way of Sake Ratana. Presently it has become fashionable to manufacture a new system of religion, but Kapila Deva, like Krishna, does not manufacture anything new. This system is not new, but very old. Krishna also says the same in Bhagavad Gita 4.2, Ava Parampar Prtamima Arjarao Vidyu. This supreme science was thus received through the chain of disciplic succession, and the saintly kings understood it in that way. Thus Krishna and Kapila Deva are not teaching anything new. They are simply repeating the same message because, in the course of time, the knowledge has been lost. Arjuna asks, why are you telling me? Why not another? Sri Krishna answers, Bhakto Simi Sakchati. Because you are my devotee as well as my friend. Bhagavad Gita 4.3. Thus without being a bhakta, a devotee of Krishna's, one cannot actually understand the science of Bhakti Yoga. Understanding Bhagavad Gita means understanding Krishna. All this information is explained only in the Bhakti Sampradaya, not in any other school. Therefore Krishna says at the conclusion of Bhagavad Gita 18.55, Bhakti Abhiyanti. If one actually wants to understand Krishna and one's relationship with him, one must take to this process of Bhakti Yoga. Bhakti Yoga as explained by Lord Kapila Deva is Eskaya Yoga. Lord Kapila Deva states here, the word anagh refers to one without sin. The word aga refers to past sins and means without. Therefore one cannot understand Krishna consciousness unless he is free from sin. Yudivanta gata pipam. One can stick to Krishna consciousness only when one is completely free from all sinful reactions. One may say, that will take some time. I cannot get free from sinful reactions overnight. However, Krishna says, no, this can be done immediately. Simply surrender unto me, and I will absolve you from all sin. Thus by simply surrendering unto Krishna, our spiritual life begins. We have to understand that we receive different bodies due to our sinful actions. Now we are given a chance to execute our duty in the human form. Janmanamanti. We have received this body through the evolutionary processes, and this human form is a great opportunity. Narottama Sa H. Kura sings, Hari Hari Vifail Janama Goanu. My dear Lord Krishna, I have simply wasted my time. Why? Because I have received the human form of life, which is meant for understanding Krishna, yet I have simply wasted my time by not taking advantage of this opportunity. I have done everything but worship RDH Krishna. Therefore I have taken poison knowingly. When one takes poison knowingly, he commits suicide, and not taking advantage of the human form is something like that. If we do not understand Krishna in this life, we are knowingly taking poison. This material life is just like a blazing forest fire. Eating, sleeping, enjoying sex and defending are the main material activities. When we are engaged simply in these things, our hearts are always burning as if we had taken poison. How can we be cured? My dear Lord, you have given us the medicine of Hari and Masake Ratana, the chanting of Hare Krishna. Unfortunately, I have no attraction for your holy names. It is also stated, Krishna has now come as Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, the son of Mother Asi, and Balarama has come as Lord Nityananda. What is their business? They are delivering all kinds of sinful men simply by chanting Hare Krishna. And what is the evidence of this? The evidence is that Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Nityananda Prabhu delivered the sinful Jagai and Mdhi. At the present moment everyone is like Jagai and Mdhi, for everyone is intoxicated and mad after sex. Now, by the grace of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, thousands of Jagas and Mdhs are being delivered. It is this active medicine, this Hare Krishna Maha Mantra, that is doing it. It is the perfect yoga system. This process is not manufactured, and we have not concocted anything. Our business is simply to accept the words of Krishna as they are. Sri Krishna himself characterizes his devotee in this way, always chanting my glories, endeavoring with great determination, bowing down before me. These great souls perpetually worship me with devotion. Bhagavad Gita 9.14. We do not need to be very learned. Our only requirement is that we receive the blessings of the Lord. The Lord's blessings will enable us to become learned and follow His instructions. We only need to stick to this Krishna consciousness movement on the basis of Bhagavad Gita. When we are a little further advanced, we can read Srimad Bhagavatam. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu himself has opened the way with this Sankirtana movement. The entire world is in darkness without Krishna consciousness, and in this age people are so dull that they do not even know the difference between mukti, liberation, and bandha, bondage. If a human being does not know this difference, he is no better than an animal. Presently we are under the sway of the three gunas, the modes of material nature, Sattva Guna, Rajo Guna and Tamo Guna. Out of these three gunas, Sattva Guna, the mode of goodness, is the best. Abhyarthma, characterized by the mode of goodness, is truthful and self-controlled. He controls his mind and senses, and he is very tolerant and simple. He has full knowledge, and he knows how to apply knowledge in life. He has full faith in the authority of the Vedas, a quality called stikyum. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has explained the difference between stikyum and stikyum. According to Vedic understanding, one who does not believe in the Vedas is called Anstika. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu says, Veda Anamni Bauda Hayata Anstika Chaitanya Karatam Ta, Madhya 6.168. Lord Buddha defied Vedic authority, but his mission was to stop animal killing. In the Vedas there are recommendations for animal sacrifice, and therefore to prevent the killing of animals, Lord Buddha rejected the Vedas. Such sacrifice is not possible in this age because there is no Bhyarthma qualified to carry it out. Those who are intelligent know that such a sacrifice cannot be successful in this age because no one knows the proper mantras capable of giving an old animal the body of a new animal. When an animal sacrifice is properly conducted, an old animal is sacrificed, and it emerges from the fire in a new body. This is not possible in this age, but what is possible is Sankirtana Yaga, the chanting of the Hare Krishna Maha mantra. This is the yaga, or sacrifice, especially intended for this age. We need only chant Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Arma, Arma, Hare. By performing this yaga, the results will be Sito Darpa Emryanam, the mirror of the mind will be cleansed. When the mirror of the mind is cleansed, one is automatically liberated. Consciousness is the main principle, either for conditional life or for liberated life. We are therefore proposing Krishna consciousness, which means liberation from the repetition of birth and death. Unfortunately, people are so dull in this age that they have no idea how birth and death can be stopped. They think that birth and death cannot be stopped. Even famous scientists admit this. However, in Bhagavad Gita Sri Krishna says that we should always keep in mind the four miserable conditions. These are birth, old age, disease and death. When we are able to put an end to these, we are liberated. This simply requires that we clear our consciousness by thinking of Krishna. The purpose of this Krishna consciousness movement is to keep our minds constantly on Krishna. Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and he is a person. When he was realized by Arjuna, he was addressed as Puruam. God is Purua, male, not female. Purua means the enjoyer and Prakti means the enjoyed. Everything is enjoyed by the Supreme Purua. It is also stated that we are actually Prakti, not Purua. The human dress is simply illusion. We are thinking that we are Purua, the enjoyer, but actually we are the enjoyed. A man, thinking of enjoying himself, tries to imitate Purua, but actually he is Prakti. As a consequence, he is cast into this material world. Because the living entity wants to enjoy the material world and is attached to the three gunas, he receives different types of bodies. One who is in the mode of goodness receives the body of a learned Bhyarthma. This is somewhat elevated, for he can gradually understand what is God. In the modes of passion and ignorance, no one can understand God. Also, from the material point of view, if one is situated in the mode of goodness, he can be elevated to higher planetary systems. Nonetheless, even if one goes to Brahmaloka, the highest planet in the material atmosphere, one is not actually perfectly situated. There is really no benefit because even on Brahmaloka the four miseries of material existence are found. Birth, old age, disease and death. Lord Brahma also dies and takes birth. From Vedic literatures we understand that Lord Brahma took birth from the lotus flower generated from the navel of Viyu. Thus he had his birth, and when Lord Brahma dies, the entire material cosmic manifestation will be finished. Just as Lord Brahma undergoes birth, old age, disease and death, so also a small ant or insect undergoes the same process. The The point is that the living entity has to be free from this bondage because he is by nature eternal. According to Bhagavad Gita, the living entity never actually takes birth and he never actually dies. Najayat mriyat vikadsit. For the soul there is never birth nor death. Bhagavad Gita 2.20. It is the body that is destined to die, whether the body be that of Lord Brahma or of a small ant. One should not think that one is liberated because one can live millions and millions of years. The life of Lord Brahma covers millions of earth years, yet he is also subjected to birth and death. That is the way of conditional life. We should take advantage of the perfect knowledge given by Vedic literatures, by the Gretas and Bhagavan Kapila Deva, as well as by Bhagavan Sri Krishna, in order to attain liberation from the cycle of birth and death. Receiving Krishna consciousness means receiving light. People are exhausted with the materialistic way of life, especially in the West. Now the Krishna consciousness movement is giving new life to Western society. By nature, we living entities are liberated. There is actually no question of birth, death, old age and disease. Since we are part and parcel of Krishna, the Supreme Lord, how can there be a question of these things? Krishna is Saksidananda Vigraha, and being part and parcel of Krishna, we are also of the same nature. We are equal in quality, although not in quantity. Why, then, should we suffer the pangs of death? Therefore in the previous verse Kapila Deva instructed, Yoga Daitmikapu Esmatoni Rayasya. The soul is entrapped in the body, and the process of perfect yoga is the process of saving the soul from bodily confinement and the four miseries that plague the body. How can this perfect yoga be attained? That is explained by Lord Kapila in the next verse. Rata Vipusi Mukte. If our consciousness is simply attached to Krishna, we will be liberated. The great souls are always chanting about Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Arma, 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 Hare. They are also endeavoring with great determination in their devotional service. For instance, in the Krishna consciousness temples the devotees rise early in the morning at 4:00 am, and they immediately bathe. Then they go to Mangalarati at 4:30, and after Mangalarati they study the Vedic literatures. These are the processes by which we can awaken our dormant love for Krishna. Because we are part and parcel of Krishna, just as a son is part and parcel of his father, there is a natural love between us. However, somehow or other the son leaves home and forgets his father. The father, of course, never forgets his son. He thinks, oh, my son has left. If he would only come back. Krishna thinks in this way. We are all sons of Krishna, and Krishna is more anxious to get us back home, back to Godhead, than we are to go. Therefore Krishna comes and says, you rascal, give up all this nonsensical material engagement. You have manufactured so many religions and dharmas. Just give them all up and simply surrender unto me. Krishna comes himself and leaves behind his words. His words are also himself because his words are absolute. Presently we do not see Krishna, but if we actually advance, we will see him. When we see the deity in the temple, we think, oh, this is an idol. It is not Krishna. If we think in this way, we have not seen Krishna. Krishna is also present in his words in Bhagavad Gita. That is Krishna V, the message of Krishna. The stage of awareness of Krishna can be attained when one is advanced in Krishna consciousness. Then one can understand that Krishna is present in the deity, in Bhagavad Gita, in the taste of water, in the sunshine, in the moonshine and in all sound. Krishna is present everywhere, but one has to acquire knowledge in order to know how to see Krishna. That is mukti, liberation. That is Krishna consciousness. That is also the process of bhakti yoga, rava kairatana vo smaram. Deity worship is arkanam, chanting is vandanam, and DCM is working for Krishna and spreading this Krishna consciousness movement. Generally we experience that people are primarily interested in seeing Krishna, but why is the emphasis on seeing? Let us hear about him. We must come with a little faith, and as we hear, that faith will increase. One should come to the temple, listen to talks about Krishna, and then, after some time, officially take initiation into the service of the Lord. That is called Bhajanakri. At that time one has to abandon illicit sex, intoxication, meat eating and gambling. If one is still attached to all these habits, he should know that he is not making progress. When one is actually advanced in Bhajanakri, all these anarthas, unwanted things, will be finished. Paradivinaivartate. When one appreciates something better, he rejects all kinds of nonsense. Once one gets a taste of Krishna consciousness, he cannot remain without it. A drunkard cannot remain without a drink, but a devotee is drunk with Krishna consciousness. The immunization against all material diseases is this Krishna consciousness. To be immune to the infection of the guas, we have to engage in bhakti yoga. Once we attain the perfectional stage, we attain ecstatic love of Godhead. In that state we cannot remain without Krishna for a moment. That is called bhva, and that bhva may increase to ma-bhva. This is not possible for ordinary human beings, but it was possible for the gopis and rdhr. Indeed, they could not live without Krishna. This is the highest stage of liberation. 9. Purifying the mind for self-realization. Text 15. The stage in which the consciousness of the living entity is attracted by the three modes of material nature is called conditional life. But when that same consciousness is attached to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, one is situated in the consciousness of liberation. There is a distinction here between Krishna consciousness and my consciousness. Gu or my consciousness involves attachment to the three material modes of nature, under which one works sometimes in goodness and knowledge, sometimes in passion and sometimes in ignorance. These different qualitative activities, with the central attachment for material enjoyment, are the cause of one's conditional life. When the same Setta, or consciousness, is transferred to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, or when one becomes Krishna conscious, he is on the path of liberation. Text 16. When one is completely cleansed of the impurities of lust and greed produced from the false identification of the body as I and bodily possessions as mine, one's mind becomes purified. In that pure state he transcends the stage of material happiness and distress. Kama and Labha are the symptoms of material existence. Everyone always desires to possess something. It is said here that desire and greed are the products of false identification of oneself with the body. When one becomes free from this contamination, his mind and consciousness also become freed and attain their original state. Mind, consciousness and the living entity exist. Whenever we speak of the living entity, this includes the mind and consciousness. The difference between conditional life and liberated life occurs when we purify the mind and the consciousness. When they are purified, one becomes transcendental to material happiness and distress. In the beginning, Lord Kapila has said that perfect yoga enables one to transcend the platform of material distress and happiness. How this can be done is explained here. One has to purify his mind and consciousness. This can be done by the Bhakti Yoga system. As explained in the Enradapakartra, one's mind and senses should be purified. Tat Paratvina Nirmalam. One's senses must be engaged in devotional service of the Lord. That is the process. The mind must have some engagement. One cannot make the mind vacant. Of course, there are some foolish attempts to try to make the mind vacant or void, but that is not possible. The only process that will purify the mind is to engage it in Krishna. The mind must be engaged. If we engage our mind in Krishna, naturally the consciousness becomes fully purified, and there is no chance that material desire and greed will enter. Our mind is our friend, and our mind is our enemy. If it is cleansed, it is a friend, and if it is dirty, we contract material diseases. If we keep ourselves clean, pure, we will not be contaminated. According to Vedic civilization, one has to cleanse himself externally 3 times daily, once in the morning, again at noon, and again in the evening. Those who strictly follow the Brahminical rules and regulations follow this process. Cleanliness is next to godliness. Conditional life means that the mind is covered with dirty things, and this is our disease. When we are in the lower modes of Tamogu and Rajogu, these dirty things are very prominent. One has to raise himself to the mode of Sattva, goodness, by the process of Sakairatana and Rava. One has to hear Krishna Kath. Krishna is within everyone's heart. The individual soul is part and parcel of Krishna, and Krishna wants the individual soul to turn to him. Unfortunately, the conditioned soul is attached to material enjoyment, and this is the cause of his bondage to birth, death, old age and disease. He is so foolish that he does not take into consideration that these miseries are repeated. He is like an ass that belongs to a washerman who loads him down with heavy clothes. For a few morsels of grass, the ass has to carry heavy loads all day, although not a single piece of clothing belongs to him. This is the way of the karmas. They may become big multimillionaires, but they are just like asses, working hard day and night. Regardless of how much money they may have, their stomachs can only hold so much, and they require only 6 feet of space to sleep. Nonetheless, these big karmas are thinking themselves very important. They think, without me, all the members of my nation will die. Let me work day and night to the point of death. People are thinking, I belong to this family, this nation, this community. I have this duty or that duty and so on. People do not know that these are all false designations. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu therefore enjoins J. Varasvar Pahaya K. Aranitya Disa. Our actual position is that of eternal servants of Krishna. We are mistakenly thinking that we are servants of a family or nation, but this is due to ignorance. Tamogua. However, we can attain the platform of Sattvagua by following the instructions given in Bhagavad Gita. Hearing Krishna Kath topics about Krishna clears all the dirty things from the mind. Also, if we chant and dance, these dirty things will be wiped away. The mind is the cause of bondage, and the mind is the cause of liberation. When it is dirty, it brings about bondage. In conditional life, we take birth, remain for some time, and enjoy or suffer. But really there is no question of enjoyment. There is only suffering. When we die, we have to give up the body and then take on another body. We immediately enter the womb of another mother, stay for 9 months or so, and then come out. Then a new chapter of life begins. This is conditioned life, and it goes on again and again and again. In this way we undergo the tribulations of birth, old age, disease and death. The dogs and cats cannot understand this process, but we can understand it in human life through the Vedic literatures. If we don't take advantage of these literatures, all our education is for nothing. People actually waste their time talking politics, sociology, anthropology, and so on. They read many literatures that do not glorify the Supreme Lord Hari, and thus they waste their time. This Krishna consciousness movement is giving everyone a chance to become pious. Puyarava Kairatana. It is not necessary to give money or bathe in the Ganges. There are many pious activities and many processes recommended in the stras for becoming pious. However, in Kali Yuga people have lost all their stamina. They are so sinful that there is no question of becoming pious through all these prescribed methods. The only means is hearing about Krishna and chanting his names. Krishna has given us ears to hear and a tongue to speak. We can hear from a realized soul and thus perfect our lives. In this way we are given a chance to purify ourselves. Unless we are purified, we cannot become devotees. Human life is meant for purification. Unfortunately in this age people are not interested in Krishna, and they suffer through material existence one life after another. In one life they may be very opulent. Then they don't care about the next life. They think, let me eat, drink and be merry. This is going on all over the world, but the stras say that people are making mistakes in this way. And na pramata karut vikarma, Srimad Bhagavatam 5.5.4. People have become mad with sense gratification, and therefore they engage in all sorts of forbidden things. Karma means regulated work, and vikarma means just the opposite, unlawful, forbidden activities. The word akarma means that one is not affected by the results of work. As stated in Bhagavad Gita 3.9, work done as a sacrifice for Viyu has to be performed, otherwise work binds one to this material world. Therefore, O son of Kunt, perform your prescribed duties for his satisfaction, and in that way you will always remain unattached and free from bondage. When people are in the modes of passion and ignorance, they perform vikarma. They do not care for their future lives, and they are habituated to eating anything and everything, just like hogs. They do not care for the strict injunctions, and they are totally irresponsible. They are just like street boys who have no education and do not care for anything. Such urchins do whatever they like, for their fathers and mothers do not care for them. Life in ignorance, tamogua, is such a careless life. People simply act unlawfully, not considering the results of their actions. They act for sense gratification, and actually they take pleasure in committing sins. In Calcutta I have seen people taking pleasure in cutting the throats of chickens and laughing when the chicken jumps and flaps about. Sometimes in Western countries students are taken to slaughterhouses just to see how the cows are butchered. In this age, people take pleasure in committing all kinds of sins. They have no brains to see that this body is temporary and full of suffering. They are completely in the mode of darkness, just like the animals they slaughter. There may be many animals in a pasture, and if one takes an animal aside and cuts its throat, the other animals will simply stand, look, and continue eating grass. They do not realize that the next time they may be slaughtered. The people in Kali Yuga are in the same situation, but the Krishna consciousness movement is trying to give these rascals a little sense. We are saying, don't remain animals. Become human beings. In the words of Caitanya Mahaprabhu, forgetting Krishna, the living entity has been attracted by the external feature from time immemorial. Therefore the illusory energy, my, gives him all kinds of misery in his material existence. Kaitanya Ta, Madhya 20.117. When one forgets his relationship with Krishna, he acts in a very foolish way, and my gives him one misery after another. It is also stated, the conditioned soul cannot revive his Krishna consciousness by his own effort. But out of causeless mercy, Lord Krishna compiled the Vedic literature and its supplements, the Puras. Kaitanya Ta, Madhya 20.122. The Vedic literatures, the Vedanta, Upanishads, Rmya, Mahabharata and many others should be utilized if we wish to become free from the contamination of Tamogu and Rajogu. The whole world is revolving due to Kama and Labha. Kama means lusty desire and Labha means greed. People cannot have enough sex or money, and because of this, their hearts are filled with contaminations, which have to be cleansed by hearing, repeating and chanting. Human life is meant to get rid of anarthas, unwanted things, but where is the university or college where this science of purification is taught? The only institution is this Krishna Consciousness Society. Krishna is within the heart, and the contaminations are also there, but Krishna will help us cleanse them. Na Pruvabhadra Unitya Bhgavata Save, Srimad Bhagavatam 1.2.18. We must regularly hear Srimad Bhagavatam and chant Hare Krishna. These are the two processes recommended by Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Haridsa H. Kura was chanting 300,000 holy names a day, but we have fixed the number at 16 rounds. Nonetheless, we are so unfortunate and fallen that we cannot even perform them. We should not waste our time reading and talking nonsense, but should engage in the study of Srimad Bhagavatam. Our time is very valuable, and we should not waste it. Akaya Paita has said, Uakaya Eko Pinalabhya Svarako. We may live for 100 years, but not one moment of these 100 years can be returned, not even if we are prepared to pay millions of dollars. We cannot add a moment, nor can we get a moment back. If time is money, we should just consider how much money we have lost. However, time is even more precious because it cannot be regained. Therefore not a single moment should be lost. Human life should be utilized only for chanting and reading Vedic literatures. The International Society for Krishna Consciousness is publishing many books so that people can utilize their time properly by reading them and make their lives successful. Not only should we read Srimad Bhagavatam, but we should also serve the person Bhgavata, one whose life is nothing but Srimad Bhagavatam. Nitya Bhgavata Save. By this process we can attain the stage of Bhagavad Bhakti, but first we must get rid of all these anarthas, unwanted things. Presently we are wasting our time thinking, this is my country, this is my nation, this is my body and my family and so on. Nitya Bhgavata Save. We can vanquish all these false conceptions when we come to the platform of Sattva Gua. Then we will not be disturbed by Tamogu or Rajogu, nor by Kama or Labha, lust and greed. This is the Vasudeva platform. O Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Lord Kapila Deva, in the next verse, points out the results that follow the successful completion of this purificatory process. Text 17. At that time the soul can see himself to be transcendental to material existence and always self-effulgent, never fragmented, although very minute in size. In the state of pure consciousness, or Krishna consciousness, one can see himself as a minute particle non-different from the Supreme Lord. As stated in Bhagavad Gita, the Jiva, or the individual soul, is eternally part and parcel of the Supreme Lord. Just as the sun's rays are minute particles of the brilliant sun, so a living entity is a minute particle of the Supreme Spirit. The individual soul and the Supreme Lord are not separated as in material differentiation. The individual soul is a particle from the very beginning. One should not think that because the individual soul is a particle, it is fragmented from the whole spirit. Veda philosophy enunciates that the whole spirit exists, but a part of it, which is called the Jiva, is entrapped by illusion. This philosophy, however, is unacceptable because spirit cannot be divided like a fragment of matter. That part, the Jiva, is eternally apart. As long as the Supreme Spirit exists, his part and parcel also exists. As long as the sun exists, the molecules of the sun's rays also exist. The Jiva particle is estimated in the Vedic literature to be 1/10,000th the size of the upper portion of a hair. He is therefore infinitesimal. The Supreme Spirit is infinite, but the living entity, or individual soul, is infinitesimal, although he is not different in quality from the Supreme Spirit. Two words in this verse are to be particularly noted. One is Nirantaram, which means non-different or of the same quality. The individual soul is also expressed here as Amnam. Amnam means infinitesimal. The Supreme Spirit is all-pervading, but the very small spirit is the individual soul. Akaitam means not exactly fragmented but constitutionally always infinitesimal. No one can separate the molecular parts of the sunshine from the sun, but at the same time the molecular part of the sunshine is not as expansive as the sun itself. Similarly, the living entity, by his constitutional position, is qualitatively the same as the Supreme Spirit, but he is infinitesimal. Self-realization means seeing one's proper identity as the infinitesimal Jiva. At the present moment we are seeing the body, but this is not our proper identity. We have no vision of the real person occupying the body. The first lesson we received from Bhagavad Gita 2.13 informs us that the body and the owner of the body are different. When we can understand that we are not the body, that is the beginning of self-realization, and that is called the Brahma Bhajta stage. Aha Brahmsmi, I am not this material body, but spirit soul. And what are the characteristics of the Jiva, the soul? First of all, he is Amnam, very minute, infinitesimal. We are also Jyoti, effulgent, like God, but God is Brahma Jyotir, all-pervading and infinite. According to the MYVD theory, we are the same as that Brahma Jyotir. MYVDs give the example of a pot and the sky. Outside the pot there is sky, and within the pot there is sky. The separation is only due to the wall of the pot. When the pot is broken, the inside and outside become one. However, this example does not properly apply to the soul, as it is described in Bhagavad Gita 2.24. This individual soul is unbreakable and insoluble, and can be neither burned nor dried. He is everlasting, all-pervading, unchangeable, immovable and eternally the same. The soul cannot be cut in pieces or segmented. This means that the soul is eternally, perpetually minute. We are the eternal parts and parcels of Sri Krishna. As Sri Krishna himself states in Bhagavad Gita 15.7, the living entities in the conditioned world are my eternal, fragmental parts. The word Santana means eternal and the word A means particles. God, Krishna, is very great. No one is equal to him or greater than him. It is said that God is great, but we do not actually realize how great God is. He is so great that millions of universes are emanating from the pores of his body. The Brahmas and other lords of the mundane worlds appear from the pores of the Mahaviyu and remain alive for the duration of his one exhalation. I adore the primeval Lord, Govinda, for Mahaviyu is a portion of his plenary portion. Brahma Sahit 5.48 millions of universes emanate from the breathing of the Mahaviyu. In the 10th chapter of Bhagavad Gita, Krishna gives Arjuna some indication of his infinite glory, and he concludes his descriptions with the following statement, Bhagavad Gita 10.42. But what need is there, Arjuna, for all this detailed knowledge? With a single fragment of myself I pervade and support this entire universe. This universe, Jagat, is situated on the strength of one part of Krishna's yogic powers. In this way we must understand the greatness of God and our own identity as minute particles. It is stated in the Puras that the individual soul is 1/10,000th part of the tip of a hair. If we could somehow divide the tip of a hair into 10,000 parts, we might begin to understand how the soul is invisible. Self-realization means knowing our identity as small particles. The small particle of spirit soul is within every one of us, but it is not possible to see with material eyes. There is no instrument existing in the material universe by which one can actually see the soul. Because of our inability to perceive the soul, we say it is nirkara, formless. We cannot even calculate its dimension, kara. Although we cannot calculate it, it is there nonetheless. The living entity has full form. There are small microbes and insects we can barely see, but they have an anatomy consisting of many working parts. Within a small insect there is also the spirit soul, and that spirit soul also exists within the elephant and other big animals. When we actually realize our identity as Brahman, our life becomes successful. Presently we are identifying with the body, but as long as we do so, we are no better than cats and dogs, although we may have a considerable amount of scientific knowledge. Conditioned souls consider the body to be the self, and because of this the Jivas identify themselves as American, Indian, Bhartma, Kshatriya, man, woman, elephant and so forth. Thinking in these bodily terms, people consider their wives and children to be theirs and the land of their birth to be worshipable. Thinking thus, people are willing to fight and die for their country. Presently everyone is laboring under this delusion, but in order to understand our spiritual identity, we must find the proper guru. Realizing our identity means realizing that we are Krishna's eternal parts and parcels, that we are very minute, infinitesimal, and that we have a perpetual and eternal relationship with Krishna, just as a part has its relationship to the whole. At no time can we be as great as Krishna, although we are the same qualitatively. No one is equal to God, and no one is greater than him. If someone claims to be God, he has to prove that no one is equal to him and that no one is greater. If he can do this, he is God. This is a very simple definition. Brahma Sahit 5.1 also verifies this statement. Varaparama Krishna. The word Vara means controller and the word Parama means supreme. We small living entities are controllers to a degree. We can control, at times, our family members, wives, children and so forth. Or we can control our office, factory, country or whatever. There are small controllers and larger controllers. If we go to Brahm, we see that he is controlling the entire universe, but he is not the supreme controller. It is stated in the Stras that Brahm, the greatest living being within this universe, is also meditating in order to learn how to control. Teen Brahma HD Yadi Kava Srimad Bhagavatam 1.1. First of all, Brahm learned to control the universe. Then he became qualified as Brahm. Although he was born Brahm, he still had to be educated. If he was the first living being in the universe, who educated him? Krishna. Sri Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita 10.2, Aham Durhai Devanam. I am the source of the demigods. The original demigods are Brahm, Vivu and Eva. Lord Krishna is Vivu, but he is the instructor of Brahm and Eva. Therefore it is said that Lord Krishna is the source of all the demigods. We should not foolishly claim that we are as great as the Supreme God. We should understand that we are like sparks of the original fire. The spark is also fire, but if it falls from the original flame, it will go out. One should not think that because he is qualitatively one with God, he is God. One may be in Vara, a controller, but one cannot be Varaparama, the supreme controller. It is very fashionable nowadays to claim to have become an Arya, God. The MYVDs address one another as an Arya, and thus everyone supposedly becomes an Arya. In this way we are overcrowded with an Aryas here and there. But how can everyone become an Arya? An Arya is one, and the Stras warn. Whoever thinks Lord Vivu and the demigods are on the same level is to be immediately considered a rogue as far as spiritual understanding is concerned. If one compares an Arya to the demigods, he simply reveals his lack of intelligence. It is also fashionable to speak of Daridra and Arya, poor and Arya, claiming that the poor man in the street is an Arya. But what is this nonsense? An Arya is the exalted supreme personality of Godhead. Even Akarsi Riya says, an Arya Paro Vyakti. An Arya is beyond this universe. Avyakti Asambhava. The entire universe is a product of this Avyakta. We should not compare an Arya to anyone. What to speak of the poor man in the street, Daridra. This is all foolishness. An Arya is Lakampati, the husband and controller of the goddess of fortune. How, then, can he be Daridra? This is all due to misunderstanding. Therefore the Stras warn that if one thinks that the demigods are equal to an Arya, one is an atheist. We should not think that because we have become liberated, we have attained the position of an Arya. By severe austerity and penance one may elevate himself to the position of Brahman, but this is not the position of Para-Brahman. Royakakra Parapadatata, Srimad Bhagavatam 10.2. 32. Although one rises to the platform of Brahman, one again falls down to the material position if he neglects to worship the lotus feet of Krishna. One may rise to the Brahman effulgence, but because there is no shelter there one will return to the material atmosphere. One may go to Brahmaloka, the highest planet in the material sky, but one's position there is temporary. However, in the Paravyoma, the spiritual sky, there are many spiritual planets, called Vaikuhalikas. There are millions of these gigantic planets, and unless we take shelter of one of them, we will fall down again into the material atmosphere. It is not sufficient to rise to the platform of Brahman. Brahman is Sat, being, and a partial realization of the absolute truth. We are actually after Nanda. Saksid Nanda. Sit means knowledge and that is also partial. We must add Nanda, bliss, in order to have complete realization. If we simply fly in the sky, we can't have Nanda. We have to descend to an airport at some time or another. If we simply rise to the Brahman effulgence, we do not experience Nanda. Nanda is experienced when we enter the spiritual planets wherein Arya, Krishna, is present. Parastasam T2 Bh Vonio Vyakto Vyakti Santana, Bhagavad Gita 8.20. We have to enter the eternal planets and associate with the Supreme Personality of Godhead in order to be happy. If we do not attain this position, we will return to the material world. And how can this position be attained? We simply have to try to understand Krishna. Why does he come? What is his business? What is his form? The purpose of this Krishna consciousness movement is to teach people how to understand Krishna. If one is fortunate in understanding him, one's life is successful. As long as we have lusty desires and greed, we cannot come to this understanding. The Bhakti Yoga process is the process of purification whereby we can become free from kama and labha, lust and greed, and the influence of the lower gunas, tamogu and rajogu, ignorance and passion. As soon as we engage in devotional service, we immediately become freed from the influence of the gunas. Because we are not expert in approaching the Supreme Lord, we have to follow the principles of Bhakti Yoga enunciated by the serious. When a boy goes to school, he has to follow the rules and regulations, but after a while he becomes accustomed to them and does not have to be taught. In other words, he learns automatically to come to school at a certain time, take his seat and study nicely. Similarly, in this Krishna consciousness movement, we have certain rules and regulations. We must rise early in the morning for Mangalarati, chant 16 rounds of Hare Krishna daily, and execute all the functions of Bhakti Yoga. In this way, we become attached to rendering service to Krishna, and we become practiced in this science. When we attain this stage, we immediately become self-realized. 10 Spiritual attachment and material detachment. Text 18. In that position of self-realization, by practice of knowledge and renunciation in devotional service, one sees everything in the right perspective. He becomes indifferent to material existence, and the material influence acts less powerfully upon him. As the contamination of the germs of a particular disease can influence a weaker person, similarly the influence of material nature or illusory energy can act on the weaker, or conditioned, soul but not on the liberated soul. Self-realization is the position of the liberated state. One understands his constitutional position by knowledge and virjaya, renunciation. Without knowledge, one cannot have realization. The realization that one is the infinitesimal part and parcel of the Supreme Spirit makes one unattached to material, conditional life. That is the beginning of devotional service. Unless one is liberated from material contamination, one cannot engage in the devotional service of the Lord. In this verse, therefore, it is stated, Jaina Virjaya Yuktina. When one is in full knowledge of one's constitutional position and is in the renounced order of life, detached from material attraction, then, by pure devotional service, bhakti yuktina, he can engage himself as a loving servant of the Lord. Paripuyati means that he can see everything in its right perspective. Then the influence of material nature becomes almost nil. This is also confirmed in Bhagavad Gita. Brahma bhta prasantiam. When one is self-realized, he becomes happy and free from the influence of material nature, and at that time he is freed from lamentation and hankering. The Lord states that position as Mad Bhakti Labdhate Param, the real beginning of devotional service. Similarly, it is confirmed in the Enradapakartra that when the senses are purified, they can then be engaged in the devotional service of the Lord. One who is attached to material contamination cannot be a devotee. In the conditional state, we are influenced by material nature. We have already discussed how we are conditioned by the three modes of material nature: ignorance, passion and goodness. Goodness is superior to ignorance and passion because from the platform of goodness we can come to understand Krishna and thereby transcend the modes altogether. In this age, people are generally influenced by the lower modes, the modes of ignorance and passion. In these modes, we are not able to serve Krishna. It is our constitutional position to serve someone, but when we do not serve Krishna, we serve MY. In any case, we cannot become master. Who can say that he is a master, that he is not serving anyone? We may serve our family, society, country, business, automobile or whatever. If one cannot find anything to serve, he goes and buys a cat or dog and serves it. Why is this? It is because service is our nature. We are simply lacking the knowledge of where to direct the service. Service is meant to be rendered to Krishna. In the material world we are serving our lusty desires, not Krishna, and we are deriving no pleasure from this. We are also serving in an office or in some employment in order to get some money. In this case, we are serving money, not the person. Thus in the material world we serve the senses and money. In any case, service is there. We must serve. Actually the only master is Krishna. Akalvara Krishna, Rasabha Bhtya, Kaitanya Karatamta, D5.142. All the demigods, human beings, animals, trees and everything else are servants. Self-realization is realizing that one is the eternal servant of Krishna and that one's duty is to serve him. Self-realization is not thinking aha Brahmasmi, I have become Brahman, Bhagavan. How can we become Bhagavan? If we are Bhagavan, we are actually the supreme powerful one. If this is the case, why are we in a miserable condition? Why are we under the influence of MY? Does Bhagavan come under the influence of MY? No. Krishna says specifically in Bhagavad Gita that Prakti, MY, is working under his directions. MY is the maid servant of Krishna, and if we are the servants of MY, how can we be Krishna, Bhagavan? When we come to our spiritual senses, we can understand that we are erroneously engaged in MY's service and that our duty is to engage in Krishna's service. That is self-realization. As stated here, Jaina Verjaya Yuktina. Real understanding is knowing oneself to be the servant of Krishna, no one else. Because we are under illusion, we are serving kama, labha, moha, matsarya, lust and greed, without benefit and without pleasure. KMD and Kati Nakatid Pilat Durnide. There is no limit to the unwanted orders of lusty desires. Bhakti Rasamta Sindhu 3.2. 25. When we come to the understanding that our pleasure lies in serving Krishna only, we have attained Jaina Verjaya. Therefore in Srimad Bhagavatam 1.2.7 it is stated, by rendering devotional service unto the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Sri Krishna, one immediately acquires causeless knowledge and detachment from the world. If one engages in the service of Vasudeva, Krishna, this knowledge comes and one becomes a Madhyam. A Madhyam is one who realizes that Krishna is everything. He does not defy Krishna or try to become Krishna. One who does so is not a Madhyam but a Dirtyam, a rascal. What is the position and knowledge of a Madhyam? Krishna states, O son of Pth, those who are not deluded, the great souls, are under the protection of the divine nature. They are fully engaged in devotional service because they know me as the Supreme Personality of Godhead, original and inexhaustible. Bhagavad Gita 9.13. A Madhyam cannot be manufactured. He is under the Dev Prakti, the divine nature. There are two kinds of Prakti, Par Prakti and Apar Prakti. Apar Prakti is the material world, and Dev Prakti is the spiritual world. As soon as one understands that he is uselessly serving MY in the material world in the form of society, friends, country and so forth, one reaches the stage called Jnana, knowledge. As soon as one attains this knowledge, he reaches the Brahma Bhta stage, Brahman realization, and he becomes Prasantiyam, happy. One may ask, why should I serve Krishna? We have already explained that being a part means serving the whole. The whole is Krishna, and the individuals are meant for Krishna's satisfaction. Visayamita Sarvam. There are many Varas, controllers, but the supreme Vara is Krishna. As soon as one attains this realization, he has attained perfect knowledge, and he renders service in Bhakti Yoga. Foolish people say that Bhakti is meant for Ajnas, unintelligent people, but this is not the case. In Bhagavad Gita, Krishna indicates that after many births, the Jayan, the man in knowledge, surrenders unto him. As long as we do not understand Krishna, Vasudeva, we should understand that we are still fools. We may advertise ourselves as very great JNS, learned personalities, but we are actually fools. That is the strict conclusion. If we are actually JNS, we should surrender unto Krishna. There are many dharmas, or activities. Some are pious and some impious, but Krishna tells us to give up both. Arjuna was thinking that it was impious to fight with his relatives, but Krishna was insisting that he fight. How could Arjuna act impiously? He could not, because Krishna's service is transcendental to pious and impious activity. At midnight, when the gopis heard the sound of Krishna's flute, they ran to the forest to join him. According to the Stras, it is immoral for young girls to go see a young boy in a forest in the dead of night. But this was not an impious activity because the gopis did this for Krishna. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, who was so strict that no woman could even come near him to offer respects, actually said, Rami Kasidup Sanvra Vadvarja Kalpit. What could be more wonderful than that worship conceived by the gopis? Although it actually appeared immoral for the gopis to dance with Krishna, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu states that their relation with Krishna is the highest form of worship. This is actually transcendental knowledge. One becomes transcendental to all pious and impious activities when one serves Krishna. After all, piety and impiety are within the material modes. Krishna's service is transcendental to good and bad, pious and impious. Bhakti Yoga begins when Jnana and Vairagya are complete. Jnana is knowledge, and Vairagya is detachment from matter and engagement of the mind and spirit. Both of these are automatically attained when we engage in devotional service to Krishna. Text 19. Perfection in self-realization cannot be attained by any kind of yoga unless he engages in devotional service to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, for that is the only auspicious path. That knowledge and renunciation are never perfect unless joined by devotional service is explicitly explained here. Nayayamne means without being dovetailed. When there is devotional service, the question arises where to offer that service. Devotional service is to be offered to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is the supersoul of everything, for that is the only reliable path of self-realization, or Brahman realization. The word Brahmasiddhi means to understand oneself to be different from matter, to understand oneself to be Brahman. The Vedic words are Aha Brahmasmi. Brahmasiddhi means that one should know that he is not matter, he is pure soul. There are different kinds of yogas, but every yoga is supposed to have attained self-realization, or Brahman realization. It is clearly stated here that unless one is fully engaged in the devotional service of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, one cannot easily approach the path of Brahmasiddhi. In the beginning of the second chapter of Srimad Bhagavatam it is stated that when one engages in the devotional service of Vasudeva, spiritual knowledge and renunciation of the material world are automatically manifest. Thus a devotee does not have to strive separately for renunciation or knowledge. Devotional service itself is so powerful that by one's service everything is revealed. It is stated here, Eva Panth. This is the only auspicious path for self-realization. The path of devotional service is the most confidential means for attaining Brahman realization. That perfection in Brahman realization is attained through the auspicious path of devotional service indicates that the so-called Brahman realization, or realization of the Brahmajyotra effulgence, is not Brahmasiddhi. Beyond that Brahmajyotra there is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. In the Upanishads a devotee prays to the Lord to kindly put aside the effulgence, Brahmajyotra, so that the devotee may see within the Brahmajyotra the actual eternal form of the Lord. Unless one attains realization of the transcendental form of the Lord, there is no question of bhakti. Bhakti necessitates the existence of the recipient of devotional service and the devotee who renders devotional service. Brahmasiddhi through devotional service is realization of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The understanding of the effulgent rays of the body of the Supreme Godhead is not the perfect stage of Brahmasiddhi, or Brahman realization. Nor is the realization of the Paramtm feature of the Supreme Person perfect because Bhagavan, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, is Akhiltm, he is the Supersoul. One who realizes the Supreme Personality realizes the other features, namely the Paramtm feature and the Brahman feature, and that total realization is Brahmasiddhi. As stated before, the word yoga means to connect. Brahmasiddhi means self-realization and Aha Brahmasmi means I am spirit soul. Actually, realizing oneself to be spirit is not sufficient. One has to progress further. One's fever may be cured, but one must also regain his strength and appetite in order to be totally cured. Then one can have a normal, healthy life, free of disease. Similarly, simply realizing that one is spirit soul is not sufficient. One has to engage in spiritual activity, and that spiritual activity is bhakti. MYVD philosophers think that it is sufficient to stop all material activity, and the Buddhist philosophers advocate nirvana, cessation of material life. Neither give more information. Actually we are suffering due to this material combination, and that is a fact. This body is composed of earth, water, fire, air, ether, mind, intelligence and ego. The Buddhists and MYVDs advocate the annihilation of the components. They say, let the earth go to earth, let the water go to water, let the fire go to fire and become zero. If we dismantle the house of the material body and become zero, we attain nirvana. Nirvana means the cessation of pleasure and pain. The MYVDs and Buddhists claim that if we fill an empty pitcher, the water will make some sound as long as the pitcher is not completely filled. When the pitcher is filled, there will no longer be any sound. Thus they claim that all the Vedic mantras and hymns stop when one is completely Brahman realized. In other words, the Buddhists and MYVDS claim that the material world is false, mythy, and that we should somehow or other make it zero. However, simply realizing Brahman, realizing one's identity as spirit soul, is insufficient. We must realize that Bhagavan is everywhere. I worship the personality of Godhead, Govinda, who, by one of his plenary portions, enters the existence of every universe and every atomic particle and thus unlimitedly manifests his infinite energy all over the material creation. Brahma Sahit 5.35 Sri Bhagavan is not alone. He is not only localized, but is everywhere. Although Krishna has a particular place, he is everywhere. It is not that because Krishna is in one place he cannot be in others. Since we are conditioned, when we sit in our office we cannot be at home. Krishna is not like this. Galoka eva nivasati akhiltma bhta. Krishna is always in Galoka vindivana, yet he is antarasta param ukaintarastam. He is within every atom of this universe. This universe is existing due to the Garbhodaka YVU. There is not only one universe, but there are many millions, and they are all working very nicely because the Garbhodaka YVU is present. We should not think that all these planets are floating in space without any arrangement having been made. There is definitely an arrangement. In order to be completely free of the material modes, one has to come not only to the platform of Jnana and Vairjya, but to Bhakti also. When we mention Bhakti, some people say, I render Bhakti to my wife. I love her very much and take care of her. If I do not see her, I become mad. Thus people have Bhakti for their family, country, goddess Durga, other demigods and so on. However, that kind of Bhakti will not do. Therefore it is said, Bhaktir Bhagavati. Bhakti must be rendered unto the Supreme. It is not that one should render Bhakti unto an imitation Bhagavan. If one says that he is Bhagavan, we should ask, are you present in everyone's heart? Can you tell me what I am thinking now? If one is Bhagavan, he must be Akhiltyam. If one is Vara, he must be present in everyone's heart. Krishna is present in everyone's heart. Sarvasya Siha HD Saniva. All this should be scrutinizingly studied. It is not that one should accept this rascal or that rascal as Bhagavan. Nor should one render bhakti to this demigod or that demigod, to one's family, country, society, wife, cat, dog or whatever. All this is not really bhakti but imitation bhakti. It is actually lustful desire. If we can develop bhakti for Krishna, Krishna consciousness, our lives will be successful. Actually there is no alternative. As stated in this verse, Sadosti Eva Panth. Para-Brahman is Krishna, and Brahma Siddha means understanding our relationship with Krishna. It is alright for one to understand oneself as Brahman, Aha Brahmsmi, but what is our relationship with the Para-Brahman? There are always two. Brahman and Para-Brahman, DM and Param-TM, Vara and Param-Vara, the individual living being and the supreme living being, Nitya and Nityanam, Satana and Satananam. There are always two present, and two means a relationship. We should therefore understand our relationship with the Supreme, with Para-Brahman. Understanding that relationship is Brahma Siddha. We are qualitatively one with Para-Brahman, but Para-Brahman is very great whereas we are very small. Para-Brahman is one, Kaivalya. There is no alternative and no duplicate. There is no one equal to him or greater than him. That is the meaning of Kaivalya. Human life is meant for inquiring about Para-Brahman and one's relationship with him. Unfortunately, people are not asking questions about Para-Brahman. Everyone is asking about the news and the morning paper, and everyone is concerned with going to the market and purchasing so many goods for cheaper prices. All this is going on in human society and in cat and dog society also. This world is full of darkness and ignorance, but Krishna consciousness is transcendental to this material world. In Krishna consciousness, there is no darkness but simply light. If we try to find things at night, it becomes very difficult. However, in the daytime, there is no difficulty. The straws enjoin that we leave this darkness and come to light. This light is given by the Guru. I was born in the darkest ignorance, and my spiritual master opened my eyes with the torch of knowledge. I offer my respectful obeisances unto him. It is the Guru's business to give light by knowledge. The Guru has completely assimilated the Vedic essence of life. Ruti, knowledge, is received by hearing. It is not experimental. We cannot understand that which is beyond our sense perception by experiment. We cannot understand who our Father is by experimental knowledge. One cannot say, let me find out who my Father is by experiment. Our Father was existing before we were existing, and it is not possible to understand by experimental knowledge that this or that man is my father. The real authority is the mother. Therefore Vedic knowledge has been likened to the mother and the per as to the sisters. We should understand from the Vedas what ultimate knowledge really is. The ultimate knowable objective is Krishna, and simply by understanding Krishna, we can understand everything. We do not have to understand things separately. Krishna is within our hearts. He is not far away. Rather, he is everywhere. If Krishna sees that we are attached to him, he becomes our friend. He is a friend to everyone, but he is especially a friend to his devotees. As Krishna himself says in Bhagavad Gita 10.11, out of compassion for them, I, dwelling in their hearts, destroy with the shining lamp of knowledge the darkness born of ignorance. Jnana is there, it is simply covered with the curtain of ignorance. Light is there, and darkness is there, but when we are in darkness we cannot see things as they are. Krishna says that as one devotes himself to rendering service, he himself dispels the darkness of ignorance. If we actually want to become perfect in this life, we only need to engage in devotional service to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Bhagavan. It is not that Bhagavan is difficult to find. Bhagavan is within the heart. Varasarva Bhtnhdde Rajunati Hadi, Bhagavad Gita 18.61. That is the real Bhagavan within the hearts of all. That Bhagavan is always active. He instructed Brahm, the Lord of the universe, and Brahm, having received Krishna's instructions, created the entire universe. Krishna will also give instructions to us if we simply take to devotional service. Text 20. Every learned man knows very well that attachment for the material is the greatest entanglement of the spirit soul. But that same attachment, when applied to self-realized devotees, opens the door of liberation. Here it is clearly stated that attachment for one thing is the cause of bondage in conditioned life, and the same attachment, when applied to something else, opens the door of liberation. Attachment cannot be killed. It has simply to be transferred. Attachment for material things is called material consciousness, and attachment for Krishna or his devotee is called Krishna consciousness. Consciousness, therefore, is the platform of attachment. It is clearly stated here that when we simply purify the consciousness from material consciousness to Krishna consciousness, we attain liberation. Despite the statement that one should give up attachment, desirelessness is not possible for a living entity. A living entity, by constitution, has the propensity to be attached to something. We see that if someone has no object of attachment, if he has no children, he transfers his attachment to cats and dogs. This indicates that the propensity for attachment cannot be stopped. Rather, it must be utilized for the best purpose. Our attachment for material things perpetuates our conditional state, but the same attachment, when transferred to the Supreme Personality of Godhead or his devotee, is the source of liberation. Here it is recommended that attachment should be transferred to the self-realized devotees, the estus. And who is a estu? A estu is not just an ordinary man with a saffron robe or long beard. A estu is described in Bhagavad Gita as one who unflinchingly engages in devotional service. Even though one is found not to be following the strict rules and regulations of devotional service, if one simply has unflinching faith in Krishna, the Supreme Person, he is understood to be estu. Esther Ava Samantavya. A estu is a strict follower of devotional service. It is recommended here that if one at all wants to realize Brahman or spiritual perfection, his attachment should be transferred to the estu or devotee. Lord Chaitanya also confirmed this. Lava emtra estu saji sarva siddhihaya. Simply by a moment's association with a estu, one can attain perfection. Madhyam is a synonym of estu. It is said that service to a Madhyam, or elevated devotee of the Lord, is Divi Ramhar Vimukt, the royal road of liberation. Srimad Bhagavatam 5.5. 2. Rendering service to the materialists has the opposite effect. If anyone offers service to a gross materialist, or a person engaged only in sense enjoyment, then by association with such a person the door to hell is opened. The same principle is confirmed here. Attachment to a devotee is attachment to the service of the Lord, because if one associates with a estu, the estu will teach one how to become a devotee, a worshipper and a sincere servitor of the Lord. These are the gifts of a estu. If we want to associate with a estu, we cannot expect him to give us instructions on how to improve our material condition, but he will instruct us how to cut the knot of the contamination of material attraction and how to elevate ourselves in devotional service. That is the result of associating with a estu. Kapila Muni first of all instructs that the path of liberation begins with such association. According to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, the verdict of all revealed scriptures is that by even a moment's association with a pure devotee, one can attain all success. Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya 22.54. It is said that man is a social animal, and, according to our association, we can mold our character. Businessmen associate with one another to develop their business capabilities. There are many different types of association, and association brings about bondage to a particular thing. If one associates with materialistic people, one's bondage to sense gratification tightens. Woman is the symbol of sense gratification. Therefore anything dealing with sense gratification is called yoitsaga. This material world is filled with yoitsaga because everyone is interested in sense gratification. As stated in Bhagavad Gita 2.44, in the minds of those who are too attached to sense enjoyment and material opulence and who are bewildered by such things, the resolute determination of devotional service to the Supreme Lord does not take place. The word bhoga means sense gratification. Bhagaivarya. Those who are overly attached to opulence and sense gratification cannot understand spiritual life, and they are very slow to take to it. At the present moment people are manda, very slow. They do not take this Krishna consciousness movement very seriously because they have been taught by modern civilization simply to enjoy life for sense gratification. In the Western countries especially, there are many implements for sense gratification. There are even machines for shaving, although formerly an ordinary razor would do. Now, thanks to the machine, one does not even have to move his hand. So this is considered progress. However, we learn from the sutras that human life is not meant for sense enjoyment but for tapasya, that is Vedic civilization. First of all, one must be trained in the Brahmacharya system and learn how to deny the senses. A Brahmacharya should be trained in tapasya, not in enjoyment. Formerly, Brahmacharyas would have to go from door to beg alms for the Rama, and they were trained from the very beginning to address every woman as mother. Presently, people are in such a miserable condition that they are saying, let us die, let us die. However, Krishna in Bhagavad Gita says, why should you die? People want to die in order to put an end to the threefold miseries of material nature, but who is making research on how to stop death? From Bhagavad Gita we learn that death is not really natural for us. It is artificially imposed upon us, and we have to become deathless again. That is the perfection of human life, but no one cares about it. We have become so dull that we cannot avoid birth, old age, disease and death. We are actually experiencing them because we are not alert. For this reason, when Santana Goswami approached Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he said, my dear Lord, somehow or other you have dragged me to your lotus feet. I am now asking you what my actual position is. Why am I forced to suffer the threefold miseries of material life? No one is interested in inquiring about this matter. Moksha, liberation, means getting free from the threefold miseries of life as well as birth, old age, disease and death. Sometimes, when people are a little interested, they take to a path that is not even approved, or they invent something. But nothing need be invented. By this Krishna consciousness process, everyone can be elevated. Everyone can be delivered, regardless of his situation or culture. We have spread this Krishna consciousness movement throughout the world, and people are becoming happy because of it. According to Bhagavad Gita 9.32, anyone can take shelter of Krishna. Krishna never denies anyone, and similarly, Krishna's devotee never denies anyone. That is this Krishna consciousness movement. We tell everyone, yes, you are welcome. Take this education and spiritual life and become a devotee of Krishna. Sometimes we are criticized because of this, but Krishna specifically says in Bhagavad Gita that even those who are lowborn can take shelter of him and become elevated for liberation. What then, to speak of pious people born in Brahminical families? Unfortunately, in this age people born in rich or Brahminical families often don't care for spiritual realization. They misuse their chance and exhaust the results of their pious activities. Society needs first-class estus in order to improve. If everyone is a draw and debauchee, how can society be peaceful? Therefore, in order to organize society, Krishna recommends the Varama Dharma. There must be ideal Brahmas, Kshatriyas, Vaiyas and Dras. However, no one cares about this now. One may ask, what is a Astu? A Astu is one who serves Krishna and engages in Krishna consciousness without reservation. In Bhagavad Gita 9.30, Sri Krishna says, Even if one commits the most abominable actions, if he is engaged in devotional service, he is to be considered saintly because he is properly situated. It is the Astu's business to be very tolerant. When one becomes a devotee, many people become one's enemy, because in this age people are asric, demoniac. Even one's father may turn into an enemy like Hiranyakapu, the father of Praldama Arya. Pralda was only 5 years old and was chanting Hare Krishna, but his father was prepared to kill him because he was a devotee. Hiranyakapu was saying, "Why are you chanting Hare Krishna? Why are you speaking of a separate God? I am God." That is the meaning of asric, demoniac. Rascals who claim to be God themselves are simply demons. Although Pralda's father was insisting that he was God, Praldama Arya could not accept this. He simply accepted his father as an asura, and consequently there was a quarrel between them. When Hiranyakapu asked Praldama Arya, "What is the best thing you have learned from your teachers?" Pralda replied, "O best of the asuras, as far as I can understand, because we have accepted this material body, we have to accept death. But this is not the object of human life. Human life is meant for moksha, liberation. Unfortunately, foolish people do not understand this. Krishna says, Mtu sarvahara siham. I am death and I will take away everything you possess." Bhagavad Gita 10.34. Hiranyakapu was such a powerful demon that even the demigods were afraid of him, but Krishna took everything away in a second. Hiranyakapu was looking for security, and he was thinking, "I will not die in this way, and I will not die in that way." But he did not think that he would be killed by the Lord in the form of Nsiha. However intelligent we may be, and however much we may try to cheat Krishna, Krishna is always more intelligent. When Mother Yad tried to bind Krishna with a rope, she found that the rope was always 2 inches too short. Our intelligence is like that. We want to cheat God and surpass him, but this is not possible. People think themselves very advanced in knowledge, but actually, due to their pride, their knowledge is taken away by MY. Krishna actually takes the knowledge away from atheistic, demoniac people like Hiranyakapu. Atheists do not know that Krishna's intelligence is always at least 2 inches greater than anyone else's. In material life, we simply struggle for existence. We want to exist, and we do not want to die. Nor do we want to undergo the pains of birth, catch diseases or grow old. There are so many miseries in material life that we do not want, but they are forced upon us. Unfortunately, we are not intelligent enough to make a solution to all these problems. We should be inquiring like Santana Goswami about how to put an end to them all. Instead, we are working in such a way that we have to accept another material body. We are experiencing the difficulties arising from this material body, but we are not working in a way to become free. This Krishna consciousness movement is giving information on how to become liberated. Those who are Mati-ms are always engaged in chanting Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare 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 Arma, Arma Arma, Hare Hare. Bhajana is the chanting of Hare Krishna. If we serve a Mati-m like Harid Sah Kura, who was always engaged in chanting Hare Krishna, our path of liberation is opened. However, if we associate with materialistic people, who are simply mad for sense gratification, we take the way of darkness. Tamo Devi Rayo Itsagi Sagam. The Vedas enjoin that we not remain in darkness but that we go to the light. We have accepted a body, but we will not be allowed to remain in that body permanently. We will have to give it up and accept another, and then another and another. What is this business? The material world is in such darkness, and people are taking on one body after another. The Krishna consciousness movement is therefore here to give enlightenment and liberation, and it is offering not only the simplest process of chanting Hare Krishna but also the most sublime philosophy. 11. The symptoms of a Astu. Text 21. The symptoms of a Astu are that he is tolerant, merciful and friendly to all living entities. He has no enemies, he is peaceful, he abides by the scriptures, and all his characteristics are sublime. A Astu, as described above, is a devotee of the Lord. His concern, therefore, is to enlighten people in devotional service. That is his mercy. He knows that without devotional service, human life is spoiled. A devotee travels all over the country, from door to door, preaching, "Be Krishna conscious. Be a devotee of Lord Krishna. Don't spoil your life in simply fulfilling your animal propensities." Human life is meant for self-realization, or Krishna consciousness. These are the preachings of Astu. He is not satisfied with his own liberation. He always thinks about others. He is the most compassionate personality toward all fallen souls. One of his qualifications, therefore, is Keruika, great mercy to the fallen souls. While engaged in preaching work, he has to meet with so many opposing elements, and therefore the Estu has to be very tolerant. Someone may ill-treat him because the conditioned souls are not prepared to receive the transcendental knowledge of devotional service. They don't like it. That is their disease. The Estu has the thankless task of impressing upon them the importance of devotional service. Sometimes devotees are personally attacked with violence. Lord Jesus Christ was crucified. Haridsa H. Kura was caned in 22 marketplaces, and Lord Chaitanya's principal assistant, Nityananda, was violently attacked by Jagai and Mdhi. But still they were tolerant because their mission was to deliver fallen souls. Estu is merciful because he is the well-wisher of all living entities. He is not only a well-wisher of human society, but a well-wisher of animal society as well. The word Sarvadayanam refers to all living entities who have accepted material bodies. Not only does the human being have a material body, but other living entities have one as well. The devotee of the Lord is merciful to everyone, cats, dogs, trees, etc. He treats all living entities in such a way that they can ultimately get salvation from this material entanglement. If Nandasena, one of the disciples of Lord Chaitanya, gave liberation to a dog by treating the dog transcendentally, there are many instances where a dog got salvation by association with a Estu, because a Estu engages in the highest philanthropic activities for the benediction of all living entities. Yet although Estu is not inimical toward anyone, the world is so ungrateful that even a Estu has many enemies. What is the difference between an enemy and a friend? It is a difference in behavior. A Estu behaves with all conditioned souls for their ultimate relief from material entanglement. Therefore, no one can be more friendly than a Estu in relieving a conditioned soul. A Estu is calm, and he quietly and peacefully follows the principles of Scripture. A Estu is also one who follows the principles of Scripture and at the same time is a devotee of the Lord. One who actually follows the principles of Scripture must be a devotee of God because all the Stras instruct us to obey the orders of the personality of Godhead. A Estu, therefore, is a follower of the scriptural injunctions and a devotee of the Lord. All good characteristics are prominent in a devotee, and he develops all the good qualities of the demigods, whereas a non-devotee, even though academically qualified, has no good qualifications or good characteristics according to the standard of transcendental realization. There are 8,400,000 life forms according to the Padma Purana, and the TM is the same in all of them. The Estu can understand this, as Bhagavad Gita 5.18 indicates. The humble sage, by virtue of true knowledge, sees with equal vision a learned and gentle Biarhma, a cow, an elephant, a dog and a dog-eater outcast. It is not that a Biarhma is the same as a dog, but that the Biarhma is a spirit soul, and the dog is also a spirit soul. We are conditioned according to our different bodies, which are given by superior forces. Yamraya offers the living entity a body according to his karma. Karma Deva Netara. We have already discussed the point that bodies are awarded according to one's qualifications. If we acquire the qualities of a Biarhma and work as a Biarhma, we become a Biarhma. If we act as a dog and do the work of a dog, we become a dog. Nor should one think that simply because one is born as a Biarhma, one is automatically a Biarhma. There are characteristics mentioned in Bhagavad Gita by which one can tell to which caste one belongs. Sridhara SVM has also noted that birth is not everything. One has to acquire the qualities. Whatever body we may have, our position is temporary. We cannot remain in any position indefinitely. We may think that at present we are Americans and are very happy, and that's all right. We may chalk out our plans for continued happiness, but nature will not allow us to stay indefinitely. As soon as nature calls, we die and give up our post. Then we have to take the post of a dog, a cat, a demigod, a human being or whatever. We are now given a most exalted life form, that of a human being, but if we do not act accordingly, we have to take a lower body. This is Karma Deva Netara. We should therefore be very careful in this human form that our aim is to become devotees of Lord Krishna. That is the path of liberation. Previously, great personalities in India used to go to the forest in order to meditate to stop the repetition of birth and death. That is the highest occupation for men, and actually every man is meant for that. Unless we conquer repeated birth and death, we simply waste our lives like animals, eating, sleeping, defending and mating. People in this age especially cannot distinguish between animal life and human life. They think the difference is that animals sleep in the street and human beings sleep in nice apartments. However, the straws do not define civilization in this way. Whether one sleeps in the street or in an apartment, the activity is the same. A dog may eat out of a garbage can, and a human being may eat on a golden plate, but this does not mean that they are engaged in different activities. In either case, both the dog and the man are taking food into their bodies. A dog may have sex in the street, and a human being may have sex in a very nice bed in a secluded place, but that does not change the activity. People are thinking that advancement of civilization means improving eating, sleeping, mating and defending, but actually these activities have nothing to do with civilization. They simply tighten our bondage to material life. Human life is meant for a sacrifice for the satisfaction of the Supreme Person. We may perfect our activities, but our success lies in satisfying Krishna by our talents. Presently we may be attached to material activity, but we should transfer that attachment to Astu. Then our lives will be successful. Presently we are attached to money, women, nice houses, country, society, friends, family and so forth. This attachment is called RJRPM. The word PU means rope. When we are bound with a rope, we are helpless, and now we are bound by the guas, or the three modes of material nature. The word gua also means rope. We cannot free ourselves, for we are conditioned. We cannot move freely without the sanction of the supreme authority. It is generally said that not a blade of grass moves without God's sanction. Similarly, we cannot do anything without the supervision of a superior authority. It is not that God has to take personal supervision of this. In the Vatvatara Upanishad 6.8, it is thus stated that the Supreme Lord does not have to act personally. He has many agents to perform everything for him. We are so controlled that we are not even free to blink our eyes. We may be moving our hands very freely, but at any moment they can be immediately paralyzed. Presently I am claiming this is my hand. But what is this? The hand could be paralyzed immediately. This is conditioned life, and how can we improve it? Our business is to become liberated from all this conditioning. How is this possible? Srimad Bhagavatam 3.25. 20. We have to turn our attachment from material things to Astu. Astu Saga, Sarvastarkaya. This is the advice of Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. All stras advise us to associate with Astu. Even C.A. Pada, the great politician, recommended. Tyadaryana sa sarga ba Astu samgamam. One Vaishava householder asked Caitanya Mahaprabhu what the duty of a householder is, and Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu immediately replied, As at Sagataiga, I Vaishava Sira. Don't associate with non-devotees, but search out Astu. Caitanya Karatam Ta, Madhya 22.87. At the present moment it is very difficult to avoid the company of Estus, those who are not Estus. It is very difficult to find Astu for association. We have therefore started this Krishna consciousness movement to create an association of Estus so that people may take advantage and become liberated. There is no other purpose for this society. Krishna states in Bhagavad Gita 6.47 that the first class Astu is one who is always thinking of him. This process is not very difficult. We should always think of Krishna, but how is this possible? We think of our business, our dog, our family, our lovable object and so many other things. We have to think of something. Without thinking, we cannot remain. We simply have to divert our thoughts to Krishna. It is the Astu's business to teach this, and one can learn this in the association of Astu. Actually Astu will not teach anything else. Dorad Tata Astu Saga, Bhakti Rasamta Sindhu 1.4. 15. This is the way to make spiritual advancement. One has to associate with Astu. Often the Astu's task is a thankless one, but he has to be tolerant. Despite all the trouble Astu may encounter, he is very merciful upon fallen conditioned souls. He sees that people are suffering due to a lack of Krishna consciousness, and because he is always thinking of the welfare of others, he is sati. Other people are always envious, but the Astu is always thinking how to save others from the clutches of my. Astu is kind not only to human beings but to cats, dogs, trees, plants and insects. He will hesitate even to kill one mosquito. He does not simply think, I shall just take care of my brother. He looks on all living beings as his brothers because Krishna says that he is the father of all living entities. Because Astu lives in this way, he does not create enemies. If there are enemies, they become enemies out of their own character, not out of any provocation on the part of Astu. Astu simply teaches, my dear human being, my dear friend, just surrender to Krishna. Enemies arise due to man's envious nature. Kapila says that there are two envious animals, serpents and men. Although you may be faultless, either may kill you. Of the two, Kapila says that the envious man is more dangerous because a serpent can be subdued by chanting a mantra or by some herbs, but an envious man cannot be so subdued. In Kali Yuga, practically everyone is envious, but we have to tolerate this. Envious people create many impediments to the Krishna consciousness movement, but we have to tolerate them. There is no alternative. One must be peaceful and depend on Krishna in all circumstances. These are the ornaments of Astu. We should find Astu and associate with him. Then our path of liberation will be open. In the next verse, Lord Kapila further explains the activities of Astu. Text 22. Such Astu engages in staunch devotional service to the Lord without deviation. For the sake of the Lord he renounces all other connections, such as family relationships and friendly acquaintances within the world. A person in the renounced order of life, a sannyas, is also called Astu because he renounces everything, his home, his comfort, his friends, his relatives and his duties to friends and to family. He renounces everything for the sake of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. A sannyas is generally in the renounced order of life, but his renunciation will be successful only when his energy is employed in the service of the Lord with great austerity. It is said here, therefore, Bhakti Kurvanti Yudhm. A person who seriously engages in the service of the Lord and is in the renounced order of life is Astu. Astu is one who has given up all responsibility to society, family and worldly humanitarianism, simply for the service of the Lord. As soon as he takes his birth in the world, a person has many responsibilities and obligations to the public, demigods, great sages, general living beings, parents, forefathers and many others. When he gives up these obligations for the service of the Supreme Lord, he is not punished for his renunciation. But if for sense gratification a person renounces these obligations, he is punished by the law of nature. Krishna and all the Stra say that our only obligation is to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. If we take to his service, we are no longer obliged to anyone. We are free. How is this possible? By Almighty God's power. A man may be condemned to death, but if a president or a king excuses him, he is saved. Krishna's final instruction in Bhagavad Gita is to surrender everything to him. We can sacrifice our life, wealth and intelligence, and this is called yaga. Everyone has some intelligence, and everyone uses his intelligence in one way or another. Generally people use their intelligence in trying to gratify their senses, but even an ant can do this. We should try to gratify not our senses but Krishna's senses. Then we become perfect. We have to learn this purificatory process from Astu. Inasmuch as we try to gratify our senses, we become attached to the material world. We may render service to the Astu or to Krishna. The Astu is the representative of Krishna. He will never say, serve me, but will say, serve Krishna. Therefore we have to approach Krishna through the Astu. This is confirmed by the Vyava Sriyanaratamadi Sah Kura. Chai Vyava Sevnistrapayak Kab. We cannot directly approach Krishna. We have to go through the transparent via media, Krishna's representatives. Those who are after material concessions go to different demigods. They take something from Eva, Durg, KL, Gaia, Sriya and whomever. However, it was the goddess Piravat who asked Lord Eva, what is the best type of worship? Lord Eva advised, Ardan and Sarvi or Ardana Param, Padma Pare. My dear Piravat, of all kinds of worship of Lord Vivu is the best. Then he added, Tasam T Paratara Devitadwy and Samarkanam. And even better than the worship of Lord Vivu is the worship of a Vyava, a devotee. Spiritual life begins with the association of a devotee, a Astu. One cannot progress an inch without the mercy of a Astu. Praldama Arya has also indicated this. Unless they smear upon their bodies the dust of the lotus feet of a Vyava completely freed from material contamination, persons very much inclined toward materialistic life cannot be attached to the lotus feet of the Lord, who is glorified for his uncommon activities. Only by becoming Krishna conscious and taking shelter at the lotus feet of the Lord in this way can one be freed from material contamination. Srimad Bhagavatam 7.5.32 Hiranyakapu asked Praldama Arya, my dear son Pralda, how have you become so advanced in Krishna consciousness? Although Hiranyakapu was a demon, he was nonetheless inquisitive. Praldama Arya replied, my dear father, O best of the Asuras, one can receive Krishna consciousness only from the instructions of a guru. One cannot attain it simply by speculating. Ordinary men do not know that their ultimate destination is to return to VU. In the material world, people are always hoping for something. They hope against hope, yet their hopes will never be fulfilled. People are trying to become happy by adjusting the external energy, but they do not know that happiness cannot be achieved without approaching God. People are thinking, I must first of all see to my own interest. That's all right, but what is that interest? That they do not know. People are thinking that by adjusting the material energy they will be happy, and everyone is trying this individually, collectively or nationally. In any case, it is not possible. People will ultimately be frustrated. Why attempt a process that will ultimately meet with frustration? It is therefore said. Srimad Bhagavatam 7.5:30. People are being baffled in so many ways because they cannot control their senses. Their only possibility of rescue is Krishna. Therefore in this verse it is said, Prahlada Arya simply thought of Krishna. Because of this, he had to undergo a great deal of trouble given by his father. Material nature will not give us freedom very easily. If we become strong enough to try to capture the lotus feet of Krishna, MY will try to keep us under her clutches. However, if one gives up everything for Krishna's sake, MY can have no effect. The most excellent example of this is the Gopas. They gave up everything, family, prestige and honor, just to follow Krishna. That is the highest perfection, but that is not possible for ordinary living entities. We should, however, follow the Gosvamis in their determination to worship Krishna. Santana Goswami was an important minister in the government of Hussain Shah, but he gave up everything to follow Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. He adopted the life of a mendicant and lived under a different tree every night. One may ask, after giving up material enjoyment, how can one live? The Gosvamis lived by dipping into the ocean of the transcendental loving affairs between Krishna and the Gopas. Since that was their asset, they could live very peacefully. We cannot simply give up everything. We will become mad if we try to give up everything without having staunch faith in Krishna. Yet if we find Krishna's association, we can easily give up our opulent positions, our family, business and everything. However, that requires Astu Saga, association with Astu, a devotee. When we associate with a devotee, the day will eventually come when we can give up everything and become liberated persons, fit to return home, back to Godhead. Presently we are attached to material enjoyment, and Krishna even gives us a chance to gratify our senses. He lets us enjoy ourselves to the fullest extent because we have come to this material world to enjoy sense gratification. However, this is called illusion. It is not really enjoyment, but simply struggle. When one realizes that he is simply struggling life after life, that there is actually no real enjoyment in the material world, one becomes a devotee of Krishna. That realization requires knowledge, and that knowledge can be acquired by association with Astu, a devotee. Freedom from this struggle with material existence is further explained by Lord Kapila in the next verse. Text 23. Engaged constantly in chanting and hearing about me, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the Estes do not suffer from material miseries because they are always filled with thoughts of my pastimes and activities. There are multifarious miseries in material existence, those pertaining to the body and the mind, those imposed by other living entities and those imposed by natural disturbances. But Astu is not disturbed by such miserable conditions because his mind is always filled with Krishna consciousness, and thus he does not like to talk about anything but the activities of the Lord. Maharya Ambra did not speak of anything but the pastimes of the Lord. Vaksi Vaikuhagu Nuvarain. He engaged his words only in glorification of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Ordinary conditioned souls, being forgetful of the activities of the Lord, are always full of anxieties and material tribulations. On the other hand, since the devotees always engage in the topics of the Lord, they are forgetful of the miseries of material existence. Thus they differ from other living entities, who are simply suffering. There is no one in the world materially engaged who can boldly say, I am not suffering. I challenge anyone to say this. Everyone in the material world is suffering in some way or another. If not, why are so many drugs being advertised? On the television they are always advertising tranquilizers and painkillers, and in America and in other Western countries they are so advanced that there are dozens of tablets for various pains. Therefore there must be some suffering. Actually, anyone who has a material body has to accept suffering. There are 3 types of suffering in the material world. Daitmika, Dibhautika and Didavika. Daitmika refers to the body and mind. Today I have a headache or some pain in my back, or my mind is not very quiet. These are sufferings called daitmika. There are other forms of suffering called dibhatika, which are sufferings imposed by other living entities. Apart from this, there are sufferings called didavika, over which we have no control whatsoever. These are caused by the demigods or acts of nature, and include famine, pestilence, flood, excessive heat or excessive cold, earthquakes, fire and so on. Nonetheless, we are thinking that we are very happy within this material world, although in addition to these threefold miseries there is also birth, old age, disease and death. So where is our happiness? Because we are under the spell of MY, we are thinking that our position is very secure. We are thinking, let us enjoy life, but what kind of enjoyment is this? Obviously we have to tolerate suffering. One of the characteristics of a Hindu is tolerance. Everyone is tolerant to a degree, but a Hindu's tolerance and an ordinary man's tolerance are different. This is because a Hindu knows that he is not the body. According to a Bengali Vairava song, Deha SMT Hi Rasa S Ra Bandhana KHT Ra. If we properly understand that we are not the body, although we may suffer, we will not feel the suffering as acutely. For instance, if one thinks, this is my car and is very attached to it, he suffers more when it is wrecked than a person who thinks it can be repaired, or I can leave it. It is a question of mental absorption. Because he is more like an animal, a materialist suffers more. The devotee, on the other hand, takes Krishna's advice in Bhagavad Gita 2.14. O son of Kunt, the non-permanent appearance of happiness and distress and their disappearance in due course are like the appearance and disappearance of winter and summer seasons. They arise from sense perception, O scion of Bharata, and one must learn to tolerate them without being disturbed. In summer we suffer, and in winter we suffer. In the summer, fire brings suffering, and in the winter the same fire is pleasing. Similarly, in the winter, water is suffering, but in the summer it is pleasing. The water and the fire are the same, but sometimes they are pleasing, sometimes they are not. This is due to the touch of the skin. We all have some skin disease which is the body, and therefore we are suffering. Because we have become such rascals, we are thinking, I am this body. According to the Ayurvedic system, the body is composed of three material elements. Kapha Pitta Vu. The more we are in the bodily conception, the more we suffer. Presently so many isms are being developed according to the bodily conception: nationalism, communism, socialism, communalism and so on. In Calcutta during the 1947 Hindu-Muslim riots, there was more suffering because everyone was thinking, I am a Hindu or I am a Muslim. But if one is advanced in Krishna consciousness, he will not fight according to such conceptions. A Krishna conscious person knows that he is neither Hindu nor Muslim but the eternal servant of Krishna. Because people are being educated to become more body conscious, their sufferings are increasing. If we reduce the bodily conception, suffering will also be reduced. Those who are Krishna conscious, who are always thinking of Krishna within their minds and within their hearts, are not suffering as much because they know that whatever they might suffer is due to Krishna's desire. Therefore they welcome suffering. For instance, when Krishna was leaving, Queen Kunt said, My dear Krishna, when we were in a dangerous situation, you were always present as our friend and advisor. Now we are well situated with our kingdom, and now you are leaving for Dvirak. This is not good. It is better that we again suffer so that we can always remember you. Thus the devotee sometimes welcomes suffering as an opportunity to remember Krishna constantly. When a devotee suffers, he thinks, this is due to my past misdeeds. Actually I should be suffering a great deal, but due to Krishna's grace I am suffering just a little. After all, suffering and enjoyment are in the mind. In this way, a devotee is not greatly affected by suffering, and this is the difference between a devotee and a non-devotee. Praldama Arya, a 5-year-old boy, had to undergo a great deal of suffering at the hands of his father, who was torturing him for being a devotee. The boy was trampled by elephants, thrown from a mountain, placed in burning oil and thrown into a snake pit, yet he was silent during this whole ordeal. Similarly, Harid Sah Kura, a Mohammedan by birth, was a very great devotee and was always chanting Hare Krishna. That was his only fault. However, the Muslim Qazi called him forth and said, You are a Mohammedan, born in a great Mohammedan family, yet you are chanting this Hindu Hare Krishna mantra. What is this? Harid Sah Kura mildly replied, My dear sir, there are many Hindus who have become Mohammedans. Suppose I have become a Hindu. What is wrong with this? The Qazi became very angry and ordered Harid Shah Kura to be whipped in 22 bazaars. This essentially meant that he was to be beaten to death, but because he was such a great devotee he did not actually feel the pain. Although a devotee may sometimes have to suffer, he tolerates the suffering. At the same time, he is very kind to conditioned souls and tries to elevate them to Krishna consciousness. This is one of the primary features of a devotee's life. People are always putting a Stu into difficulties, but he does not give up his job, which is to spread Krishna consciousness so that others may become happy. It was Praldama Arya who said, "My Lord, I am not suffering, for I know the art of being happy." How is this? Simply by hearing about you and chanting about you I am happy. This is the business of a devotee, hearing and chanting about the Lord. This is Ravakairatana Vosmaram. Now this Ravakairathanam is taking place all over the world through the Krishna consciousness movement. Even in ordinary life it is possible for the mind to be absorbed in such a way that even a surgical operation may not disturb a man. Years ago, when Stalin had to undergo a surgical operation, he refused the use of chloroform. If this is possible even in an ordinary materialistic life, then what to speak of spiritual life? One's mind should always be absorbed in Krishna consciousness, in thinking of Krishna. It is Krishna's injunction, always think of me. The European and American youths in the Krishna consciousness movement have been accustomed to many bad habits since birth, but now they have given these up. Many people think that it is impossible to live without illicit sex, intoxication, meat eating and gambling. One famous Marquis told one of my godbrothers, "Please make me a Brahma." My godbrother said, "Yes, it is not a very difficult thing. Simply give up these bad habits, intoxication, illicit sex, meat eating and gambling. Then you can become a Brahma." The Marquis then said, "Impossible. This is our life." Actually we have seen that in Western countries older men cannot give up these habits, and because of this they are suffering. Yet many young boys and girls have given them up, and there is no suffering. This is due to Krishna consciousness. This process is open to everyone. Everyone has heard of the Bhagavad Gita. We can attain perfection simply by following the instructions given in this book. It is not necessary to abandon our responsibilities. Maharya Ambra was a great emperor administering to his kingdom, yet at the same time he spoke only of Krishna. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu requested that his devotees only talk about Krishna. If we simply talk about Krishna and hear about him, the stage will come when we will no longer suffer. This is called Nanda Mayo by St in the Vedanta Astra. The living entity and Krishna are both Nanda Maya, transcendentally blissful. On that platform, there is no possibility of material suffering. It is not a question of displaying some magical feats. The greatest magic is freedom from suffering, and this is the freedom of a devotee. When we feel pleasure from hearing about Krishna and talking about him, we should know that we are making progress on the path of perfection. At that time, material suffering will not be felt at all. This is the practical effect of rendering devotional service, which Lord Kapila is pointing out to his mother. Text 24. O my mother, O virtuous lady, these are the qualities of great devotees who are free from all attachment. You must seek attachment to such holy men, for this counteracts the pernicious effects of material attachment. Kapila Muni herein advises his mother, devotee, that if she wants to be free from material attachment, she should increase her attachment for the estas, or devotees who are completely freed from all material attachment. In Bhagavad Gita 15.5 it is stated, Nirmnamo Jita Sagadu. This refers to one who is completely freed from the puffed up condition of material possessiveness. A person may be materially very rich or respectable, but if he at all wants to transfer himself to the spiritual kingdom, back home, back to Godhead, he has to be freed from material possessiveness because that is a false position. The word moha used here means the false understanding that one is rich or poor. In this material world, the conception that one is very rich or very poor, or any such consciousness in connection with material existence, is false, because this body itself is temporary. A pure soul who is prepared to be freed from this material entanglement must first be free from the association of the three modes of nature. Our consciousness at the present moment is polluted because of association with the three modes of nature. Therefore in Bhagavad Gita the same principle is stated. It is advised, Jita Sagadu. One should be freed from the contaminated association of the three modes. Here also, in the Srimad Bhagavatam, this is confirmed. A pure devotee, who is preparing to transfer himself to the spiritual kingdom, is also freed from the association of the three modes. We have to seek the association of such devotees. For this reason we have begun the International Society for Krishna Consciousness. There are many mercantile and scientific associations in human society established to develop a particular type of education or consciousness, but there is no association which helps one to get free from all material association. If anyone wishes to become free from this material contamination, he has to seek the association of devotees, wherein Krishna consciousness is exclusively cultured. Because a devotee is freed from all contaminated material association, he is not affected by the miseries of material existence, even though he appears to be in the material world. How is it possible? A cat carries her kittens in her mouth, and when she kills a rat, she also carries the booty in her mouth. Thus both are carried in the mouth of the cat, but they are in different conditions. The kitten feels comfort in the mouth of the mother, whereas when the rat is carried in the mouth of the cat, the rat feels the blows of death. Similarly, those who are estis, or devotees engaged in the transcendental service of the Lord, do not feel the contamination of material miseries, whereas those who are not devotees in Krishna consciousness actually feel the miseries of material existence. One should therefore give up the association of materialistic persons and seek the association of those engaged in Krishna consciousness. By such association one will be benefited by spiritual advancement. By their words and instructions, one will be able to cut off his attachment to material existence. In this Kali Yuga, the present age, the dangerous modes of Rajogu and Tamogu, passion and ignorance, are especially prominent. Practically everyone in this age is contaminated by lusty desire, greed and ignorance. It is said in the Stras that in this age of Kali, Sattva-gu, the mode of goodness, is practically non-existent. The 14th chapter of Bhagavad Gita nicely explains how one can free oneself of contamination by the material modes. Now Kapila Deva advises, Mother, if you want to get rid of the contamination of material nature, you should associate with Astu. Attachment to the material modes brings about our bondage. If we want to be free from this bondage, we have to transfer our attachment to Astu. Actually everyone is attached to something. No one can say that he is free from attachment. The Myveda and Buddhist philosophies tell us to become detached, but this in itself is not possible. A child is attached to playing in so many ways, but gradually his attachments should be transferred to reading and going to school to acquire an education. It is a question not of stopping attachment but of transferring it. If one simply tries to put an end to attachment, he will become mad. Something must be given in the place of attachment. For instance, we tell our disciples to stop eating meat, but how is this meat eating stopped? In the place of meat, we are supplying kakores, rasagal and many other palatable things. In this way, detachment is possible. First of all, nullify the inferior attachment, and then supply a better attachment. There is no question of forcing a living entity. This must be done gradually. A child may have some attachment, but by the system of replacing attachment, his attachment is overturned. Similarly, our consciousness has somehow or other become contaminated. Now it has to be purified. Then Krishna consciousness will automatically arise and awaken. Krishna consciousness is our original consciousness, but somehow or other it has become covered by material attachment. The question is how to give up material attachment and become attached to Krishna. The process is Astu Saga, association with Astu. We have many attachments in this material world, but we cannot make these attachments void. We simply have to purify them. Some say that if the eye is diseased, it should be plucked out, but that is not treatment. Treatment is removing the disease. Somehow or other there is a cataract, and if the cataract is removed, one's eyesight will be revived. We have many desires, but we have to divert these desires to Krishna's service. For instance, we may be very attached to making money. Therefore Krishna says, yes, go ahead and conduct your business. There is no harm. Simply give me the results. As stated in Bhagavad Gita 9.27, O son of Kunt, all that you do, all that you eat, all that you offer and give away, as well as all austerities that you may perform, should be done as an offering unto me. This is the beginning of Bhakti Yoga. If we conduct business and earn money, we should spend it for Krishna. This is a form of bhakti. Another vivid example is Arjuna, who was a fighter. By fighting, he became a devotee. He did not become a devotee by chanting Hare Krishna but by fighting in the battle of Kurukshetra. Krishna advised him to fight, but because Arjuna was a Vairava, in the beginning he was unwilling. A Vairava does not like to kill anything, but if Krishna orders him, he must fight. He does not fight out of his own will, because a Vairava's natural instinct is not to do harm to anyone. However, when a Vairava knows that Krishna wants a particular thing done, he does not care for his own considerations. In any case, everyone has some particular type of duty and occupation. If we perform our occupation in the worship of Krishna, our life will be perfect. This is also the instruction given in Srimad Bhagavatam 1.2.13. O best of the twice-born, it is therefore concluded that the highest perfection one can achieve by discharging the duties prescribed for one's own occupation according to caste divisions and orders of life is to please the personality of Godhead. Formerly, the Varama Dharma was prominent, and everyone had a particular duty according to his position in society. Now the occupational duties have expanded, but it doesn't matter whether one is an engineer, a doctor or whatever. Simply try to serve Krishna by the results of work. That is bhakti. It is not the philosophy of this Krishna consciousness movement to disengage people from their activities. One should engage in his occupation, but one should never forget Krishna. Krishna advises us to always become Krishna conscious, and we should always think that we are acting for Krishna. Of course, we should work by the order of Krishna or his representative, not whimsically. If we perform some nonsensical action and think, I am doing this for Krishna, that will not be accepted. The work must be verified by Krishna's acceptance or by the acceptance of Krishna's representative. Arjuna did not fight without Krishna's order. Therefore we must receive our orders also. We may say, I cannot find Krishna. How can I follow his order? It is the role of the Estu to impart Krishna's orders. Since Krishna's representative is the Estu, Kapila Deva advises his mother to associate with Estus. We have described the symptoms of a Estu, and we have stated that a Estu should be accepted by his characteristics. It is not that we accept anyone who comes along and says, I am a Estu. The characteristics of a Estu have to be present. Similarly, it is not that anyone is accepted who comes along and says, I am an incarnation of God. There are characteristics of God given in the Stras. Estu Saga, association with Estu, is very essential in Krishna consciousness. People are suffering due to contamination by Tamogua and Rajogua. The Estu teaches one how to remain purely in Sattvagua by truthfulness, cleanliness, mind control, sense control, simplicity, tolerance, and full faith and knowledge. These are some of the characteristics of Sattvagua. Instead of thinking, unless I have a drink, I will go mad, one should think, unless I associate with Estu, I will go mad. When we can think in this way, we will become liberated. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has stated that he wants every village in the entire world to be a center for Krishna consciousness so that people can take advantage of Estus and in turn become Estus. This is the mission of this Krishna consciousness movement. We simply have to voluntarily undergo some penance in the beginning. It may be a little painful in the beginning to refrain from illicit sex, intoxication, meat eating and gambling, but one has to be tolerant. To be cured of a disease, we may have to agree to undergo some surgical operation. Although the operation may be very painful, we have to tolerate it. This is called titikava. At the same time, we have to be karuik, that is, we have to take compassion upon fallen souls by going from town to enlighten others in Krishna consciousness. This is a Estu's duty. Those who are preachers are superior to those who go to the Himalayas to meditate. It is good to go to the Himalayas to meditate for one's personal benefit, but those who undergo many difficulties in order to preach are superior. They are actually fighting for Krishna's sake, and they are certainly more compassionate. Those Estus who leave VND Vana to go fight in the world, to spread Krishna consciousness, are superior Estus. This is the opinion of Krishna in Bhagavad Gita 18.6669. For one who explains the supreme secret to the devotees, devotional service is guaranteed, and at the end he will come back to me. There is no servant in this world more dear to me than he, nor will there ever be one more dear. If we want to be quickly recognized by Krishna, we should become preachers. This is also the message of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. It is not that one should remain in India. Rather, one should travel all over the world to preach Krishna consciousness. The Estu is Sati. He is the well-wisher of everyone. This does not mean that he is a well-wisher for an Indian nationalist or whatever. No, he is a well-wisher even of cats and dogs. A devotee even wishes to benefit cats and dogs by giving them prasada. Once, when devotees from Bengal were going to see Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, a dog began to follow them, and the leader of the party, Ivnanda Sena, was giving prasada to the dog. When they had to cross a river, the boatman would not take the dog, but if Nanda Sena paid him more money and said, "Please take this dog. He is a Vairava, for he has joined our company. How can we leave him behind?" Chaitanya Mahaprabhu himself actually threw some of his food to the dog, and in this way the dog attained Vaikuha. Not only is Astu everyone's well-wisher, but he is not an enemy of anyone. He is also peaceful. These are the preliminary characteristics of Astu. He is also attached to no one but Krishna. Mayananiyana Bhvina. These are the external and internal symptoms of a devotee. A devotee also respects the demigods because he knows their position in relation to Krishna. In Brahma Sahit 5.44, the goddess Durga is worshipped as the external energy or potency of Krishna. The external potency, who is of the nature of the shadow of the Sit, spiritual potency, is worshipped by all people as Durga, the creating, preserving and destroying agency of this mundane world. I adore the primeval Lord Govinda, in accordance with whose will Durga conducts herself. The goddess Durga is so powerful that she can create, maintain and annihilate. However, she cannot act independent of Krishna. She is like a shadow of Krishna. Astu knows that Prakti, nature, is working under Krishna's direction. Similarly, a policeman knows that he is not working independently but under government orders. This knowledge is required in order that the policeman, who has some power, will not think that he has become God. No, God is not so cheap. God has muddled energies, and one of these energies is Durga. It is not that she is all and all, for there are many millions of Durgas just as there are many millions of Ivas and millions of universes. Although there are millions of demigods, God is one. It is not that there are a million gods. Of course, God can expand in millions of forms, but that is different. A devotee offers respects to the demigods as the assistants of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, not as the Supreme Power. One who does not know God as he is considers the demigods to be supreme. Such people are less intelligent. A devotee offers respects to the demigods, but he knows that the Supreme Lord is Krishna. Krishna's tu Bhagavan Svayam. Actually Astu, a Vairava, offers respects to everyone, and he is ready to give up relatives and everything else for Krishna's sake. Astu simply takes pleasure in hearing about Krishna and talking about him. There are many pastimes enacted by Krishna. He fights and kills demons, and he performs his pastimes with the gopas. He plays as a cowherd boy in Vandivana and as king of Dvirak. There are many books about Krishna, Krishna Kath, and this Krishna consciousness movement has already published many of them. Apart from Bhagavad Gita, which is spoken by Krishna, we can read these other books. In this way, one can learn the art of becoming a Astu. Simply by hearing about Krishna and speaking about him, we will be immediately relieved from the suffering of this material condition. As stated in this verse, these symptoms are visible when one no longer has material attachment. Astu does not think himself Hindu, Muslim, Christian, American, Indian or whatever. Astu simply thinks, I am the servant of Krishna. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has said, I am not a Brahma, a Kshatriya, Vaishya, Brahmakar or whatever. I am simply the servant of the servant of the servant of Krishna. One need only learn this process in order to render the best service to humanity. 12. Association with the Supreme Lord through hearing texts 25-26 in the association of pure devotees. Discussion of the pastimes and activities of the Supreme Personality of Godhead is very pleasing and satisfying to the ear and the heart. By cultivating such knowledge one gradually becomes advanced on the path of liberation, and thereafter he is freed, and his attraction becomes fixed. Then real devotion and devotional service begin. Thus consciously engaged in devotional service in the association of devotees, a person gains distaste for sense gratification, both in this world and in the next, by constantly thinking about the activities of the Lord. This process of Krishna consciousness is the easiest process of mystic power. When one is actually situated on that path of devotional service, he is able to control the mind. The process of advancing in Krishna consciousness and devotional service is described here. The first point is that one must seek the association of persons who are Krishna conscious and who engage in devotional service. Without such association one cannot advance. Simply by theoretical knowledge or study one cannot make any appreciable advancement. One must give up the association of materialistic persons and seek the association of devotees, because without such association one cannot understand the activities of the Lord. Generally, people are convinced of the impersonal feature of the absolute truth. Because they do not associate with devotees, they cannot understand that the absolute truth can be a person and have personal activities. This is a very difficult subject matter, and unless one has personal understanding of the absolute truth, there is no meaning to devotion. Service or devotion cannot be offered to anything impersonal. Service must be offered to a person. Non-devotees cannot appreciate Krishna consciousness by reading the Srimad Bhagavatam or any other Vedic literature wherein the activities of the Lord are described. They think that these activities are fictional, because spiritual life is not explained to them in the proper mood. To understand the personal activities of the Lord, one has to seek the association of devotees, and by such association, when one contemplates and tries to understand the transcendental activities of the Lord, the path to liberation is open, and he is freed. One who has firm faith in the Supreme Personality of Godhead becomes fixed, and his attraction for association with the Lord and the devotees increases. Association with devotees means association with the Lord. The devotee who makes this association develops the consciousness for rendering service to the Lord, and then, being situated in the transcendental position of devotional service, he gradually becomes perfect. In all scriptures, people are encouraged to act in a pious way so that they can enjoy sense gratification not only in this life but also in the next. For example, one is promised promotion to the heavenly kingdom of higher planets by pious fruitive activities. But a devotee in the association of devotees prefers to contemplate the activities of the Lord, how he has created this universe, how he is maintaining it, how the creation dissolves, and how in the spiritual kingdom the Lord's pastimes are enacted. There are full literatures describing these activities, especially Bhagavad Gita, Brahma Sahit and Srimad Bhagavatam. The sincere devotee who associates with devotees gets the opportunity to hear and contemplate these subjects, and the result is that he feels distaste for so-called happiness in this or that world, in heaven or on other planets. The devotees are simply interested in being transferred to the personal association of the Lord. They are no longer attracted to temporary so-called happiness. That is the position of one who is yoga yukta. One who is fixed in mystic power is not disturbed by the allurement of this world or that world. He is interested in spiritual understanding. This is very easily attained by the easiest process, Bhakti Yoga, Jabra Yoga Emergi. A very suitable word used here is Jabi, or very easy. There are different processes of Yoga Emerga, attaining yoga perfection, but this process, devotional service to the Lord, is the easiest. Not only is it the easiest process, but the result is sublime. Everyone, therefore, should try this process of Krishna consciousness and reach the highest perfection. Sat means existence and Asat means that which does not exist, that which is temporary. The material world is Asat. Therefore the Vedas enjoin, Asato Sadgamaya. Do not remain within this material world. Those who are interested in materialistic life are also called Asat. When asked how Vyava behaves, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu replied, Asat Sagataiga, I Vyava Sira. A devotee first of all avoids the company of Asat, those who are materially interested. Chaitanya Karatamta, Madhya 22.87. We have established this Krishna consciousness movement in order to avoid Asat Saga, association with those who are interested in material things. Because we are associating with Krishna, we do not wish to talk about anything but Krishna. Everyone is interested in this business or that, and we are exclusively interested in our Krishna consciousness business. Those who are Asat are very much attached to sense gratification, and the culmination of sense gratification is sex. In addition, Sri Santana Goswami in his Hari Bhakti Vilsa recommends that one should not hear Bhagavad Gita, the Puras, the Srimad Bhagavatam or any Harikath from anyone who is not a Vyava in his actions. That means that we should not hear these Vedic literatures from the MYVDS, who actually do not accept Krishna as the Supreme Personality of Godhead. How can one not accept Krishna as the Supreme Lord and yet dare to speak on Bhagavad Gita? We will never derive any benefit from listening to the commentaries of such people. Bhagavad Gita and Srimad Bhagavatam should be heard from the devotees. We can hear Bhagavad Gita from MYVDS for hundreds of years and yet never understand Krishna. It is therefore forbidden for Vyavas to hear talks given by MYVDS. Harikath talks about Sri Hari, or Krishna, are Mta, nectar. If one hears them from the right source, he attains Mta, so Mtat Vyakalpate. Mta means birth and death, and Mta means the cessation of birth and death. Spiritual life means putting an end to birth, old age, disease and death. Getting Mta, nectar, means getting relief from birth and death, and that is the real aim of spiritual life. Lord Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita 7.16 that spiritual life begins when one is pious. O best among the Bhratas Arjuna, 4 kinds of pious men render devotional service unto me: the distressed, the desirer of wealth, the inquisitive, and he who is searching for knowledge of the Absolute. If we actually want to become pious and develop our devotional life, we have to associate unflinchingly with Astu. Then we can acquire some taste for Krishna. When we discuss Krishna with Astu, the discussion becomes very pleasing, and we develop some taste, which is called rasa, or mellow. Rasa is the enjoyment we derive from drinking something very nice when we are thirsty. Krishna has instructed us to think of him when drinking water. This is not very difficult. Krishna also tells us to think of him when we see sunlight in the morning. Why do we say, "Can you show me God?" God is showing us himself. Why do we close our eyes to try to see him? He says, "I am this and I am that." It is not that suddenly we can expect to see God, but we can become qualified to see God through the association of Astu. Presently many people are interested in receiving degrees from big universities, but education without God consciousness is simply an expansion of MY's influence. Because knowledge is taken away by illusion, the universities are simply presenting impediments on the path of God consciousness. The living entity is already illusioned when he comes into the material world, and so-called advanced education simply increases his illusion. Trying to become happy in this temporary, material life, the living entity has forgotten that he is the eternal servant of Krishna. Even if one becomes happy in this temporary life, his happiness is an illusion because no one is allowed to stay and enjoy his happiness. These points have to be understood in the association of devotees. A devotee knows everything because he has seen the supreme absolute truth, Krishna. What is the goal of Vedanta Dharana? Veda means knowledge and Anta means ultimate. What is that ultimate knowledge? In Bhagavad Gita 15.15, Sri Krishna says, "By all the Vedas I am to be known. Indeed, I am the compiler of Vedanta, and I am the knower of the Vedas." If we listen to Krishna and understand what and who he is, we can actually understand Vedanta. If we do not understand Krishna but advertise ourselves as Vedantists, we are just being illusioned. Without understanding Krishna, one is actually a fool. People do not know it, but actually anyone in the material world is more or less a. We are all mhas, for unless we are mhas, we do not come into the material world. From Brahm down to the smallest ant, we are all mhas of different degrees. In order to become really learned, we have to associate with devotees. Then we can actually relish Krishna Kath. When discussed among devotees, Krishna Kath is pleasing to the heart and ear. This requires a little training, and this training is given by the devotees. We should follow the devotees in their practical daily life, in their routine work and behavior. Cultivation means practice, and the great Sirius have given a routine we can cultivate. For instance, the Nectar of Devotion by Srila Arpa Goswami deals with the cultivation of devotional service, and this book, which we have translated, has been very well received in European and American universities. Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, the Nectar of Devotion, is the actual science of bhakti. Bhakti is not sentiment. It is a great science, and we have to learn it scientifically. It is not that we have to wait for another life to cultivate devotional service. We can read the Nectar of Devotion, live with devotees, rise early in the morning to attend Mangalarati, study Vedic literature, take prasada and preach Krishna consciousness. MY is very strong, and to begin devotional service is to declare war against MY. Some of the devotees in this Krishna consciousness movement may fall down, but whatever is done sincerely is to their permanent credit. This is confirmed in Bhagavad Gita. If one renders a little devotional service, he does not fall down into the lower species but again attains a human form. There are 8,400,000 species, but the fallen devotee is guaranteed a human life. If one becomes Krishna conscious, he is assured of a good birth in the next life. However, if one completes his Krishna consciousness in this life, he will not take birth again but will go to Krishna. This is what is actually wanted. Why take the chance of being born into a rich family or a Brahma family? Actually, such a birth is quite risky because there is really no guarantee. Generally, those who are rich don't care at all for Krishna consciousness, and those who are born in Brahma families generally become puffed up, thinking, "I am a Brahma, I am born in a very high family." Thinking this brings about their fall down. It is said that pride precedes a fall. A Vairava is by nature very humble. These are the chances one takes when one becomes a human being. Krishna is personally advising us to take up the opportunities offered by the Krishna consciousness movement. We should take them and not run the risk of committing spiritual suicide. This is the process for understanding the absolute truth, the supreme person, the supreme being. In the absolute, there are no contradictions. Krishna's name, form, activities, paraphernalia and attributes are identical with Krishna. This is the meaning of absolute. There is no difference between Krishna's form and Krishna. Krishna's hands and Krishna's legs are non-different. In the material world, there is a difference between our left hand and our right hand, between the nose and the ear, but these dualities do not exist in Krishna. This is the meaning of absolute. As stated in Brahma Sahit 5.32, I worship Govinda, the primeval Lord, whose transcendental form is full of bliss, truth and substantiality, and is thus full of the most dazzling splendor. Each of the limbs of that transcendental figure possesses in himself the full-fledged functions of all the organs and eternally sees, maintains and manifests the infinite universes, both spiritual and mundane. The different parts of our body serve different purposes, but any limb of Krishna's body can serve any purpose. Krishna can eat through his eyes, or Krishna can go somewhere simply by thinking. The Absolute is Advaita. There is no duality in the Absolute. Everything is one. Our material disease lies in wanting to satisfy our senses. We have stated before that advancement of civilization means advancement of sense gratification, but bhakti means just the opposite. As long as we are interested in sense gratification, there is no question of bhakti. We have to reduce our tendency for sense gratification and increase our devotional activities. We have also stated that material bondage means accepting one body and creating another. Krishna, through nature, will give us full facility to enjoy our senses. Presently in the Western countries it has become fashionable to run around naked. Therefore nature will give these people an opportunity to stand naked like trees for many years. Why are we receiving different bodies? Because we have different tendencies for sense gratification. We actually have to come to detest sense gratification before our spiritual life begins. This is made possible through bhakti. Although Krishna is beyond our vision, he has agreed to be seen by us through the Art Vigraha, the deity. We should not think that the deity is made of stone. Even if it is stone, we should think that Krishna has made himself visible before us like a stone because we cannot see beyond stone. That is Krishna's mercy. Because our eyes and other senses are imperfect, we cannot see Krishna present everywhere in his original spiritual form. Because we are imperfect, we see the difference between things spiritual and material, but Krishna, being absolute, knows no such distinctions. He can become spiritual or material, however he likes, and it does not make any difference to him. Being almighty and omnipotent, Krishna can change matter into spirit and spirit into matter. Therefore we should not think, as the atheists do, that we are worshipping idols. Even if it is an idol, it is still Krishna. That is the absolute nature of Krishna. Even if we think that the deity is a stone, or a piece of metal or some wood, he is still Krishna. The understanding of this requires bhakti on our part. If we are a little thoughtful and philosophical, and if we are at all inclined toward bhakti, we can understand that Krishna is present in stone. Actually, nothing is different from Krishna because everything is Krishna's energy. The MYVD philosophers say that since everything is God, the personality of Krishna is finished. But actually Krishna is Krishna, and at the same time he is everything. We can understand this by bhakti, but not by any other process. When a bhakta sees a tree, he sees Krishna. As explained in Kaitanya Karitamta, Madhya 8.274, the advanced devotee does not see living entities as moving and not moving. He sees Krishna. This is also stated in the Brahma Sahit 5.38. Because his eyes are always smeared with the ointment of devotion, the devotee always sees Krishna and nothing else. He sees Krishna and Krishna's energy everywhere. For instance, if you love your child, when you see your child's shoe, you immediately see your child. Or if you see your child's toy, you immediately see your child and hear his voice. Similarly, if we have actually developed love of Krishna, nothing exists but Krishna. When our love for Krishna is actually developed, whatever we see, we will see Krishna. Unless one is advanced in Krishna Prema, love of Krishna, he cannot see or understand. By the blunt material senses, we cannot even understand the name of Krishna. People are always asking, why are these people chanting Hare Krishna? They cannot understand, although Krishna realization begins with the name. The name of Krishna and Krishna are non-different, but we cannot realize this intellectually. We have to practice chanting Hare Krishna to realize it. When we actually advance in devotional service and chant the Hare Krishna mantra offenselessly, we will realize that Krishna and his name are non-different. Thus Krishna Bhakti begins with the tongue, for we can utilize the tongue to chant and to taste Krishna Prasada. In this way we can become a Krishna Bhakta. When we see the deity of Krishna in the temple, we should think that the deity is Krishna. In this way Krishna has agreed to be seen by us and even dressed by us. However, if we think of Krishna's Virarpa, his universal form, what can we do? How can we dress the Virarpa? His many heads cover the sky, and we cannot even conceive of him. Krishna can become bigger than the biggest and smaller than the smallest. Therefore this verse states, Bhakti pum jata virga andriti. The more we serve Krishna, give him things to eat and dress him nicely, the less we become interested in our own bodies. In the material world everyone is very busy dressing himself very nicely in order to be sexually attractive, but if we try to dress Krishna nicely, we will forget our own material dress. If we feed Krishna nice food, we will forget to satisfy our own tongue by going to this or that restaurant. Krishna was teaching Bhagavad Gita, and Arjuna was seeing him face to face, but seeing Krishna and reading Bhagavad Gita are the same. Some people say that Arjuna was fortunate to have seen Krishna face to face and take instructions from him, but Krishna can be seen immediately, provided one has the eyes to see. There is the example in Chaitanya Charitamrita in South India who was reading Bhagavad Gita although he was illiterate. The people in the neighborhood knew that he was illiterate, and they made jokes, asking him, well, how is it you are reading Bhagavad Gita? One day Chaitanya Mahaprabhu happened to be in a temple nearby, and he could understand that this man was a devotee. He therefore approached him and asked, my dear Bharma, what are you reading? The Bharma replied, I am reading Bhagavad Gita, or, rather, I am trying to read Bhagavad Gita. I happen to be illiterate, but my Guru Maharya has said that I must read the 18 chapters of Bhagavad Gita daily. I am simply trying to carry out his order, and therefore I am opening and closing the pages. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu then said, I see that you are crying sometimes. Why is this? The Bharma replied, yes, I am crying because when I take up this book, I see a picture of Krishna driving Arjuna's chariot. Sri Krishna is so kind that he has accepted the position of a servant to his devotee. Therefore when I see this picture, I weep. Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu then immediately embraced the Bharma and said, you have actually read Bhagavad Gita. It is not that a wealth of education is required. One does not even have to understand the language. The only ingredient needed is bhakti, love. If one becomes a pure bhakta, he will forget all material sense enjoyment. Being a bhakta doesn't simply mean wearing tilaka and robes. One is not a bhakta if he has a taste for material sense enjoyment. A true bhakta wants to satisfy not his senses but the senses of Krishna. That is the spiritual world. In the spiritual world, Vindivana, everyone, Mother Yad, Nanda Maharya, Srimad Rdhr, the Gopas, the cowherd boys, Sri Dm, Sudam, the land, the water, the trees, the birds, all are trying to satisfy Krishna. That is the real meaning of Vindivana. When Krishna left Vindivana for Mathur, everyone in Vindivana fell dead out of separation from him. Similarly, we can always live in Vindivana, in Vaikuha, if we are mad after Krishna. This is the teaching of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and he illustrated this by his very life. When he was in Jagannathapur, he was always mad after Krishna day and night. The last 12 years of his life were passed in madness. Sometimes he threw himself into the ocean, and he wandered about like a madman. Of course, this is not possible for ordinary living entities. However, if we become bhaktas, we will find intelligence behind everything in the creation. If we take a flower and see its constitution, how it is made and how its colors are displayed and how it comes into existence, we can see Krishna. We can see how Krishna has created such a beautiful thing so intelligently. We should not consider like rascals that such a thing has come into being automatically. Fools cannot see, but those who are intelligent can see that the hand of the Supreme Lord is in everything within the creation. Visayamita Sarvam. Actually, nothing comes about automatically. Everything comes about through the intelligence of Krishna, through his fine and accurate powers. If we paint a picture of a flower, we have to arrange many facets, and still the picture will not be absolutely perfect. Yet the flower created by Krishna has come out perfectly. What rascal can say that there is no brain behind it? Krishna specifically says that we should not think that Prakriti, nature, is working automatically. He says, nature is working under my direction. One simply has to develop the eyes to see how these things are going on. This is possible if we engage the senses in the service of Krishna. We first of all must engage the tongue in chanting Hare Krishna and in eating Bhagavat Prasada. Nothing else is required. Therefore the Krishna consciousness movement is distributing prasada and engaging people in chanting the Hare Krishna mantra. Text 27. Thus by not engaging in the service of the modes of material nature but by developing Krishna consciousness, knowledge in renunciation, and by practicing yoga, in which the mind is always fixed in devotional service unto the Supreme Personality of Godhead, one achieves my association in this very life, for I am the Supreme Personality, the Absolute Truth. When one engages in the 9 different processes of bhakti yoga enunciated in authoritative scriptures, such as hearing, ravaam, chanting, kirtanam, remembering, worshipping, praying and offering personal service, either in one of them or 2 or 3 or all of them, he naturally has no opportunity to engage in the service of the 3 modes of material nature. Unless one has good engagements in spiritual service, it is not possible to become detached from material service. Those who are not devotees, therefore, are interested in so-called humanitarian or philanthropic work, such as opening a hospital or charitable institution. These are undoubtedly good works in the sense that they are pious activities, and the performer may get some opportunities for sense gratification, either in this life or in the next. Devotional service, however, is beyond the boundary of sense gratification. It is a completely spiritual activity. When one engages in the spiritual activities of devotional service, he does not engage in sense gratificatory activities. Krishna conscious activities are performed not blindly but with the perfect understanding of knowledge and renunciation. This kind of yoga practice, in which the mind is always fixed upon the Supreme Personality of Godhead in devotion, results in liberation in this very life. The person who performs such acts gets in touch with the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Lord Chaitanya, therefore, approved the process of hearing from realized devotees about the pastimes of the Lord. It does not matter to what mundane category the audience belongs. If one meekly and submissively hears about the activities of the Lord from a realized soul, he will be able to conquer the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is unconquerable by any other process. Hearing and associating with devotees are the most important functions for self-realization. In Goloka Vindivana, the living entities are serving Krishna as friends, cowherd boys, gopas, lovers, fathers, mothers and so on. Even the trees, water, flowers, land, calves and cows serve Krishna in Goloka Vindivana. This is also our business, but somehow or other we do not like to serve Krishna. Therefore we have been put into the service of MY in the 3 modes of material nature. When a criminal does not like to obey the laws of the state, he is placed into prison and forced to abide by the laws. Our constitutional position is to render service to Krishna as his part and parcel, and as soon as we refuse to render him service, MY is immediately there to capture us and say, "Serve me." It is not our nature to become master. Even if we become master, we will not be happy, because that is artificial. For instance, if the hand thinks, "Oh, now I have some nice sweets. Now I can eat," the hand will ultimately be frustrated. It is the duty and nature of the hand to place the food in the mouth. In this way the hand is nourished. Otherwise everything is spoiled. Similarly, we are part and parcel of Krishna, and our business is to satisfy Krishna. From the Vedas we understand that God, who is one, has become many. We are the many parts and parcels of Krishna. SVs are his personal expansions, and we are his differential expansions, Vibhinas. In any case, all expansions are meant to serve Krishna. This is explained in the Chaitanya Charitamrita D5.142. Akalvara Krishna, Rasabha Bhtaya. Lord Krishna alone is the supreme controller, and all others are his servants. It is our natural propensity to enjoy ourselves with Krishna. As stated before, Krishna is Nanda Maya, and, being part and parcel of Krishna, we are also Nanda Maya. Now we are seeking Nanda, bliss, in different atmospheres. Because we have a little independence, we have decided to go to the prison house of material nature and try to serve our senses instead of Krishna. Now we have to learn how to forget to serve this material nature, and that process is Bhakti Amarga, the path of devotional service. When we come to the understanding that we are actually no one's servant but Krishna's, we attain self-realization. We must come to this understanding not by sentiment but by real knowledge. After many births and deaths, when one realizes that Vasudeva Sarvam Iti, Vasudeva is all, he surrenders unto Krishna. This is real knowledge, jnana and virjaya, knowledge and detachment from material things. Once one engages fully in Krishna's service, he comes to the Brahma Bhta platform. Presently we are on the Bhta platform, identifying ourselves with My and working according to the modes of material nature. However, when one comes to the realization that he is spirit, Aha Brahmasmi, he will immediately become happy. Under the modes of material nature, we are being carried away by the waves of material nature, and we have no control over where we are going. Bhaktivinoda H. Kura has stated, My Ravai, Yabis, Khah Buyubu, Bhi. We are like straws on the waves of the ocean, and we are fully under the control of the waves. Atheists shudder when they think that there is a next life, because their lives are sinful and they fear punishment in the next. There is a Bengali proverb about a person who thought, I have committed so many sinful acts that Yamraya will come and punish me. How can I avoid him? Thinking about this some time, he decided, let me smear my body with stool. Then Yamraya will not touch me. However, this is simply foolishness. We are under the control of material nature, and it is not possible to avoid it. We have become infected by the disease of material nature, and no artificial means will save us. There is no way out other than surrender to Krishna. Krishna says that he will save us even though we are very sinful. If we turn our attention to Krishna's service, to Bhakti Yoga, we can force ourselves to give up all anarthas, unwanted things. We should get up early in the morning and engage ourselves in the service of Krishna. Then gradually we will forget the service of Bhakti Yoga is so strong that if we engage in it, My's service will automatically be negated. This is called Virjaya. Krishna is the original Purua, the original spirit, the original person. Everything has come from Krishna, and therefore he is Pura, the oldest. No one is older than Krishna, but he is always young. That is Bhagavan. He is the original source, the cause of all causes. Yet we never see Krishna as an old man. He is always fresh and youthful. Although Krishna was a great-grandfather at the Battle of Kurukshetra, he did not appear any older than a young man of 20. Krishna is always a young boy, and those living entities in the spiritual universe also have spiritual bodies the same as Krishna's. In the 6th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam we read that when the Vaikuhadetas came to take Ajmela, they were four-handed and very beautiful. In the spiritual world, there are four-handed living entities, and they are all Nitya Mukta, eternally liberated. Unfortunately, we are now prisoners in this material world, and we presently have material bodies. These bodies are changing. Sometimes they are young and sometimes old. However, if we become Krishna conscious, we will not get another material body after leaving this body. We will go home, back to Godhead, and attain our original, spiritual body, which is the same kind of beautiful body that Krishna and Arya has. We should take this opportunity to become devotees of Krishna by following the processes of Bhakti Yoga, Rava Karatana Vo Smaram, Pida Sevanam Arkanam. We can take one or all of the 9 processes of devotional service and make our lives successful. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has prescribed the most important process, Rava. We need only hear, and that will make our lives successful. 13 Perfect knowledge through surrender. Text 28. On hearing this statement of the Lord, devotee inquired, what kind of devotional service is worth developing and practicing to help me easily and immediately attain the service of your lotus feet? It is stated in Bhagavad Gita that no one is barred from rendering service to the Lord. Whether one is a woman or a laborer or a merchant, if he engages himself in the devotional service of the Lord, he is promoted to the highest perfectional state and goes back home, back to Godhead. The devotional service most suitable for different types of devotees is determined and fixed by the mercy of the spiritual master. Therefore, in order to become free from the miseries of material nature, one should approach a bona fide spiritual master inquisitively and submissively. When Arjuna submitted to Krishna, he said, My dear Krishna, now I no longer care to talk to you as a friend because friendly talks will not benefit me now. Generally we talk to a friend just to spend time, but when we approach a spiritual master, we should be submissive. Friends approach one another on an equal basis, but this is not the way to approach a spiritual master. Unless one is submissive, one cannot accept sublime instructions. Arjuna teaches us submission by giving up his friendly relationship with Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. He says, I have now become your disciple. Please instruct me. We can speculate for many births, for many years, and yet not be able to understand the ultimate goal of life. Therefore the Stras all advise that we search out a guru. The word guru means heavy or weighty. One who has much knowledge is heavy with knowledge. One should consider the bona fide guru in this way, and one should not think, I know everything. Who can teach me? No one can say such a thing, for everyone needs instruction. According to the Vedic system, a child is sent to a gurukula to learn spiritual knowledge from the very beginning. When a child goes to a gurukula, he becomes a brahmachar and works like a menial servant. He may be the son of a great brahma or a great king. It doesn't matter. When one goes to a gurukula, he immediately becomes the menial servant of the guru. If the guru orders him to perform some lowly service, he is prepared to do it. This is the business of a brahmachar. Even Krishna went to a gurukula to teach us. There was no need for Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, to go to a gurukula, but he did this simply to set an example. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu also accepted a guru. Praknanda Sarasvat was a very learned scholar, and he knew that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was also a great scholar, yet he criticized Chaitanya Mahaprabhu for chanting and dancing, for Praknanda Sarasvat felt that a sannyas should devote his entire attention to the reading of Vedanta. He therefore considered Chaitanya Mahaprabhu a sentimentalist, not a bona fide sannyas. Praknanda Sarasvat inquired, why aren't you reading Vedanta Astra? Why are you chanting and dancing? Chaitanya Mahaprabhu replied, actually, I am not very learned, and my guru has stated that I am fool number one. He said that because of this I cannot possibly read Vedanta Astra, for Vedanta Astra is not meant for an ordinary person. My guru therefore advised me to chant this Hare Krishna Ma mantra, and now I am doing this and getting the results. Chaitanya Charitamrita, D7.71. At the present moment in Kali Yuga, people are not well educated. They are simply engaged in earning money to fill the belly. Vedanta philosophy is not meant for an ordinary person, nor even for an ordinary learned person. It requires great knowledge of Sanskrit and philosophy. Of course Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, being the Supreme Personality of Godhead, knew all things, but at that moment he had assumed the role of an ordinary person in order to instruct an illiterate, ignorant society. In this age people are not even interested in reading Vedanta Astra. People are so badly infected by the influence of MY that they do not even care to understand that there is life after death or that there are 8,400,000 life forms. Sometimes if people hear that by acting in such a way they will become a tree, a dog, a cat, an insect or even a human being, they say that they do not even care to know this. Sometimes they say, never mind if I become a dog. What's wrong with that? I will simply forget everything. Many university students in the Western countries speak this way. They have become so ignorant that they are described as Manda. Previously, in India, the Brahmas were interested in understanding Brahman. To Brahmaji. However, at the present moment everyone is a Dra, and no one is interested in understanding Brahman. People are simply interested in getting more money and going to the cinemas. Human life is meant for understanding our situation, and we should take instructions from Bhagavad Gita. Arjuna is personally teaching us by accepting Krishna as his guru. He asks Krishna to become his spiritual master and teach him. The lessons given by Sri Krishna are not simply meant for Arjuna but for everyone. Krishna tells us in Bhagavad Gita that we should search out a guru. The first guru is Sri Krishna himself, and whoever represents Sri Krishna is also a guru. If I am a businessman, and someone goes to canvass for my business and take orders for me, he is my representative. If he simply says that he is my representative and yet takes some orders but uses the money for something else, he is not really my representative. Krishna's representative does not say, I have become Krishna. Such a person is neither a representative nor a guru. He is simply a cheater. Krishna's representative is one who canvasses for Krishna. Krishna says, give up everything and surrender unto me. Krishna's representative says, give up everything and simply surrender unto Krishna. This is certainly not very difficult to understand. Anyone can become Krishna's representative. Nonetheless, for the past 200 years, many yagas and SVMs have gone to foreign countries, but no one has spoken about Krishna. They have simply presented a hodgepodge of Indian philosophy. No one has actually presented Vedic culture as it is. We should read Bhagavad Gita as it is and understand the philosophy as Arjuna understood it. Arjuna was a friend of Krishna's. He was sitting with Krishna and speaking to him as a friend speaks to a friend. In the 11th chapter, after having seen the universal form, Arjuna tells Krishna, I have in the past addressed you as O Krishna O Vaidava O my friend without knowing your glories. Please forgive whatever I may have done in madness or in love. Arjuna understood that although Krishna was his friend, he was the supreme personality of Godhead and therefore the proper person to be his guru. He therefore told Krishna at the beginning of Bhagavad Gita 2.7, Ayasti Hadayam TV Prapanam. Now I am your disciple and a soul surrendered unto you. Please instruct me. These are the instructions we get from Bhagavad Gita, and whoever reads Bhagavad Gita has to accept Krishna as the guru. We have to render service to a guru and surrender ourselves. It is not that one should accept just any person as a guru. The guru must be the representative of Krishna. Then one can surrender oneself. Surrender means that one will accept whatever the guru says. It is not that one thinks, I do not care for my guru's order. Still I am a disciple. That is not actually accepting a guru. Of course, it has become a fashion to accept a guru in this way, but this will not help anyone. As soon as Krishna became Arjuna's guru, Krishna immediately chastised him. Sri Krishna told him, while speaking learned words, you are mourning for what is not worthy of grief. Those who are wise lament neither for the living nor the dead. Bhagavad Gita 2.11. In this way Krishna essentially told Arjuna that he was fool number one for lamenting for those things for which one should not lament. Arjuna was lamenting for the body, thinking that it was horrible that his relatives would be killed in war. This was not the proper subject matter for him to be contemplating. The real subject matter for a wise man to contemplate is the salvation of the soul. Therefore Sri Krishna first explained the distinction between the body and the soul. This Krishna consciousness movement is also concerned with the soul, and therefore we have used the word consciousness because consciousness belongs to the soul. Consciousness is the symptom of the soul's presence. Because the soul is in the body feels pleasure and pain. When the soul leaves the body can be hacked to pieces and yet it will not protest. This is because the consciousness is gone. We feel pleasure and pain because consciousness is present, and Krishna advises us that it is this consciousness that is eternal, not the body. We have to purify our consciousness in order to understand that consciousness is eternal. If we can do this, our lives will be successful. At the time of death, our consciousness carries us into another body. There are the mind, the intelligence and the ego, which constitute the subtle body, and there is also the spirit soul, which is even more subtle. We know that we possess a mind, although we cannot see it, nor can we see the intelligence, the ego or the soul. We can only see the gross material body, and when this gross material body ends, we say that everything is finished. In order to understand these things, we have to approach a guru, just as Arjuna approached Sri Krishna. Sri Krishna told Arjuna in very gentlemanly language that he was not a learned man. In essence, he said, you are not a Paita. Just try to understand that the real life is the life of the soul. Vedic education means taking care of the soul. Presently the soul is engaged, embodied, entangled in material affairs. The soul is suffering, and it is to our benefit to rescue him from these material clutches. This is real education. To receive this education, one has to approach a proper guru. The guru is there, Krishna. The guru is also there as Kapila Deva, the incarnation of Krishna. Krishna informs us that he is the owner of the body, and he has explained this in many different ways. He has stated that the soul can never be cut to pieces, burned by fire, moistened by water nor withered by the wind. Matter interacts with matter, but the soul does not belong to the material world. This means that the soul is above material action and reaction. In the material world even iron and stone can be melted, but the laws of material nature do not apply to the spirit soul. To understand these subjects, we should be careful to approach Krishna's representative. We should not approach a bogus guru, who is like a blind man trying to lead other blind men. We must go to one who has open eyes, to one who has seen the absolute truth. The absolute truth is there, just as the sun is there for everyone to see. The sun does not hide, but a person can try to hide from the sun by closing his door. One must open the door in order to see the sun. Similarly, Krishna is there, God is there, and we have to come to Krishna and take the lessons of Bhagavad Gita to learn who and what God is. Rascals will not do this, but will simply manufacture some philosophy or other. There is actually no difficulty because Krishna's instructions are there, and Krishna himself is there. Krishna is so kind that he says, alright, if you cannot understand me in this way, just see me in water. Come on, if you do not understand me in that way, just see me in the sunshine. Is this very difficult? There is nothing difficult about it, but we are very obstinate. My is also very strong, and as soon as we try to accept Krishna as the Supreme Lord, My will whisper in our ear, no, no, there are many gods. Why are you accepting Krishna? However, the Stra say, Krishnastu Bhagavan Svayam, Varaparama Krishna. Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. We should take our lessons from the Sirius and the Stras. At least in India there are many great Sirius, Ramna Siriya, Mad Siriya, VUSVM, and even Akar Siriya and Guru Nanak. All of these have accepted Krishna as the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Why, then, should we reject him? Why should we accept a competitor? We should not simply engage in mental speculation but should accept Krishna in full consciousness and be happy. This is made possible by the help of the Guru. Therefore devotee is further questioning her son, Kapila Deva. Text 29. The mystic yoga system, as you have explained, aims at the Supreme Personality of Godhead and is meant for completely ending material existence. Please let me know the nature of that yoga system. How many ways are there by which one can understand in truth that sublime yoga? There are different kinds of mystic yoga systems aiming for different phases of the absolute truth. The Jaina yoga system aims at the impersonal Brahman effulgence, and the Hatha yoga system aims at the localized personal aspect, the Paramtm feature of the absolute truth, whereas Bhakti yoga, or devotional service, which is executed in 9 different ways, headed by hearing and chanting, aims at complete realization of the Supreme Lord. There are different methods of self-realization. But here devotee especially refers to the Bhakti yoga system, which has already been primarily explained by the Lord. The different processes of the Bhakti Yoga system are hearing, chanting, remembering, offering prayers, worshipping the Lord in the temple, accepting service to Him, carrying out His orders, making friends with Him and ultimately surrendering everything for His service. The word nerved man is very significant in this verse. Unless one accepts the process of devotional service, one cannot end the continuation of material existence. As far as Jainas are concerned, they are interested in Jaina Yoga, but even if one elevates oneself, after a great performance of austerity, to the Brahman effulgence, there is a chance of falling down again to the material world. Therefore, Jaina Yoga does not actually end material existence. Similarly, regarding the Hatha Yoga system, which aims at the localized aspect of the Lord, Paramtm, it has been experienced that many yogas, such as Vivimitra, fall down. But Bhakti yogas, once approaching the Supreme Personality of Godhead, never come back to this material world, as confirmed in the Bhagavad Gita. Yadgatna Nivartanti. Upon going, one never comes back. Tyakt Deha Punarjanmanati. After giving up this body, he never comes back again to accept a material body. Nirva does not finish the existence of the soul. The soul is ever existing. Therefore nirva means to end one's material existence, and to end material existence means to go back home, back to Godhead. Sometimes it is asked how the living entity falls down from the spiritual world to the material world. Here is the answer. Unless one is elevated to the Vaikuha planets and is directly in touch with the Supreme Personality of Godhead, he is prone to fall down, either from the impersonal Brahman realization or from an ecstatic trance of meditation. Another word in this verse, Bhagavad Ba, is very significant. Ba means arrow. The Bhakti Yoga system is just like an arrow aiming up to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The Bhakti Yoga system never urges one toward the impersonal Brahman effulgence or to the point of Paramtm realization. This Ba, or arrow, is so sharp and swift that it goes directly to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, penetrating the regions of impersonal Brahman and localized Paramtm. We must understand the Supreme Person, Tatvata, in truth. Generally people are not interested in knowing about God or their relationship with Him. However, the entire Vedic instruction is for this purpose. First of all we have to know God, then we have to know our relationship with God. The next step is acting on the basis of that relationship. Krishna states that out of many millions of people, one may be interested in knowing the purpose of life. Human life is meant for this end, and if one does not come to this understanding, he is no better than an animal. We not only have to understand God and our relationship with Him but also how to act in that relationship. In this way we can perfect our lives. When one is a siddha, one understands himself, that is, one understands, Aha Brahmasmi, I am not this body. This is Brahman realization, the Brahma Bhta platform. When one attains this stage, he becomes very happy. However, we must progress beyond this and come to the platform of Bhakti Yoga. On that platform, there is variety and Nanda, bliss. As stated previously, we are seeking spiritual variety, and if we do not enter the spiritual world, we will again fall down into the material atmosphere. The varieties of the spiritual world are mentioned in the Brahma Sahit 5.2930. I worship Govinda, the primeval lord, the first progenitor, who is tending the cows, yielding all desires in abodes built with spiritual gems and surrounded by millions of purpose trees. He is always served with great reverence and affection by hundreds and thousands of goddesses of fortune. I worship Govinda, the primeval lord, who is adept in playing on his flute, with blooming eyes like lotus petals, with head decked with peacock's feather, with the figure of beauty tinged with the hue of blue clouds, and his unique loveliness charming millions of cupids. We should not consider Krishna's form to be imagined by some artist. He is described in the Vedas as Vyukva Antamaravinda Dalyat Km. He plays a flute, and his eyes are like the petals of a lotus flower. He wears a peacock feather, and his complexion is very beautiful, like a dark cloud. He is so beautiful that he attracts many hundreds of thousands of cupids. These are descriptions of Govinda found in the stras. In the material world we are simply chewing the chewed, throwing it away, picking it up and then chewing it again. Spiritual variety is not like this. Spiritual variety is Nandambudhi Vardhanam. It is constantly increasing. It is even greater than the ocean, because the ocean does not increase. The shores of the ocean are set. They have certain limits. However, the ocean of bliss is constantly increasing. The more we enter into that spiritual bliss, the more we become joyful. The young people in the Hare Krishna movement chant the Hare Krishna mantra all the time. If this mantra were material, how long would they chant it? It is not possible to chant a material name for very long because the chanting would become hackneyed and very tiresome. No one could be satisfied simply by chanting Hare Krishna unless Hare Krishna itself were spiritual. We may chant Mr. John, Mr. John, Mr. John, but after an hour we will be fed up. However, the more we become spiritually advanced, the more bliss we will derive from chanting Hare Krishna. We can experience Nanda perfectly in the association of Krishna. We can associate with Krishna as a servant, a friend, a father, a mother, or a conjugal lover. There are 5 basic rasas, Nta, Disaya, Sakya, Vitsalya and Amdurya. In this material world, we experience the same rasas, or relationships. We are related to someone as a father, a son, a lover, a beloved, a master, a servant, or whatever. These are perverted reflections of the relationship with Krishna found in the spiritual world. Today in the material world I may be relishing my love for my son, but tomorrow my son may be my greatest enemy. There is no eternity in this kind of love. Or, if my son does not become my enemy, he may die. Today I may love some man or woman, but tomorrow we may break up. All of this is due to the defect of the material world. However, in the spiritual world these relationships never break up. They simply increase, and this is called perfection. Krishna is very fond of tending Surabhi cows, but the MYVDS cannot understand this. They say, "What is this Krishna?" Even Lord Brahm was bewildered. He said, "How is it that this Krishna, this boy of Vindivana, is being worshipped? He is called the Supreme Personality of Godhead. How is that?" Lord Indra was also bewildered. Therefore, if we do not wish to be bewildered, we have to understand Krishna in truth from Krishna himself or his bona fide representative. The activities of Krishna are not ordinary but divine. If we can understand this, we immediately become liberated. We need only understand the pastimes of Krishna with the gopis. These pastimes are not ordinary. In the material world, a young man wants to dance with many young girls, but Krishna's dancing with the gopis is different. Because people cannot understand Krishna, when they hear about Krishna's dancing with the gopis, they take this as some kind of concession, and say, "Now let us dance with young girls." In this way they go to hell. Therefore we have to learn from the proper person about Krishna's activities. We should not immediately try to understand Krishna's dealings with the gopis, for they are very confidential. These dealings are given in the 10th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam, and this indicates that we have to understand Krishna as he is by first reading the preceding 9 cantos. When we have understood these 9 cantos, we can go on to the 10th. In this way we can understand that Krishna's activities are not ordinary but divine, and we can immediately become liberated. We may either hear about Krishna, chant his names, worship him, or offer prayers. In any case, we should work under the directions of our spiritual master or Sri Krishna himself. For instance, Hanuman simply carried out Lord Ramakandra's orders. Hanuman apparently had no education, and he was not capable of teaching Vedanta, but he simply carried out the orders of Lord Ramakandra and attained perfection. Arjuna, on the other hand, took Krishna as his most intimate friend. Arjuna was not a Vedantist but a fighter, a warrior. He had no time to study Vedanta because he had to deal with war and politics, but still he was the greatest devotee. People may say, oh, Arjuna was not a Vedantist, nor even a Brahma or a sannyas. How could Krishna accept him as a devotee? Nonetheless, in Bhagavad Gita 4.3, Krishna says that Arjuna is his very dear friend and devotee. Bhaktosimi Sakchati. If one becomes a devotee, there is no material impediment. Actually, bhakti should be automatic and spontaneous. There should be no motive in serving Krishna, but even if there is a motive, service rendered unto Krishna is good. Even if one approaches Krishna with some ulterior motive, one is considered pious. For instance, Dhruva Maharya initially worshipped Krishna with a motive, but after attaining perfection in devotional service, his ulterior motive vanished. When he actually saw Krishna, he said, I do not want anything from you. I don't want any benediction other than your service. After hearing about the many transcendental qualities of Krishna, if we somehow or other become attracted to Krishna consciousness, our lives will be successful. Tasam tikan payapina manakainai vayat. Somehow or other we have to attach our minds to Krishna consciousness. Srimad Bhagavatam 7.1. 32. Then Krishna will help us and give us intelligence from within, as he indicates in Bhagavad Gita 10.10. To those who are constantly devoted and worship me with love, I give the understanding by which they can come to me. This is actual Buddhi Yoga. Bhakti Yoga means Buddhi Yoga, because one who is highly intelligent decides to take to Krishna consciousness. In this way, one can perfect his life by engaging in devotional service under the directions of the Stras and the spiritual master. Devotee understands this and is thus submitting to her son just as Arjuna submitted to Sri Krishna on the battlefield. Text 30. My dear son Kapila, after all, I am a woman. It is very difficult for me to understand the absolute truth because my intelligence is not very great. But if you will kindly explain it to me, even though I am not very intelligent, I can understand it and thereby feel transcendental happiness. Knowledge of the absolute truth is not very easily understood by ordinary, less intelligent men. But if the spiritual master is kind enough to the disciple, however unintelligent he may be, then by the divine grace of the spiritual master everything is revealed. Vivantha Kakravart H. Kura therefore says, Yasya Prastidi, by the mercy of the spiritual master, the mercy of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Bhagavat Prasta, is revealed. Devotee requested her great son to be merciful toward her because she was a less intelligent woman and also his mother. By the grace of Kapila Deva it was quite possible for her to understand the absolute truth, even though the subject matter is very difficult for ordinary persons, especially women. In this verse devotee shows us the process for understanding transcendental subject matters. It is not by challenge but by submission. The entire bhakti process is a process of submission. That is also Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's teaching. Ikaka 3. If one is interested in advancing in chanting Hare Krishna, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu advises that one be humbler than the grass and more tolerant than the trees. One should not be very proud of his intelligence but should give all respect to others. In this way, one can chant Hare Krishna offenselessly. Although devotee was the mother of Kapila Deva, she presented herself as a humble woman. It was not that she considered herself superior because she was his mother. We have to please the spiritual master by service, and the entire bhakti process depends on the attitude of service. The transcendental nature of Krishna is not possible to understand with our blunt material senses. Krishna's name, form, qualities and pastimes are all divya, divine. Our present material senses have to be purified by engagement in the Lord's service, and our first engagement begins with the tongue. It is with the tongue that we can chant the transcendental names of the Lord. This is not very difficult, and this path is open to everyone, even women, Vyas and Dras. After describing all the faults of Kali Yuga, Srimad Bhagavatam 12.3, 51 states, there is one special advantage about this age of Kali Yuga, and that is that people can attain liberation and return home, back to Godhead, simply by chanting the Hare Krishna Maha mantra. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, "Chant Hare Krishna, chant Hare Krishna. There is no other way at all in Kali Yuga. We should try to avoid the 10 offenses in chanting the holy name, but anyone who chants Hare Krishna sincerely is purified." Sito Darpa Emriana Bhava Madi Vini Nirvpaam, Ikaka 1. This is the easiest process by which the mirror of the mind can be cleansed. If Krishna sees that someone is sincerely chanting Hare Krishna, he will help. He is within everyone, and he can understand whether one is sincere or not. Krishna helps a sincere devotee internally and externally. Internally he helps as Paramtm by giving intelligence from within. Dadmi Buddhi Yoga Tam. Externally he helps as his representative, the spiritual master. Therefore Chaitanya Mahaprabhu says, Guru Krishna Prastipya Bhakti Latpiya. By the grace of Krishna, one gets a bona fide guru, and by the grace of the guru, one gets Krishna. Chaitanya Karatam Ta, Madhya 19.151. Thus the Stras have given us a very easy way to appreciate our transcendental life. That is the Krishna consciousness movement. Devotee has submissively accepted her son as her guru. She wants to understand Krishna perfectly, by the grace of Kapila Deva. It is very important to receive the causeless mercy of Krishna and the spiritual master. By Krishna's mercy, we receive a spiritual master, and by the spiritual master's mercy, we receive Krishna. Srila Vivantha Kakravart H. Kura has greatly stressed the mercy of the Guru, and it is an actual fact that if we satisfy the Guru by our service, he will give us his blessings. This is a very great opportunity, for the Guru is the confidential servant of Krishna. The Guru never claims that he is Krishna, although he is worshipped as Krishna. Skd Darat Vinasam Strar Uktas Tath Bh Vyata Ava Sadbi, Gurvaka 7. All the Stras describe the Guru as being on an equal basis with Krishna, for he is the representative of Krishna. Therefore he is worshipped as Krishna. Being the most confidential servant of Krishna, the Guru is very dear to Krishna. Therefore if he recommends someone to Krishna, Krishna accepts the person. The Guru is the confidential servant of Krishna because he canvasses from door to door, saying, "Please become Krishna conscious and surrender unto Krishna." Krishna tells Arjuna that such a person is very dear to him. The bona fide Guru tells people to surrender not unto him but unto Krishna. Thus one has to surrender unto Krishna through the via medium of the Guru, not directly. This is the process. The Guru does not accept respect from his disciple for his personal self but conveys this respect to Krishna. If we cannot receive the mercy of the Guru, Krishna is very difficult to approach directly. It is stated in Bhagavad Gita that knowledge of Krishna is received through the Parampar, the disciplic succession. Ava Parampar Prtam. The Guru offers the same respects to his Guru, and his Guru offers respects to his, and so it goes all the way to Krishna. Thus the mercy of Krishna comes down through the Parampar system, and the respect offered to Krishna is offered up through the Parampar system. One has to learn to approach the Supreme Personality of Godhead in this way. Thus if we want to approach God, we have to take shelter of the Guru in the beginning. Devotee is begging the mercy of Kapila Deva in order to understand the way to approach Krishna. She approaches him very humbly saying, "My dear Kapila, you are the Supreme Personality of Godhead, but I am a woman, and my intelligence is not very sharp. Nonetheless, I want to understand these sublime transcendental subjects from you. It is possible by your mercy." The process of approaching and understanding the Supreme Personality of Godhead was also discussed between R.M. Nanda Arya and Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. First, R.M. Nanda Arya explained the process in terms of Varama Dharma. He said first of all that human life is meant for approaching Lord Viyu through the rules and regulations governing Varama Dharma. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu replied that it is very difficult in this age to execute the rules and regulations of Varama Dharma. It is very difficult to be a Bharma in this age, and it is practically impossible to revive the old Varama Dharma culture. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu therefore said that this method is not very practical. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has been called by Srila Arpa Goswami the most munificent Avatra because he distributes love of Krishna free of charge. First of all, we cannot even understand Krishna. Therefore there is no question of loving him. If we do not understand someone, how can we love him? The love is very far away, but Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is so kind that he distributes Krishna Prema, love of Krishna, to whomever will take it. In his life, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu cried for Krishna and showed how one should be mad after him. O Govinda, feeling your separation, I am considering a moment to be like 12 years or more. Tears are flowing from my eyes like torrents of rain, and I am feeling all vacant in the world in your absence. Ikaka 7. Without Krishna, one should see everything as vacant. This is RDHR's frame of mind, but this is not possible for an ordinary living being. It was possible for Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and a few devotees, his immediate disciples like the 6 Gosvamis, who were following in his footsteps. They worshipped Krishna in separation and sought Krishna everywhere. I offer my respectful obeisances to the 6 Gosvamis, namely Sri Arpa Gosvami, Sri Santana Gosvami, Sri Raghunatha Ba Gosvami, Sri Raghunatha Disa Gosvami, Sri Java Gosvami and Sri Kapila Ba Gosvami, who were chanting very loudly everywhere in Vindivana, shouting, Queen of Vindivana, RDHR, O Lalit, O son of Nanda Maharya, where are you all now? Are you just on the hill of Govardhana, or are you under the trees on the bank of the Yaman? Where are you? These were their moods in executing Krishna consciousness. Agosvmayaka 8. The Gosvamis never said, we have seen Krishna. This is the recommended process, worship in separation. We should awaken our lost Krishna consciousness in this way and become mad after Krishna in our separation from him. This is called Krishna Prema, and this love was distributed by Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. We should not try to understand Krishna by our small knowledge. Since we are imperfect, how can we speculate on Krishna? There are many people like Jainas and Theosophists who try to understand the absolute truth by speculation, but this is not possible. My Lord, if one is favored by even a slight trace of the mercy of your lotus feet, he can understand the greatness of your personality. But those who speculate in order to understand the Supreme Personality of Godhead are unable to know you, even though they continue to study the Vedas for many years. Srimad Bhagavatam 10.14.29. Even if one speculates for many years, he cannot understand Krishna. One has to receive the mercy of Krishna through the spiritual master, and this is the path recommended by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Sth Nistit Ruti Gatanu Vimanabi. Srimad Bhagavatam 10.14.3. Another name for Krishna is Ajita. No one can conquer Krishna, but Krishna can be conquered by his devotee. One should be submissive and say, Krishna, I am very poor. I have no means to understand you. Please be merciful upon me. Please allow me to understand you and surrender. This is wanted. Krishna is very merciful, and when he sees that someone has surrendered, he will help from within. 14 Bhakti as ultimate liberation. Text 31. Sri Maitreya said, after hearing his mother's statement, Kapila could understand her purpose, and he became compassionate toward her because of having been born from her body. He then described the Skaya system of philosophy, which is a combination of devotional service and mystic realization, as received by disciplic succession. The philosophy propounded by the atheist Kapila is an analysis of the material elements and is very much appreciated by Western philosophers. The Skaya Yoga explained by Lord Kapila Deva, the son of devotee, is practically unknown in the West. The Skaya Yoga propounded herein is actually bhakti. It is stated here that the proper way to receive this knowledge is by disciplic succession, not by philosophical speculation. Speculation is an improper way to understand the absolute truth. Generally, Western philosophers try to understand the absolute truth by the ascending process of mental speculation. This is the process of inductive logic. The other process is the descending process, and this is the parampara process. By this method, knowledge descends from a higher source. In Bhagavad Gita, many yoga systems are explained, but the Bhakti Yoga system is considered highest of all. Ultimately, all yogas end in Bhakti Yoga. The ultimate conclusion of Jnana Yoga and Hatha Yoga is Bhakti Yoga. In the 6th chapter of Bhagavad Gita, the Hatha Yoga system of meditation is explained, and Arjuna, who was highly elevated, said that he could not concentrate his mind in this way. If the Hatha Yoga system was so difficult 5,000 years ago for a person so elevated that he was Krishna's friend, how is it possible today? Arjuna frankly said that this system of yoga was impossible to execute because the mind is as difficult to control as the wind. The Hatha Yoga system is basically meant for those who are overly attached to the body. Otherwise, the preferred yoga is Skaya Yoga or Bhakti Yoga. When Arjuna told Sri Krishna that the Hatha Yoga system was too difficult to execute, the Lord pacified him by saying that the first-class yoga is one who is always thinking of me. Bhagavad Gita 6.47. Arjuna did not know anything but Krishna, and Arjuna requested that Krishna be present on his side in the battle. When Duryodhana approached Krishna with Arjuna and requested him to take sides, Krishna said, I have 18 military divisions. These divisions will take one side, and I personally will take another. However, I will not fight in this battle. At first Arjuna thought it wise to take the 18 divisions with their many thousands of elephants and horses, but then he considered that if he simply had Krishna on his side, that would be sufficient. He would not need ordinary soldiers. Duryodhana, on the other hand, decided to take Krishna's soldiers. Thus, in order to pacify Arjuna, Krishna told him not to worry, although he could not execute the Aga Yoga system. The first-class yoga is he who always thinks of me. One should always remember that Krishna is within his heart and think of him. This is the proper system of meditation. If we always chant the Hare Krishna mantra, we will always remember Krishna, and immediately the form of Krishna will be awakened within our hearts. The process of always thinking of Krishna is the process of Krishna consciousness. The first-class yoga is he who is always conscious of Krishna. One can be conscious of Krishna by hearing about him submissively. We have to accept Krishna through the disciplic succession. There are 4 sampradayas, disciplic successions. One comes from Lord Brahma, the Brahma Sampradaya, and another comes from Lakshmi, the goddess of fortune, the Shri Sampradaya. There are also the Kamra Sampradaya and the Rudra Sampradaya. At the present moment, the Brahma Sampradaya is represented by the Madhva Sampradaya, and we belong to the Madhva Goya Sampradaya. Our original Sampradaya stems from Madhsiriya. In that Sampradaya there was Devendrapur, and Devendrapur's disciple was Srivarapur. Srivarapur's disciple was Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Thus we are coming in the disciplic succession from Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and therefore our Sampradaya is called the Madhva Goya Sampradaya. It is not that we have manufactured a Sampradaya. Rather, our Sampradaya stems from Lord Brahma. There is also the Nuya Sampradaya, which comes from the Shri Sampradaya, and there is the Vusvm Sampradaya, which comes from the Rudra Sampradaya. The Nimditya Sampradaya comes from the Kamra Sampradaya. If we do not belong to any Sampradaya, our conclusion is fruitless. It is not that one should think, I am a big scholar, and I can interpret Bhagavad Gita in my own way. All these Sampradayas are useless. We cannot manufacture our own comments. There are many commentaries made in this way, and they are all useless. They have no effect. We have to accept the philosophy as it was contemplated by Lord Brahma and Radha, Madhsiriya, Devendrapur and Varapur. These great Sirias are beyond the imperfections of so-called scholars. Mundane scientists and philosophers use the words perhaps and maybe because they cannot arrive at a proper conclusion. They are simply speculating, and mental speculation cannot be perfect. Bhakti Yoga is at the top of the stairs of all the yogas. The first step is Karma Yoga, and then Jnana Yoga and Dhyana Yoga, but the ultimate is Bhakti Yoga. Everyone is trying to reach the ultimate absolute truth, but the other yogas end in partial understanding. The understanding derived from Bhakti Yoga is complete, and even if partially executed, it has potency. It is also recommended by the great Mahajanas like Lord Brahma, Lord Eva and Kapila Deva. Since the path of perfection is very difficult to understand, the Stras recommend that we follow the Mahajanas, who are thus described in Srimad Bhagavatam 6:3-20. Another name for Lord Brahma is Svayam because he was born from a lotus flower emanating from the navel of Lord Viyu. Since he was not born of a father and mother, he is therefore called Svayam. And Radha Muni is also a Mahajana, and Ambhu is Lord Eva. Kamra refers to the 4 Kamras, Sanaka, Sanandana, Santana and Sanat Kamra. There are 12 authorities following the Eskaya philosophy, or Bhakti Yoga, and these include Lord Brahma, Lord Eva, Kapila Deva, Manu, Madeva, Janaka Maharya, Ukadeva Goswami and Pralda Maharya. If we simply accept one of these Mahajanas, we will be successful in understanding the absolute truth, but if we try to understand the absolute truth by logic and argument, we will ultimately be frustrated. One philosopher may be a better logician than another, and one philosophical argument may counteract another, but this process goes on and on. It is simply a useless waste of time. Even if we approach Vedic scriptures, there are difficulties. There are so many scriptures, Yajurveda, Jiveda, Asmaveda, Atharva Veda, the Upanishads, the Puras, Brahmastra, Rmya, Mahabharata and so forth. Different people read them and arrive at different conclusions. There are also the Bible and the Quran. According to so many different men, there are so many interpretations. One philosopher defeats another philosopher on the basis of scripture. It is even stated that one cannot become a philosopher unless one propounds a different system of philosophy. NSV Reasio Mata Nabinum. Thus the truth of spiritual life is very complicated and difficult to understand. The conclusion is that one should follow one of these 12 Mahāyanas in order to be successful. Krishna is the original Mahāyana, and he instructed Lord Brahma. Lord Brahma is also a Mahāyana. Actually, Krishna instructed everyone in Bhagavad Gita, and thus everyone has learned from Krishna. In Srimad Bhagavatam 1.1.1, it is also stated, Teen Brahma HD Yadi Kava. Thus Krishna gives his personal instructions just as Kapila Deva gave his personal instructions. There is no contradiction between Krishna's philosophy in Bhagavad Gita and Kapila Deva's philosophy. We need only receive the transcendental knowledge through the Mahāyanas and the results will be beneficial. Kapila Deva explained this Eskaya philosophy to his mother, and although he had a natural affection for his mother, we should not think that devotee was an ordinary woman. She was very submissive, and when Kapila Deva saw this, he became very compassionate. He saw that she was eager to know about the absolute truth, and he considered that, after all, he had received his body from her. Therefore he concluded that he should try to give her the ultimate conclusion of philosophical knowledge, which is this Eskaya philosophy. Text 32 Lord Kapila said, the senses are symbolic representations of the demigods, and their natural inclination is to work under the direction of the Vedic injunctions. As the senses are representatives of the demigods, so the mind is the representative of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The mind's natural duty is to serve. When that spirit of service is engaged in devotion to the personality of Godhead without any motive, that is far better than salvation. The senses of the living entity are always engaged in some occupation, either in activities prescribed in the Vedic injunctions or in material activities. The natural inclination of the senses is to work for something, and the mind is the center of the senses. The mind is actually the leader of the senses. Therefore it is called sattva. Similarly, the leader of all the demigods who are engaged in the activities of this material world, in managing the sun, moon, etc., is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. It is stated in the Vedic literature that the demigods are different limbs of the universal body of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Our senses are also controlled by different demigods. Our senses are representations of various demigods, and the mind is the representation of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The senses, led by the mind, act under the influence of the demigods. When the service is ultimately aimed at the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the senses are in their natural position. The Lord is called HKA, for he is actually the proprietor and ultimate master of the senses. The senses and the mind are naturally inclined to work, but when they are materially contaminated, they work for some material benefit or for the service of the demigods, although actually they are meant to serve the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The senses are called HKA, and the Supreme Personality of Godhead is called HKA. Indirectly, all the senses are naturally inclined to serve the Supreme Lord. That is called bhakti. Kapila Deva said that in devotional service the senses, without desire for material profit or other selfish motives, are engaged in the service of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. That spirit of service is far better than siddhi, salvation. Bhakti, the inclination to serve the Supreme Personality of Godhead, is in a transcendental position far superior to mukti, or liberation. Thus bhakti is the stage after liberation. Unless one is liberated, one cannot engage the senses in the service of the Lord. When the senses are engaged either in material activities of sense gratification or in the activities of the Vedic injunctions, there is some motive, but when the same senses are engaged in the service of the Lord without ulterior motive, that is called animate and is the natural inclination of the mind. The conclusion is that when the mind, undeviated either by Vedic injunctions or by material activities, is fully engaged in Krishna consciousness, or devotional service to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, one is situated far above mere liberation from material entanglement. Bhakti, devotional service, is transcendental even to mukti, liberation. Generally people are concerned with dharma, artha, kama and moksha. In the beginning, there is dharma, religion, then artha, economic development, kama, sense gratification, then moksha, merging into the Supreme One. However, bhakti is above all these. Mukti is not very important for a bhakta. In the words of Bilvama Gala H. Kura, Mukti svaya mukulat jali sevat smn. Mukti herself is standing with folded hands, waiting to serve the devotee. Krishna Karamta 107. This is the experience of Bilvama Gala H. Kura, who was a very rich South Indian Brahmane. Due to bad association, Bilvama Gala H. Kura became a very staunch prostitute hunter, and he spent all his money on a prostitute named Sintmai. One night, during a terrible rainstorm, Bilvama Gala went to see Sintmai, but the prostitute was thinking, surely tonight Bilvama Gala will not come. This is a terrible storm. Nonetheless, Bilvama Gala came, despite all difficulties. Somehow he managed to cross the raging river, and when he saw the gates of Sintmai's house closed, he somehow managed to jump over them. Despite all the dangers, he reached Sintmai's house, and the prostitute, being very astonished, said, "How is it you have come tonight? Oh, you are so attracted to this skin. If you just had this much attraction for Krishna, it would certainly be to your benefit." Bilvama Gala then immediately left the prostitute's house and went to Vindivana. The fact was that in his previous life he had executed devotional service up to Bhava Bhakti. Thus the prostitute Sintmai actually became his guru. While in Vindivana, Bilvama Gala H. Kura wrote a book named Krishna Karamta, which has been recommended by Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. In that book, Bilvama Gala H. Kura writes, "If we have devotion fixed on you, my Lord Bhagavan, then we can easily see your divine form as Kayora Amriti, a young boy." Another name for Krishna is Kayora. The word Kayora refers to the age before marriage, that is, it refers to a boy between the ages of 11 and 16. Sri Krishna is always Kayora Amriti. By devotional service, one can see the Kayora Amriti of Krishna very easily. When Bilvama Gala H. Kura was going to Vindivana, he was still attracted to women. One night he stayed at the house of a very rich merchant, and the merchant's wife told her husband that Bilvama Gala H. Kura was attracted to her. She asked her husband what to do, and the merchant simply said, "Serve him." Finally Bilvama Gala H. Kura came to his senses, and he thought, "These eyes are my enemies." When the beautiful woman approached him, Bilvama Gala H. Kura said, "Mother, please give me the pins out of your hair. I am very mad after the beauty of women. So let me pluck out my eyes." In this way, he blinded himself. Although he could not see, in Vindivana he was supplied milk by Krishna himself. Thus he personally realized Krishna through bhakti and wrote of his personal experience. He wrote, "Mukti is not a very important thing. She is always at my service with folded hands, saying, 'My dear sir, what can I do for you?'" Thus a devotee is not very anxious for mukti because he is already liberated. If a man has $1 million, why should he hanker after 10 rupees? Bhakti should be intimate, without motive. Actually Krishna can fulfill all of our wishes without difficulty because he is almighty and full of all opulences. If we want material happiness from Krishna, it is certainly not difficult for him to grant it. He can also give us mukti, liberation, but it is foolishness to ask anything from Krishna except bhakti. Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Sarasvat H. Kura used to say that asking God for mukti or anything else other than bhakti is like going to a rich man and asking for ashes. There is another story about an old woman who was carrying a bundle of dry wood through the forest. Somehow or other the bundle, which was very heavy, fell to the ground. The old woman became very disturbed and thought, "Who will help put this bundle back on my head?" She then began to call on God, saying, "God help me." Suddenly God appeared and said, "What do you want?" She said, "Please help me put this bundle back on my head." So this is our foolishness. When God comes to give us some benediction, we simply ask him to load us down again with all these material bundles. We ask him for more material things, for a happy family, for a large amount of money, for a new car or whatever. Caitanya Mahaprabhu teaches us that we should only beg God for his service life after life. This is the actual meaning of the Hare Krishna Ma mantra. When we are chanting Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Arma, Hare, we are actually addressing God and his energy. Har is Krishna's internal potency. Srimad Rdhr or Lakam. Jai Ard. This is Dev Prakti, and the devotees take shelter of the Dev Prakti. Srimad Rdhr. Thus the Vaishnavas worship Rdh Krishna, Lakam and Arya and Str Ma. In the beginning of the Hare Krishna Ma mantra we first address the internal energy of Krishna, Hare. Thus we say, O Rdhr, O Hare, O energy of the Lord. When we address someone in this way, he usually says, "Yes, what do you want?" The answer is, "Please engage me in your service." This should be our prayer. We should not say, "O energy of the Lord, O Krishna, please give me money. Please give me a beautiful wife. Please give me many followers. Please give me some prestigious position. Please give me the presidency. These are all material hankerings which should be avoided. Lord Buddha advocated that we give up all material desires. It is not possible to become desireless, but it is possible to give up material desires. It is the nature of the living entity to desire. It is not possible to be desireless. If one is desireless, he is dead. Desirelessness means purifying one's desire, and desire is purified when we only desire the service of Krishna. Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu teaches, O Almighty Lord, I have no desire to accumulate wealth, nor do I desire beautiful women, nor do I want any number of followers. I only want your causeless devotional service birth after birth. Ikaka 4, he requests Lord Krishna's service birth after birth. It is not that he is seeking salvation. Rather, he simply wants to serve Krishna one life after another. The devotees are not anxious to merge into the existence of the Supreme. The Buddhist philosophy advocates nirvana, the negation of all material desires. Buddha does not offer more than this. Akarsi gives a little more, saying that we should become desireless in this material world and then enter into the Brahman effulgence. This is called Brahma nirvana. According to the Vairava philosophy, however, we should negate material desires and be situated on the Brahman platform, but in addition we should engage in the devotional service of the Lord. This is called bhakti. MYVD philosophers cannot understand this, but Krishna says that this devotional service is on the transcendental platform. The Eskaya philosophy of the atheist Kapila, which is a material philosophy, is simply the study of the 24 elements. However, the real Eskaya philosophy, propounded by Kapila Deva, is transcendental to the 24 elements and material activity. Thus in this Eskaya philosophy, which is actually Bhakti Yoga, there is no desire for material benefits. On the material platform, a person works for his own personal sense gratification or for some expanded sense gratification. One may work for himself, family, wife, children, society, community, nation or humanity at large. This is simply expanded sense gratification. Whether one steals for himself, family, community or whatever, the fact remains that he is a thief. It is said that when Alexander the Great arrested a common thief, the thief told Alexander, "What is the difference between us? I am a small plunderer, and you are a great plunderer." Being very sensible, Alexander released him, saying, "Yes, there is no difference." Regardless whether the sense gratification is for oneself, one's family, one's nation or whatever, it is, after all, sense gratification. The quality changes only when we work for the sense gratification of Krishna. It is noteworthy that Bhagavad Gita or Srimad Bhagavatam never states that Krishna of Ka, Krishna says, or Kapila Deva of Ka, Kapila Deva says. Rather, it states Bhagavan of Ka, the Supreme Personality of Godhead says. This means that the version is perfect. If we receive knowledge from an ordinary man, there will be many defects. An ordinary person is subject to illusion, and he also has the tendency to cheat. Although an ordinary person may be a very advanced scholar, he does not possess perfect knowledge. Perfection is something totally different from what we find in the material world. Perfection means that there is no mistake, no illusion, no cheating, no imperfection. Therefore it is stated Bhagavan of Ka, for Bhagavan is all perfect. We should therefore take knowledge from Bhagavan or from one who speaks according to the version of Bhagavan. The Krishna consciousness movement is based on this principle. We are not presenting anything that we ourselves could manufacture. Whatever we manufacture is sure to be defective or deficient. What is the value of my philosophy? What is the value of my thought? Generally, people say, in my opinion, thinking that my opinion really means something. People do not think, I am simply a rascal. People value their opinion, thinking it's something very big. Everyone in this material world has imperfect senses. Therefore whatever knowledge has been gathered through the senses is necessarily imperfect. As we have stressed over and over, we have to receive knowledge from the disciplic succession. Knowledge has to be received from Bhagavan, the perfect one. If we simply follow this system, we can become a guru for the whole world. The devotee never thinks that he is a great bhakta. Krishnadsa Kavir Yagasvami, the author of Chaitanya Charitamrita, has stated, Per Arakaya Hate Mu I Southeast Lagiha. I am lower than the worms in stool. D5.205. This is the Vairava conception. A Vairava is by nature very humble. He never says, I am the Supreme. I have become God. Krishna says, I am God. Worship me. The Vairava says, Krishna is God. Worship Krishna. It is not difficult to become a guru, provided that we repeat what Krishna says. Whatever Krishna states in Bhagavad Gita is Dharma. Dharma is one. It cannot be different. Dharma means abiding by the orders of God. However, if we do not know God or his orders, we can only set about manufacturing some rubbish and fighting among ourselves. This is not Dharma but philosophical speculation. All of this speculation and manufactured Dharma has been kicked out of Srimad Bhagavatam because it is all cheating. Bhagavata Dharma is not cheating, for it is related to the Supreme Lord. Bhakti can be applied only to Bhagavan, and if there is no Bhagavan, there is no Bhakti. If Bhagavan is zero, where is Bhakti? Bhakti is the transaction between Bhagavan and the Bhakta. Bhagavan is there, and the Bhaktas are there, and the Bhaktas address Bhagavan, feed Bhagavan, chant Bhagavan's names, invoke people to hear about Bhagavan, publish books about Bhagavan and worship Bhagavan, and in this way they are constantly absorbed in Bhagavan. This is the process of Bhakti. Text 33 Bhakti, devotional service, dissolves the subtle body of the living entity without separate effort, just as fire in the stomach digests all that we eat. Bhakti is in a far higher position than mukti because a person's endeavor for liberation from the material engagement is automatically realized in devotional service. If the digestive power is sufficient, then whatever we eat will be digested by the fire in the stomach. Similarly, a devotee doesn't have to try separately to attain liberation. That very service to the Supreme Personality of Godhead is the process of liberation because to engage in the service of the Lord is to liberate oneself from material entanglement. For a devotee, liberation is no problem at all. Liberation takes place without separate endeavor. Bhakti, therefore, is far better than mukti or the impersonalist position. The impersonalists undergo severe penances and austerities to attain mukti, but the bhakta, simply by engaging in the bhakti process, especially in chanting Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Arma, Arma, Hare, immediately develops control over the tongue by chanting and accepting the remnants of foodstuff offered to the personality of Godhead. As soon as the tongue is controlled, all other senses are controlled automatically. Sense control is the perfection of the yoga principle, and one's liberation begins immediately as soon as he engages in the service of the Lord. It is confirmed by Kapila Deva that bhakti, or devotional service, is karyasi, more glorious than siddhi, liberation. It is stated in this verse that bhakti dissolves the subtle body. The spirit soul has two coverings, subtle and gross. The gross body is composed of earth, water, fire, air and ether. The subtle body is composed of mind, intelligence and ego. Of the 8 material elements, 5 are gross and 3 are subtle. We cannot see the subtle, and the soul is even more subtle. Anyone with eyes can see the body, but not everyone can perceive the soul, the actual person. When we understand that the soul, or the person, has left the body, we cry, "Oh, my friend has left." We can perceive that the body is there, but something is obviously missing. Thus one's friend is actually different from the body. At the present moment when we say, "This is my friend," we refer to the body, but that is simply the vision of an animal. Animals think, "This is my dog friend, and this is my mother dog." They cannot see beyond the gross body. Similarly, we cannot see the soul, and if we cannot see the minute soul, how can we hope to see God with these blunt eyes? We cannot actually see one another. How, then, can we hope to see God? It is stated, Adori Krishna NMD Nabhav Grhyam Indrayai. Material senses cannot appreciate Krishna's holy name, form, qualities and pastimes. Our present senses are incapable of seeing God. Generally, at death we can understand that something has gone. We understand that what we were seeing was not actually our friend but a lump of matter. This is knowledge. However, one who understands before death that the body is simply a lump of matter is called a wise man. He sees the soul through the eyes of knowledge. Those who are on the gross platform, who are like animals, can see neither the soul nor Bhagavan. The karmas, the gross fruitive workers, do not understand the distinction between the body and the soul. Out of many millions of karmas, there may be one Jain, one wise man who can understand. The Jain knows that he is not the body, and out of many millions of Jains, one may be actually liberated. The MYVDs think that because they are spirit soul, they are one with the Supreme. Being equal in quality does not mean that one is the Supreme Soul. Because the MYVDs think that they have become one with NRYA, they address one another as NRYA. They say, "You are NRYA, I am NRYA, everyone is NRYA." From this misconception, the idea of Daridra NRYA, poor NRYA, arises. The devotees fully engaged in the service of the lotus feet of the Supreme Lord do not think in this way. They think, if I am one with the Supreme, how is it I have fallen into this condition? They know that a drop of seawater is one in quality with the vast ocean, but they also know that a drop of water is never equal to the ocean itself. Sometimes the MYVDS worship Lord Vivu, but they do not actually believe in the form of Lord Vivu. They consider his image to be some imaginary form to utilize as a means for self-realization. MYVDS say that the absolute truth has no arpa, no form, but it is stated, Varaparama Krishna Saksidnanda Vigraha. Krishna, who is known as Govinda, is the supreme controller. He has an eternal, blissful, spiritual body. The word Vigraha refers to the supreme form, but the MYVDS do not understand this. There are also many so-called Vaivas who worship Lord Vivu with the aim of becoming one with the Supreme. They sometimes give the example of a drop of water merging into the great ocean itself. This is simply nonsense. The ocean is a combination of countless molecules of water, and it is impossible for one molecule to merge into the totality. The sunshine is a combination of countless trillions of small shining particles, and each particle has its individual identity as an atom. Because we do not have the eyes to see the small atomic divisions, we think that they are one, but actually they are not homogeneous. Similarly, although we are very small particles of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, we all have different identities. In Bhagavad Gita 2.12, Sri Krishna says, "Never was there a time when I did not exist, nor you, nor all these kings, nor in the future shall any of us cease to be." Krishna never says that he, Arjuna, and all the soldiers shall eventually become one. Rather, he says that everyone will retain his own individuality. Those who have complete knowledge never think that in the future they will become one with the Supreme. They simply want to remain in their constitutional position as part and parcel of Krishna. Although we are now covered by the material body can be easily dissolved by the process of Bhakti Yoga. If we are strong in Bhakti Yoga, we actually no longer have a material body but a spiritual one. We are free. When we are baffled, we want to become the husband of Goddess Lakam. The husband of Goddess Lakam is an Arya, God himself. In this material world, we are hankering after Lakam, the goddess of fortune, but we are frustrated in our attempts. We think, now let me become the husband of Lakam. Actually, no one can enjoy Lakam but an Arya. Even exalted demigods like Lord Brahm and Lord Eva are inferior to Lord and Arya, but we are so foolish that we are thinking of assuming an Arya's position or making an Arya into Daridra and Arya, the poor man in the street. The straws never equalize an Arya with anyone, not even Lord Brahm or Lord Eva. What to speak of foolish rascals? One may ask why an Arya has created us, why it is we are part and parcel of an Arya. Echo Bahusayam. Why has an Arya become many? He has created us for enjoyment. Nanda Mayo by St. He has created us in the same way a gentleman accepts a wife. If one takes on a wife, he will beget children. A man takes on the responsibility of maintaining a wife and children because he thinks that through them he will enjoy life. In the material world we see that during the evening a man tries to enjoy life with his wife, children and friends. Therefore he takes on so many responsibilities. This is supposed to be Nanda, bliss, but because it takes place in the material world, the Nanda is converted into something distasteful. However, we can enjoy this Nanda when we are with our Supreme Father, Krishna. We are all children of the Supreme Father, and in Bhagavad Gita 14.4, Krishna claims all species of life as his children. It should be understood that all species of life, O son of Kunt, are made possible by birth in this material nature, and that I am the seed-giving Father. The Supreme Father, Sri Krishna, has created us for his enjoyment, not to create distress. Although we are Krishna's children, we have given up our Supreme Father because we wish to enjoy ourselves independently. Consequently, we are suffering. If a rich man's son gives up his home to try to enjoy life independently, he simply suffers. It is to our benefit to return home, back to Godhead, to enjoy ourselves with our original Father, Krishna. This will give us happiness. Krishna is full of all opulence. He possesses in totality wealth, strength, beauty, fame, knowledge and renunciation. He possesses everything in unlimited quantity. If we return to our original Father, we can enjoy ourselves with him unlimitedly. It is not that we can enjoy ourselves independent of Krishna, nor can we say that to enjoy ourselves we have to become one with Krishna. In the material world, our Father gives us our birth and we are an entity separate from Him. If we are suffering, do we say, "My dear Father, I am suffering. Will you please once again make me one with you?" Is this a very good proposal? A father says, "I have begotten you separately to enjoy yourself. You remain separate and I remain separate, and in this way we will enjoy. Now you are asking to become one with me. What is this nonsense?" The MYVDs want to become one with the Supreme because they are suffering in the material world. Krishna has created us to enjoy ourselves in his company, but due to our desire for independent enjoyment, we are not doing that. Consequently, we are suffering in this material world, and because we are suffering, we are thinking of becoming one with our Father. It is MY's business to try to build up the living entity, to puff him up, and MY's last snare is to make the living entity think that he can become one with God. MYVDs think that becoming one with the Supreme is the highest perfection, but this is not perfection because our original constitutional position is to enjoy the company of Krishna. Friends sit together in a room and enjoy one another's company. What enjoyment can one have by himself? Variety is the mother of enjoyment, and real enjoyment is being in Krishna's company. Therefore devotees never desire to become one with the Supreme. It is Chaitanya Mahaprabhu who says, "My dear Lord, I do not want to put an end to the process of birth and death. I am not anxious for mukti. Let me go ahead and take one birth after another. It doesn't matter. Simply let me engage in your service birth after birth." Ikaka 4. This is real Nanda. Unless we are fully qualified devotees, we cannot enter into the Vaikuha planets. We have to live outside in the Brahmajyotir. If we desire this, Krishna will give us the opportunity. After all, Krishna is everything. He is Brahmajyotir and Paramtm also. If we want to become one with the Supreme, we will be allowed to live outside the Vaikuha planets in the Brahmajyotir. However, that position is not eternal. As we have explained before, we cannot live eternally in the Brahmajyotir because we want variety. Without variety, there is no enjoyment. In all conditions, the pure devotee is liberated. He may engage in some occupation or business, but he is always thinking of how to serve Krishna, and in this way he is automatically liberated. It is not that he thinks of becoming one with the Supreme and attaining liberation. Rather, his liberation lies in his personal relationship with the Supreme Lord himself. 15. Meditation on the Lord's Transcendental Form. Text 34. A pure devotee who is attached to the activities of devotional service and who always engages in the service of my lotus feet never desires to become one with me. Such a devotee, who is unflinchingly engaged, always glorifies my pastimes and activities. There are 5 kinds of liberation stated in the scriptures. One is to become one with the Supreme Personality of Godhead, or to forsake one's individuality and merge into the Supreme Spirit. This is called ektamadam. A devotee never accepts this kind of liberation. The other 4 liberations are: to be promoted to the same planet as God, Vaikuha, to associate personally with the Supreme Lord, to achieve the same opulence as the Lord, and to attain his same bodily features. A pure devotee, as Kapila Muni will explain, does not aspire for any of the liberations. He especially despises the attempt to become one with the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Sri Prabodhananda Sarasvat, a great devotee of Lord Chaitanya, said, Kaivalyanarakyate. The happiness of becoming one with the Supreme Lord, which is the aspiration of the MYVDs, is considered hellish. That oneness is not for pure devotees. There are many so-called devotees who think that in the conditioned state we may worship the personality of Godhead, but that ultimately there is no personality. They say that since the Absolute Truth is impersonal, one can imagine a personal form of the impersonal Absolute Truth for the time being, but as soon as one becomes liberated, the worship stops. That is the theory put forward by MYVDA philosophy. Actually, the impersonalists do not merge into the existence of the Supreme Person but into his personal bodily luster, which is called Brahmajyotir. Although that Brahmajyotir is not different from his personal body, that sort of oneness, merging into the bodily luster of the personality of Godhead, is not accepted by a pure devotee because the devotees engage in greater pleasure than merging into his existence. The greatest pleasure is to serve the Lord. Devotees are always thinking about how to serve him. They are always designing ways and means to serve the Supreme Lord, even in the midst of the greatest material obstacles. MYVDs accept the description of the pastimes of the Lord as myths, but actually they are not. They are historical facts. Pure devotees accept the narrations of the pastimes of the Lord as absolute truth. The The words Mama Purvai, my glorious activities, are significant. Devotees are very much attached to glorifying the activities of the Lord, whereas MYVDs cannot even think of these activities. According to them, the absolute truth is impersonal, but without personal existence, how can there be activity? Because impersonalists take the activities mentioned in the Srimad Bhagavatam, Bhagavad Gita and other Vedic literatures as fictitious stories, they interpret them most mischievously. They have no idea of the personality of Godhead. They unnecessarily poke their noses into the scripture and interpret it in a deceptive way in order to mislead the innocent public. The activities of MYVD philosophy are very dangerous to the public, and therefore Lord Chaitanya warned his disciples never to hear from any MYVD about any scripture. MYVDs will spoil the entire process, and the person hearing them will never be able to come to the path of devotional service to attain the highest perfection. He only may be able to do so after a very long time. It is clearly stated by Kapila Muni that bhakti activities are transcendental to mukti. This is called pakama parartha. Generally, people engage in the activities of religion, economic development and sense gratification, and ultimately they work with an idea that they are going to become one with the Supreme Lord, mukti. But bhakti is transcendental to all these activities. The Srimad Bhagavatam, therefore, begins by stating that all kinds of pretentious religiosity is completely eradicated from the Bhagavatam. Ritualistic activities for economic development and sense gratification and, after frustration in sense gratification, the desire to become one with the Supreme Lord, are all completely rejected in the Bhagavatam. The Bhagavatam is especially meant for the pure devotees, who always engage in Krishna consciousness in the activities of the Lord, and always glorify these transcendental activities. Pure devotees worship the transcendental activities of the Lord in Vana, Rak and Mathur as they are narrated in the Srimad Bhagavatam and other Puranas. The MYVD philosophers completely reject them as myths, but actually they are great and worshipable subjects and thus are relishable only for devotees. That is the difference between a MYVD and a pure devotee as they view scripture. Actually Vedic scripture is Krishna Kath, topics about Krishna, and Krishna Kath is not a subject matter for a debate club. It is meant for the devotees. Non-devotees simply waste their time reading Bhagavad Gita and Srimad Bhagavatam, and we have often mentioned that so-called scholars, politicians and philosophers simply give misleading commentaries when they try to interpret Bhagavad Gita. Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Sarasvati Thakur used to say that they are like people trying to lick at a bottle of honey that is sealed closed. If one does not know how to taste honey, one begins licking at the bottle, but for one to actually taste the honey, the bottle must be opened, and the key to its opening is the devotee. Therefore it is said, in the association of pure devotees, discussion of the pastimes and activities of the Supreme Personality of Godhead is very pleasing and satisfying to the ear and the heart. By cultivating such knowledge one gradually becomes advanced on the path of liberation, and thereafter he is freed, and his attraction becomes fixed. Then real devotion and devotional service begin. Srimad Bhagavatam 3.25. 25. God is eternal, and his instructions and followers are also eternal. In Bhagavad Gita 4.1, Krishna tells Arjuna that millions of years ago he spoke Bhagavad Gita to the sun god. Bhagavad Gita was spoken to Arjuna 5,000 years ago, and if we read it today we will still find that it is fresh. Bhagavad Gita and Krishna are never old. Although Krishna is the most ancient one, the oldest of all, he always remains like a young boy in his teens. He never appears older than 20. Krishna's words are absolute, as well as his form, qualities and activities. They are always fresh and new. If they were not, how could the devotees glorify them day after day with greater enthusiasm? The more one glorifies Krishna, the more enthusiastic one becomes in glorifying. This is the meaning of spiritual. In the material world, if we repeat something once, twice, thrice or 4 times, it finally becomes hackneyed and disgusting. However, this Hare Krishna mantra can be chanted 24 hours daily, and one will still feel fresh and enthusiastic. It is not a material sound like the sounds we hear on the radio. It is a spiritual sound that comes from the spiritual world. Even in the material world we can release a sound from one place and it can be heard thousands of miles away. A spiritual sound can be released from many trillions of miles away, and it can be heard, provided that one has the machine to capture it. That machine is Bhagavat Prema. Those who have developed love of Godhead can hear it. Arjuna was neither a Vedantist nor a sannyas, nor was he particularly advanced in spiritual understanding. However, he heard Bhagavad Gita because he was a bhakta. Atheistic scholars and politicians cannot understand the transcendental vibration. They can only look at the honey bottle. Fools and rascals eat and drink everything without restriction, thinking that they are doing so in the name of religion. There are many so-called SVMs and yogas who tell their disciples that they can do anything and still advance spiritually, but this is not possible. One has to become a pure Brahma, control the mind and senses and discuss the Supreme Personality of Godhead among Estes. This may sound very difficult, but one can become a saintly person, within a second. If one is eager, one can immediately surrender to Krishna. When one approaches Krishna, one should say, "My dear Krishna, I have forgotten you. Now I am fully surrendered unto you. You may kill me as you like, or, if you like, you can give me protection." When Prahlada was asked by the Supreme Lord what benediction he desired, Prahlada Arya replied, "My dear Lord, why should I ask for some benediction simply because I have suffered for you? You are supremely powerful, and whatever I get from you. I was born into a family of demons and was inclined toward material enjoyment. I have seen my powerful father, who was feared even by the demigods, annihilated within a second. Why should I ask for anything? Please engage me in the service of your servant. This is all I want. I do not want anything else." In this way a devotee never asks for anything material from the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The devotees are simply satisfied in glorifying the Lord. This is the way of Bhakti Yoga. Krishna descends to please his devotees and destroy the demons. From the very beginning of Krishna's birth, demons were present. Kasa advised his constables, "As soon as Krishna is born, tell me. I shall immediately kill him." He was always thinking of Krishna in this way, negatively. Similarly, we will find so many so-called religionists whose only purpose is to kill Krishna. Somehow or other they try to take Krishna out of Bhagavad Gita. They will comment on Bhagavad Gita, but in their commentaries there will never be mention of Krishna. They will never say that Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead and that he should be worshipped. This means that they are asuras, demons, although they may present themselves as big scholars. Somehow or other they try to evade Krishna Bhakti, and their entire propaganda is aimed toward this. Text 35. O my mother, my devotees always see the smiling face of my form, with eyes like the rising morning sun. They like to see my various transcendental forms, which are all benevolent, and they also talk favorably with me. MYVDS and atheists accept the forms of the deities in the temple of the Lord as idols, but devotees do not worship idols. They directly worship the personality of Godhead in his ark incarnation. Ark refers to the form we can worship in our present condition. Actually, in our present state it is not possible to see God in his spiritual form because our material eyes and senses cannot conceive of a spiritual form. We cannot even see the spiritual form of the individual soul. When a man dies, we cannot see how the spiritual form leaves the body. That is the defect of our material senses. In order to be seen by our material senses, the Supreme Personality of Godhead accepts a favorable form which is called Ark Vigraha. This Ark Vigraha, sometimes called the Ark Incarnation, is not different from him. Just as the Supreme Personality of Godhead accepts various incarnations, he takes on forms made out of matter, clay, wood, metal, jewels, etc. There are many strict injunctions which give instructions for carving forms of the Lord. These forms are not material. If God is all-pervading, he is also in the material elements. There is no doubt about it. But the atheists think otherwise. Although they preach that everything is God, when they go to the temple and see the form of the Lord, they deny that he is God. According to their own theory, everything is God. Then why is the deity not God? Actually, they have no conception of God. The devotee's vision, however, is different. Their vision is smeared with love of God. As soon as they see the Lord in his different forms, the devotees become saturated with love, for they do not find any difference between the Lord and his form in the temple, as do the atheists. The smiling face of the deity in the temple is beheld by the devotees as transcendental and spiritual, and the decorations on the body of the Lord are very much appreciated by the devotees. It is the duty of the spiritual master to teach his devotees how to decorate the deity in the temple, how to cleanse the temple, and how to worship the deity. There are different procedures, rules and regulations followed in temples of Vu, and devotees go there and see the deity, the Vigraha, and spiritually enjoy the form, because all of the deities are benevolent. The devotees express their minds before the deity, and in many instances the deity also gives answers. But one must be a very elevated devotee in order to be able to speak with the Supreme Lord. Sometimes the Lord informs the devotee through dreams. These exchanges between the deity and the devotee are not understandable by atheists, but actually the devotee enjoys them. Clearly, those who have the eyes to see Krishna will see him. When Chaitanya Mahaprabhu entered the temple of Jagannatha, he immediately fainted upon seeing the deity. He said, "Oh, here is my Lord, here is my Lord." In order to see, one has to become Santa, and one becomes Santa by culture. When we develop love of Krishna, we will immediately see Krishna and faint, saying, "Oh, here is my Lord." However, those with no faith, those who are always trying to deny Krishna, will simply say, "Oh, this is an idol. This is simply a piece of stone." We must be eager to see Krishna and talk with him. He is actually waiting to see whether we are interested in talking with him. In Bhagavad Gita 10.10, Sri Krishna says, "To those who are constantly devoted and worship me with love, I give the understanding by which they can come to me." If we want to talk to some important men, we must have some qualification. It is not that we can immediately talk to presidents or even to senators just because we want to talk to them. Somehow or other we must comply with certain rules and regulations. Krishna is ready to talk to us, and for this purpose he has descended in the Artamurti, the deity, in order to be seen. We simply have to qualify ourselves to talk with him. The non-devotees (MYVDS) who are interested in denying Krishna say that God has no eyes, no legs, no hands, no ears and so on. This is indirectly saying that God is blind and deaf and that he cannot do this or that. In this way, they are indirectly insulting God. This is blasphemy. God does not want to hear such nonsense. Therefore it is said in this verse, Skavika Spha Vedanti. By saying that Krishna is blind, that he has no eyes, no hands, no nothing, we are indirectly saying that Krishna does not exist. This is certainly not a favorable way to talk about Krishna. If we want to talk about Krishna, we must consult the Vedic literatures. Then we can understand how Krishna should be worshipped. In Brahma Sahit 5.29, it is stated, Sri Krishna is playing on his flute, and his eyes are as beautiful as the petals of a lotus flower. He wears a peacock feather in his hair, and his form is very beautiful. The MYVDS say, just imagine some form of God. But God's form cannot be imagined. God's form is not imaginary but factual. This factual information we receive from the Vedas. When Krishna was present on this earth, he exhibited his form and activities. All of these are divine, not material. Krishna's body is Saksidananda Vigraha. It has nothing to do with anything material. He descends as a favor to his devotees, who are always anxious to see him. His first business is to give pleasure to his devotees, and his second business is to kill the demons, who are always giving the devotees trouble. It is the nature of demons to give devotees trouble, just as in the West, Lord Jesus Christ was crucified because he was preaching God consciousness. Similarly, Hiranyakashipu tried to kill his 5-year-old boy Prahlada Arya because his son was talking about Krishna. There were many demons who tried to kill Krishna himself, great demons like P10, Agsura, Baksura and Kasa. Nonetheless, Krishna destroys them all by his omnipotence. Actually everyone in the material world is more or less an asura, an atheist. If one preaches, one has to learn to tolerate the asuras and speak in such a way that they can also become devotees. We should always speak of Krishna in a pleasing way. Then we will be benefited. Another name for Krishna is Uttama Loka, which indicates that he is worshipped by the best selected words. It is not that we should use any words we choose. There are many prayers in the Vedic scriptures and also in the Bible and Quran. Although the Christians and Mohammedans do not worship the deity, they offer prayers to the Lord, and that is also bhakti. Arkana Vandanam. There are 9 different processes for worshipping the Lord, and one may accept one or all of them. We should use very selected words and surrender unto Krishna, but we should not say things which do not please him. We should not claim that God is formless and that he has no eyes, no head or whatever. Actually it is stated in the Vedas that Krishna has no hand but that he can accept our offering. This means that he has no material hand. If he actually has no hand, how can he extend his hand millions of miles to accept an offering? Galoka Vana is many trillions and trillions of miles away, but Krishna can accept whatever we offer. When the Vedas say that God has no hands, it is meant that he has no material hands. His hands are Saksidananda Vigraha. If we can understand Krishna's activities, form, qualities and pastimes in this way, we become fit to return home, back to Godhead. Text 36. Upon seeing the charming forms of the Lord, smiling and attractive, and hearing his very pleasing words, the pure devotee almost loses all other consciousness. His senses are freed from all other engagements, and he becomes absorbed in devotional service. Thus, in spite of his unwillingness, he attains liberation without separate endeavor. There are three divisions of devotees: first class, second class and third class. Even the third class devotees are liberated souls. It is explained in this verse that although they do not have knowledge, simply by seeing the beautiful decoration of the deity in the temple, they are absorbed in thought of him and lose all other consciousness. By fixing oneself in Krishna consciousness, engaging the senses in the service of the Lord, one is imperceptibly liberated. This is also confirmed in Bhagavad Gita. Simply by discharging uncontaminated devotional service as prescribed in the scriptures, one becomes equal to Brahman. In Bhagavad Gita it is said, Brahma bhyakalpate. This means that the living entity in his original state is Brahman because he is part and parcel of the Supreme Brahman. Because of his forgetfulness of his real nature as an eternal servitor of the Lord, he is overwhelmed and captured by my. His forgetfulness of his real constitutional position is my. Otherwise he is eternally Brahman. When one is trained to become conscious of his position, he understands that he is the servitor of the Lord. Brahman refers to a state of self-realization. Even the third-class devotee, who is not advanced in knowledge of the absolute truth but who offers obeisances with great devotion, thinks of the Lord, sees the Lord in the temple and brings forth flowers and fruits to offer to the deity, becomes imperceptibly liberated. Radhanvit. With great devotion the devotees offer worshipful respects and paraphernalia to the deity. The deities of RDH and Krishna, Lakam and Narya and Arma and St are very attractive to devotees, so much so that when they see the deity decorated in the temple, they become fully absorbed in thinking of the Lord. That is liberation. In other words, it is confirmed herein that even a third-class devotee is in the transcendental position, above those who are striving for liberation by speculation or other methods. Even great impersonalists like Ukadeva Goswami and the four Kumras were attracted by the beauty of the deities in the temple, by the decorations and by the aroma of tulas offered to the Lord, and they became devotees. Even though they were in the liberated state, instead of remaining impersonalists they were attracted by the beauty of the Lord and became devotees. Here the word vilsa is very important. Vilsa refers to the activities or pastimes of the Lord. It is a prescribed duty in temple worship that not only should one visit the temple to see the deity nicely decorated, but at the same time he should hear the recitation of Srimad Bhagavatam, Bhagavad Gita or some similar literature which is regularly recited in the temple. In Vindivana, in every temple, there is recitation of the stras. Even third-class devotees who have no literary knowledge or no time to read Srimad Bhagavatam or Bhagavad Gita have the opportunity to hear about the pastimes of the Lord. In this way their minds may remain always absorbed in the thought of the Lord, his form, his activities and his transcendental nature. This state of Krishna consciousness is a liberated stage. Lord Chaitanya, therefore, recommended 5 important processes in the discharge of devotional service. 1. To chant the holy name of the Lord, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Arma, Arma Arma, Hare. 2. To associate with devotees and serve them as far as possible. 3. To hear Srimad Bhagavatam. 4. To see the decorated temple and the deity and, if possible, 5. To live in a place like Vindivana or Mathur. These 5 items alone can help a devotee achieve the highest perfectional stage. This is confirmed in Bhagavad Gita and in this verse of Srimad Bhagavatam. That third-class devotees can also imperceptibly achieve liberation is accepted in all Vedic literatures. As far as meditation on the Ark Vigraha form of the Lord is concerned, we have to look at the deity beginning with his lotus feet. It is not that we immediately look at his smiling face. We should first try to see the lotus feet of Krishna, and when we are practiced in this way, we can look at his thighs, his waist and his chest. Then we can reach his smiling face. In this manner we should meditate on Krishna's form, and thus we can associate with Krishna by meditating on his smiling face, his flute, his hands, his dress, his consort Srimad Rdhr and the other gopas surrounding him. Thus we should practice observing the Supreme Lord, and to this end he has appeared before us as the Ark Vigraha. There are 3 kinds of devotee: Kaniha-adhikar, Madhyama-adhikar and Uttama-adhikar. The Uttama-adhikar is the most advanced. The Madhyama-adhikar is in the middle stage. and the Kanihadhikar is the neophyte. It is recommended that the neophyte meditate on the deity daily. He should begin by meditating on the lotus feet, and then when he is practiced, he should turn his gaze toward Krishna's smiling face. The neophyte should also read and hear Bhagavad Gita and Srimad Bhagavatam. If we simply try to see and don't listen, the results will not be permanent. In some temples there are deities but no discussion about Krishna. People attend for some time, but after a while they lose interest. Thus there must be two activities. The deities must be worshipped, and this is called Kartrik Vidi. There must also be Bhagavata Vidi, reading Srimad Bhagavad Gita and Srimad Bhagavatam. Kartrik Vidi and Bhagavata Vidi go hand in hand. By participating in these two processes, the neophyte can gradually attain the intermediate stage. The spiritual master is supposed to be in the most advanced stage, but for preaching purposes he descends to the intermediate stage. The Uttamadhikar, the most advanced devotee, does not discriminate between devotees and non-devotees. He sees everyone but himself as a devotee. The truly advanced devotee sees that he is not a devotee but that everyone else is a devotee. The Kanihadhikar, the neophyte, simply concentrates on the deity, and that is required in the beginning. A person who is very faithfully engaged in the worship of the deity in the temple, but who does not know how to behave toward devotees or people in general, is called a Prkta Bhakta or Kanihadhikar. Srimad Bhagavatam 11.2. 47. According to the prescribed duties mentioned in the scriptures, one must care for the deity, but when one is a little further advanced, he considers his functions with others. When one attains the Madhyamadhikar stage, his vision is described thus. The Madhyamadhikar is a devotee who worships the Supreme Personality of Godhead as the highest object of love, makes friends with the Lord's devotees, is merciful to the ignorant and avoids those who are envious by nature. Srimad Bhagavatam 11.2. 46. The Madhyamadhikar is not only interested in the deity, but he can also discern between devotees and non-devotees. He can also understand that this man is innocent and that this man is not. The innocent do not know what is to be done, and they do not know anything about God. They are not actually offenders, but there are others who are offenders. The offenders become immediately envious as soon as they hear about God or his devotees. The Madhyamadhikar knows that Krishna is God. Krishnastu Bhagavan Svayam. He wants to develop his love for Krishna. He also wants to see that not a moment is wasted without engagement in Krishna consciousness. He is always careful not to spoil life's valuable time. That is the first qualification of a Madhyamadhikar. We have a very short period to live, and we never know when we are going to die. There is no certainty. Foolish people think that they will go on living forever, but that is simply foolishness. Life is transient. Therefore the devotee wants to utilize every moment for the advancement of Krishna consciousness. The Madhyamadhikar also has a special taste for chanting the Hare Krishna mantra. He is also very anxious to live in places like Vindivana, Devirak and Mathur, places where Krishna lived. Of course it is a fact that Krishna, being God, has his residence everywhere. He even resides within every atom. Nonetheless, he has special places of residence like Vindivana, Devirak and Mathur. Therefore a devotee is anxious to live in those places. Increasing one's love for God is a gradual process, and the first ingredient is faith. Without faith, there is no question of progress in Krishna consciousness. That faith is created after reading Bhagavad Gita carefully and actually understanding it as it is. Unless one reads Bhagavad Gita, there is no question of faith in Krishna. One must have faith in the words of Krishna, particularly when Krishna says, "Abandon all dharmas and surrender to me. I will give you all protection." If we study Bhagavad Gita as a literary treatise and then throw it away, that is not faith. Faith is explained by Krishnadasa Kavirya Goswami thus. By rendering transcendental loving service to Krishna, one automatically performs all subsidiary activities. This confident, firm faith, favorable to the discharge of devotional service, is called Rad. Kaitanya Karitam Ta, Madhya 22.62. In Bhagavad Gita Krishna says that he is not only a person but the Supreme Personality of Godhead as well. He also says that there is no one superior to him. If one believes these words, then one will have faith. Impersonalists read Bhagavad Gita, but they do not accept Krishna as a person. In the 12th chapter of Bhagavad Gita, Krishna says that the impersonalist takes more trouble to come to him. He will come later, but it will take some time. This is because impersonal understanding of the Supreme Absolute Truth is partial understanding. As Krishna states, For those whose minds are attached to the unmanifested, impersonal feature of the Supreme, advancement is very troublesome. To make progress in that discipline is always difficult for those who are embodied. Bhagavad Gita 12.5. We have often given the example of impersonal understanding being like the understanding of the sunshine. One may see the sunshine entering through a window into his room, but this does not mean that one knows everything about the sun. Impersonal understanding of the absolute truth is like that. The sunshine is impersonal, Brahman, the sun itself is localized, Paramtm, and the sun god residing within the sun is a person, Bhagavan. Just as one can understand the three aspects of the sunshine, the sun itself and the sun god, one can also understand the three aspects of the supreme absolute truth, Brahman, Paramtm and Bhagavan. Impersonalists maintain that the sun is simply a fiery globe and nothing else, but in Bhagavad Gita Krishna specifically states that he spoke Bhagavad Gita to the sun god Vivasvan. Of course we can hardly imagine how the sun god can be a person. The sun is a great fiery globe, and we think that it is impossible for anyone to live there, but this thinking is simply short-sighted. It does not follow that no one can live in fire just because we cannot live there. We cannot live in water, yet there are aquatics living there. We live on this planet which is basically composed of earth, and our bodies are basically composed of earth in order to live here. Bodies are made in such a way that they can live in their environment. Similarly, the sun god has a body capable of living in fire. Krishna is Saksidananda Vigraha, being, knowledge and bliss with form. Impersonal understanding is understanding of the Sat feature. Understanding Krishna in full is understanding all of his features. The Nanda feature is realized in Bhagavan. Krishna plays on his flute and is accompanied by his pleasure potency, HL Dinakti, Srimad RDHR. Of Krishna's many potencies, the HL Dinakti is his pleasure-giving potency. That is Nanda. Although Krishna is full in himself, he expands himself when he wants to enjoy. That expansion is his pleasure potency, RDHR. The gopas are the expansions of RDHR, and the various forms of Krishna are manifest just to taste the mellow of transcendental bliss. Nanda Sinma Rasa. Thus Brahman realization is realization of the Sat portion, Paramtm realization is realization of the Sit portion, and Bhagavan realization is the realization of the Nanda portion. In the Vedanta Astra it is said that the absolute truth is Nanda Mayo by St. Krishna's LL is always full of transcendental bliss, especially in Vana, his original residence. It is in Vana that Krishna plays with his cowherd boyfriends and dances with the gopas. It is also in Vana that Krishna steals Mother Yad's butter. All his activities there are filled with transcendental bliss. We can begin to experience this bliss by following the prescribed methods of devotional service. When we see the deity, we can gradually realize how Krishna is smiling, playing on his flute and enjoying the company of Srimad RDHR. Then we also have to hear about Krishna. These two processes will increase in such a way that we will automatically become great devotees. Anichatomi Gatima Viprayukt. This is actually a scientific method. It is not imagination. People think that this is idol worship and imagination, but this method is prescribed in all the sutras for developing God consciousness. It is an actual science. The personality of Godhead said, "Knowledge about me as described in the scriptures is very confidential, and it has to be realized in conjunction with devotional service. The necessary paraphernalia for that process is being explained by me. You may take it up carefully." Srimad Bhagavatam 2.9:31. In Bhagavad Gita Krishna tells Arjuna that he has revealed this most confidential knowledge to him because Arjuna is his very dear friend. That confidential knowledge is, "Just surrender unto me." Bhagavad Gita 18.66. Brahman realization is certainly confidential, and Paramtm realization is still more confidential, but understanding Krishna as he is the most confidential knowledge of all. If one's mind and senses are completely absorbed in Krishna consciousness, one is experiencing bhakti. Bhakti is not a sentiment but a practical science. One may engage in many activities, but in all cases, one's mind must be fully absorbed in Krishna. Although a housewife is always busy working around the house, she always takes care that her hair is nicely combed. Regardless of her engagements, she never forgets to arrange her hair in an attractive way. Similarly, a devotee engages in many activities, but he never forgets Krishna's transcendental form. This is the meaning of perfection. 16. The pure devotee's spiritual opulence is text 37. Thus because he is completely absorbed in meditation upon me, the devotee does not desire even the highest benediction obtainable in the upper planetary systems, including Satyaloka. He does not desire the 8 material perfections obtained from mystic yoga, nor does he desire to be elevated to the kingdom of God. Yet even without desiring them, the devotee enjoys, even in this life, all the offered benedictions. The vibhtis, or opulences, offered by MY are of many varieties. We experience different varieties of material enjoyment even on this planet, but if one is able to promote himself to higher planets like Chandraloka, the sun, or, still higher, Maharloka, Janaloka and Tapaloka, or even ultimately the highest planet which is inhabited by Brahm and is called Satyaloka, one will find immense possibilities for material enjoyment. For example, the duration of life on higher planets is far, far greater than on this planet. It is said that on the moon the duration of life is such that our 6 months are equal to 1 day. We cannot even imagine the duration of life on the highest planet. It is stated in Bhagavad Gita that Brahm's 12 hours are inconceivable even to our mathematicians. These are all descriptions of the external energy of the Lord, or MY. Besides these, there are other opulences which the yogas can achieve by their mystic power. They are also material. A devotee does not aspire for all these material pleasures, although they are available to him simply by wishing. By the grace of the Lord, a devotee can achieve wonderful material success simply by willing, but a real devotee does not do so. Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has taught that one should not desire material opulence or material reputation, nor should one try to enjoy material beauty. He should only aspire to be absorbed in the devotional service of the Lord, even if he does not get liberation but has to continue the process of birth and death unlimitedly. Actually, however, to one who engages in Krishna consciousness, liberation is already guaranteed. Devotees enjoy all the benefits of the higher planets and the Vaikuha planets also. It is especially mentioned here, Bhgavat Bhadaram. In the Vaikuha planets everything is eternally peaceful, yet a pure devotee does not even aspire to be promoted there. But still he gets that advantage. He enjoys all the facilities of the material and spiritual worlds, even during the present lifespan. According to Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Arpa Goswami in his Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, and Radha Muni in the Anrada Pakartra and Bhagavan Shri Krishna in Bhagavad Gita, a pure devotee never wants anything from the Lord. He does not even want liberation, to say nothing of material things. Generally, people want dharma, artha, kama and moksha in that order. First of all, people want to become religious, dharma, in order to attain material opulence, artha. People want material opulence in order to gratify their senses, kama, and when they are frustrated in their attempt to gratify their senses, they want liberation, moksha. In this way, dharma, artha, kama and moksha are going on. However, a devotee is not interested in any of these. In the Christian religion, people pray, "Give us this day our daily bread," but a pure bhakta does not even ask for his daily bread. A pure devotee is kept in the hand of Krishna just like a very precious jewel. When you hold something precious in your hand, you are very careful, and similarly, Krishna holds the devotee and takes care of him. One can just imagine his position if a very rich man says, "Don't worry, I will take care of everything for you." Krishna, the Supreme Lord, is the proprietor of all opulence. There is no one more opulent than Krishna. Therefore, if Krishna says that he will take care of his devotee, there is no question of poverty. Most people want material opulence, but they do not know that Krishna is the proprietor of all opulence. That is their misfortune. Although the proprietor of all opulence says, "Just surrender unto me, and I will take care of you," people do not do it. Instead, they say, "I will take care of my own business. I will maintain myself. I will take care of myself, my family, my friends and my country." Arjuna was very intelligent because he simply chose Krishna, whereas Duryodhana took Krishna's soldiers. It is not possible to conquer Krishna, but the devotee can capture Krishna with bhakti, love. It is impossible for people to understand the great opulence of Sri Krishna. Therefore Chaitanya Mahaprabhu tells us to abandon speculating about God. There is a story of a frog in a well being approached by a friend who says, "My dear frog, I have just seen a huge body of water. What is that water?" The frog asks. "The Atlantic Ocean," the friend replies. "Oh, the Atlantic Ocean. Is it bigger than this well? Is it 4 feet, 10 feet? Our attempt to speculate about God is very much like this. If we want to understand God, we have to try to understand from God himself. We may have a neighbor who is very wealthy, influential, wise, strong and beautiful, and we may speculate about his opulence, but if we make friends with him, we can understand his position by listening to him speak about himself. God cannot be subjected to our imagination. Our imagination is limited, and our senses are imperfect. The process of bhakti amraga is the process of submission. There is no question of subjecting God to our imagination. We simply have to become very humble and submissive and pray to Krishna sincerely. Krishna, it is not possible for me to know you. Kindly explain how it is I can know you, and then it will be possible. This is the way Arjuna approached Krishna in the 11th chapter of Bhagavad Gita. We can hardly understand or comprehend the innumerable universes. The word Jagat refers to this universe, but there is more than one universe. Although we are seeing only one universe, there are millions of universes, and Krishna is supporting all these millions of universes with a single fragment of himself. This is also confirmed in many other Vedic literatures. Brahm and other lords of the mundane worlds, appearing from the pores of hair of Mahaviyu, remain alive as long as the duration of his one exhalation. I adore the primeval Lord Govinda, of whose subjective personality Mahaviyu is the portion of a portion. Brahma Sahit 5.48. This is the information given in Brahma Sahit, the prayers offered by Lord Brahm. This Brahma Sahit was accepted by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, who copied it when he toured South India. Formerly there were no presses to print these literatures, and these important Vedic writings were written by hand. These literatures were not very cheap, and only highly qualified Brahmas were able to keep them. They were worshipped in the temple as the Stra deity. It is not that they were available everywhere. Now, of course, the printing press has changed all this, but nonetheless we should always understand that the Granthas, the scriptures, should be worshipped as God because they are the sound incarnation of God. One should not consider Bhagavad Gita or Srimad Bhagavatam to be ordinary books, and one should take care of them just as carefully as one takes care of the deity. At any rate, when Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu returned from South India with a copy of Brahma Sahit, he gave it to his disciples and told them that it was a summary of the Vedanta and the Srimad Bhagavatam. We therefore accept Brahma Sahit as authorized scripture, for it was authorized by the Supreme Person, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Just as Sri Krishna explains in Bhagavad Gita in so many ways that the entire material creation is resting on one of his portions, Brahma Sahit explains the same subject. It is stated that from the skin pores of the Mahaviyu, all the universes are emanating. In each universe there is a Brahm, a supervisor, who is the supreme creature and manager. These managers live only as long as the Mahaviyu exhales. When he exhales, all the universes are created, and when he inhales, they all return into his body. In this way so many universes and Brahmas are coming and going. The durations of these breaths, which constitute a life of a Brahm, are described in Bhagavad Gita as many trillions of earth years. One may say that this is all fictitious and imaginary, but unless one believes it, one has no right to touch Bhagavad Gita. Generally people are interested in going to the higher planetary systems in order to become more opulent. This is the process of karma kaya, and people perform yagas and pious activities in order to be elevated to higher planets. The idea is that one will be able to enjoy himself more, have a longer lifespan, more opulence, more beautiful women, nice gardens and so on. Actually this is the case, but a devotee is not at all interested in these things because he accepts Krishna. In Bhagavad Gita 8.16, Sri Krishna says, Brahma Bhuvan El Lokpu Nirvartino Rajuna. From the highest planet in the material world down to the lowest, all are places of misery wherein repeated birth and death take place. Even if we are promoted to the highest planet, Brahmaloka, the planet where Lord Brahm lives, our situation there is still not eternal. So why should a devotee be interested in such a place? A devotee is simply interested in the Supreme Eternal, Sri Krishna. The Supreme Lord is the Supreme Leader of the Nityas, the eternal living entities. We are all Nityas, eternal, and Krishna guides and plays with us. In the spiritual world, Krishna and his devotees are friends, and they play together as cowherd boys. They are not interested in Brahmaloka or Chandraloka, for these planets will ultimately be annihilated. There are some living entities that live only a few seconds, or, at most, a night. By the morning, they are all dead. Any life in the material world is comparable to that. Brahm may live millions of years, but he ultimately has to die. Whether we go to the highest planet or the lowest planet, whether we are in the body of a Brahm or a cat, we ultimately have to die. Krishna presents himself to atheists as death. He appeared in this way before Hiranyakaipu, who said, I am God. All the demigods are afraid of me. I am very powerful. Krishna comes before such atheists as death and takes everything away, all power, opulence, money, everything. The theists worship God while they are living, and their only business in this life is serving God. After death, they render the same service. Thus there is no difference between Vaikuha and a temple for a devotee. In either case, his business is the same. Why, then, should he aspire to go to Vaikuha? In the Vaikuha planets one attains opulence like Krishna or an Arya. There are 5 kinds of mukti, liberation, and one is Sri. This kind of liberation brings one opulence equal to the Lord. In the Vaikuha planets, everyone is four-handed like an Arya, and everyone is equally opulent. In Galoka Vindivana, Krishna and the cowherd boys are equally opulent. In Vindivana, the cowherd boys do not know that Krishna is God. They look on Krishna as an equal. This is the opulence of their devotional position. Nonetheless, the devotees do not aspire for all this opulence. Their only aspiration is to engage in the service of the Lord. In this way, they get everything. Nor are the devotees interested in attaining the mystic yoga siddhis. They do not need to be able to create a planet, for they can create Vaikuha by worshipping Krishna in the temple. The temple is nirguna, transcendental to the gunas. In the Stras it is said that the forest is characterized by sattva guna, goodness, and the city is characterized by rajoguna, passion, because in the city there is a great deal of illicit sex, intoxication, gambling and meat eating. Formerly, when people were aspiring for spiritual realization, they left the cities and went to the forests. That was the Vanaprastha stage. The word Vana means forest. Before taking sannyasa, a man would leave his family and go to the forest to begin practicing austerities. Vanagato yadream rada. Actually, superior to living in the forest is living in the temple because the temple is nirguna, above all the gunas, even sattva guna. The inhabitants of the temple are actually in Vaikuha. Lord Kapila Deva next explains the nature of the special opulences of the devotees. Text 38. The Lord continued. My dear mother, devotees who receive such transcendental opulences are never bereft of them. Neither weapons nor the change of time can destroy such opulences. Because the devotees accept me as their friend, relative, son, preceptor, benefactor and supreme deity, they cannot be deprived of their possessions at any time. It is stated in Bhagavad Gita that one may elevate himself to the higher planetary systems, even up to Brahmaloka, by dint of pious activities, but when the effects of such pious activities are finished, one again comes back to this earth to begin a new life of activities. Thus even though one is promoted to the higher planetary system for enjoyment and a long duration of life, still that is not a permanent settlement. But as far as the devotees are concerned, their assets, the achievement of devotional service and the consequent opulence of Vaikuha, even on this planet, are never destroyed. In this verse Kapila Deva addresses his mother as Nta-arpa, indicating that the opulences of devotees are fixed because devotees are eternally fixed in the Vaikuha atmosphere, which is called Nta-arpa because it is in the mode of pure goodness, undisturbed by the modes of passion and ignorance. Once one is fixed in the devotional service of the Lord, his position of transcendental service cannot be destroyed, and the pleasure and service simply increase unlimitedly. For the devotees engaged in Krishna consciousness in the Vaikuha atmosphere, there is no influence of time. In the material world the influence of time destroys everything, but in the Vaikuha atmosphere there is no influence of time or of the demigods because there are no demigods in the Vaikuha planets. Here our activities are controlled by different demigods. Even if we move our hand and leg, the action is controlled by the demigods. But in the Vaikuha atmosphere there is no influence of the demigods or of time. Therefore there is no question of destruction. When the time element is present, there is the certainty of destruction, but when there is no time element, past, present or future, then everything is eternal. Therefore this verse uses the words nakayanti no, indicating that the transcendental opulences will never be destroyed. The reason for freedom from destruction is also described. The devotees accept the Supreme Lord as the most dear personality and reciprocate with him in different relationships. They accept the Supreme Personality of Godhead as a dearmost friend, relative, son, preceptor, well-wisher or deity. The Lord is eternal. Therefore any relationship in which we accept him is also eternal. It is clearly confirmed herein that the relationships cannot be destroyed, and therefore the opulences of those relationships are never destroyed. Every living entity has the propensity to love someone. We can see that if someone has no object of love, he generally directs his love to a pet animal like a cat or a dog. Thus the eternal propensity for love in all living entities is always searching for a place to reside. From this verse we can learn that we can love the Supreme Personality of Godhead as our dearmost object, as a friend, as a son, as a preceptor or as a well-wisher, and there will be no cheating and no end to such love. We shall eternally enjoy the relationship with the Supreme Lord in different aspects. A special feature of this verse is the acceptance of the Supreme Lord as the Supreme Preceptor. Bhagavad Gita is spoken directly by the Supreme Lord, and Arjuna accepted Krishna as his guru, or spiritual master. Similarly, we should accept only Krishna as the Supreme Spiritual Master. When we speak of Krishna, we include his confidential devotees. Krishna is not alone. Krishna includes his name, his form, his qualities, his abode, his associates, etc. For example, a king is always associated with his secretary, his commander, his servant and so much paraphernalia. As soon as we accept Krishna and his associates as our preceptors, no ill effects can destroy our knowledge. In the material world the knowledge we acquire may change because of the influence of time, but nevertheless the conclusions received from Bhagavad Gita, directly from the speeches of the Supreme Lord Krishna, can never change. There is no use interpreting Bhagavad Gita. It is eternal. Krishna, the Supreme Lord, should be accepted as one's best friend. He will never cheat. He will always give his friendly advice and protection to the devotee. If Krishna is accepted as a son, he will never die. Here we may have a very loving son or child, but the father and mother, or those who are affectionate toward him, always hope, may my son not die. But Krishna actually never will die. Therefore those who accept Krishna, or the Supreme Lord, as their son will never be bereft of their son. In many instances devotees have accepted the deity as a son. In Bengal there are many such instances, and even after the death of the devotee, the deity performs the Arda ceremony for the father. The relationship is never destroyed. People are accustomed to worship different forms of demigods, but in Bhagavad Gita such a mentality is condemned. Therefore one should be intelligent enough to worship only the Supreme Personality of Godhead in his different forms such as Lakshmanarya, Strma and Rdh Krishna. Thus one will never be cheated. By worshipping the demigods, one may elevate himself to the higher planets, but during the dissolution of the material world, the deity and his abode will be destroyed. But one who worships the Supreme Personality of Godhead is promoted to the Vaikuha planet where there is no time, destruction or annihilation. The conclusion is that time cannot act upon devotees who have accepted the Supreme Personality of Godhead as everything. Spiritual life is eternal. It cannot be destroyed. Whatever we have here in the material world is subject to destruction. In this material world we aspire for a nice house, good property, children, friends and riches, but ultimately all of these will be destroyed, including ourselves. Nothing here is permanent. Therefore everything is called illusory. Actually we do not understand this. We take all this as permanent. The fact is, however, that only Krishna is permanent. Krishna's material energy is not permanent. MYVDS think that in the spiritual world there are no relationships. However, in the Stras it is stated that in the spiritual world there is real life. Life in this material world is simply a shadow of that life. In the 15th chapter of Bhagavad Gita this material world is likened to a banyan tree with its roots above and branches below. This means that it is like a shadow. When we stand beside a reservoir of water, we see the tree reflected upside down. We also have the experience of a mirage in the material world. We think that there is water, but actually there is none. Sometimes sailors at sea think they see land, but actually this is a mirage in the water. This material world is like that. In our lives we think we are enjoying some rasa, some relationship. Our children are calling us father, and we are enjoying our relationship with our wife, but all of these relationships are like shadows, although people have no information of this. The true enjoyment derived from these relationships can be attained in the spiritual world with Krishna. Krishna therefore comes in person to teach us that we can enjoy the same relationship with him. We can enjoy him as our master, our friend, our son, our father or our lover. The MYVD philosophers say that if Krishna has become everything, there is no question of Krishna as an entity or a person. This is a materialistic idea. If we tear up a piece of paper into small pieces and throw it away, the paper no longer has an existence. However, Krishna is not like that. I worship the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Govinda Krishna, who is the original person, absolute, infallible, without beginning, although expanded into unlimited forms, still the same original, the oldest, and the person always appearing as a fresh youth. Brahma Sahit 5.33 Krishna has many millions of expansions, and he is also situated in everyone's heart. He is not only within human beings but within animals, trees, plants, aquatics and so forth. It is materialistic to think that Krishna has no individual existence if he has entered into so many millions of hearts. Even though Krishna has distributed himself in many millions of parts, he is still present in the same strength. Krishna is Sarvai Varyapara. He is never diminished. There is an interesting story of a poor boy who was a student in school. During an annual Father's Day ceremony, the teacher requested the students to give some kind of a contribution. Formerly, teachers would not earn a salary but would receive whatever the students would bring from their parents' homes or by begging. Generally, the Brahmas were teachers and they could not charge anything. Thus, some students brought the teacher rice and some students brought other crops. This one student was so poor that he could think of nothing to bring. Therefore, he told his teacher that he would speak to his mother first. After school, the student told his mother, "My dear mother, all my classmates have promised to contribute something to the teacher. What shall I contribute?" The mother replied, "My dear son, we are so poor that we cannot give anything. However, Krishna is the friend of the poor. If he gives you something, you can promise it to your teacher." "Oh, where is Krishna?" the little boy asked. "Well, I understand that he is in the forest," the mother said. Therefore the little boy went to the forest and called for Krishna. He then began to cry, and finally Krishna came. When a devotee is very eager to see Krishna, Krishna is so kind that he comes. "So, what are you asking?" Krishna said to the little boy. "You are the friend of the poor," the little boy said. "I am very poor, and what can I promise my teacher?" Krishna then told him, "You can tell him that you will supply him some yogurt, some dough." The little boy was very satisfied with this, and the next day he went to his teacher and said, "I will supply you as much yogurt as you need." The teacher felt that this was very nice, and he was pleased with the boy. On the day of the ceremony, the boy again went to the forest and called for Krishna. Krishna appeared and gave him a quart of yogurt. The little boy took this yogurt to his teacher and said, "This is my contribution, sir." The teacher looked at the quart and said, "What is this? Hundreds of people will be coming, and you have only given this much yogurt." The teacher became so angry that he spilled the yogurt out of the container. When he bent down to pick it up, he saw that the container was again full. He dropped it again, and it was again full. He could then understand that it was spiritual. This is the nature of Krishna. One can take everything, and yet the same will remain. In the material world, 1 minus 1 equals 0, but in the spiritual world, 1 minus 1 equals 1. That is called Adva, Jnana. There is no duality in the spiritual world. 1 plus 1 equals 1, and 1 minus 1 equals 1. If we love Krishna, that love will not be destroyed as love is in the material world. In the material world, a servant serves the master as long as the servant is pleased and as long as the master is pleased. The servant is pleased as long as the master pays, and the master is pleased as long as the servant renders good service. However, in the spiritual world, if the servant cannot serve under certain conditions, the master is still pleased. And if the master does not pay, the servant is also pleased. That is called oneness, absolute. A guru may have hundreds of disciples, hundreds of servants, but he doesn't have to pay them. They are serving out of spiritual love, and the guru is teaching without receiving a salary. This is a spiritual relationship. There are no cheaters and cheated in such a relationship. If we accept Krishna as our son, friend or lover, we will never be cheated. However, we have to give up the false, illusory servant, son, father or lover, for they will surely cheat us. We may love our son with our heart and soul, but that very son may someday be our enemy. We may love our wife very much, but someday that wife may be such an enemy that she will kill us for her own interests. There are many instances of this in history. MYVD philosophers are afraid of having such relationships because they have bitter experience with these relationships in the material world. They therefore want to negate all relationships, and therefore they say no more son, daughter, lover, master or whatever. Being disgusted with these things, they try to make everything void. Yet if we have the same relationship with Krishna, we will never be cheated or disappointed. Our enthusiasm will increase more and more. Therefore Krishna encourages us to accept him as our son, as our friend and as our master. Then we will be happy. Texts 39-40. Thus the devotee who worships me, the all-pervading Lord of the universe, with unflinching devotional service, gives up all aspirations for promotion to heavenly planets or happiness in this world with wealth, children, cows, home or anything in relationship with the body. I take him to the other side of birth and death. Unflinching devotional service, as described in these two verses, means engaging oneself in full Krishna consciousness or devotional service, accepting the Supreme Lord as all in all. Since the Supreme Lord is all-inclusive, if anyone worships him with unflinching faith, one has automatically achieved all other opulences and performed all other duties. The Lord promises herein that he takes his devotee to the other side of birth and death. Lord Chaitanya, therefore, recommended that one who aspires to go beyond birth and death should have no material possessions. This means that one should not try to be happy in this world or to be promoted to the heavenly world, nor should he strive for material wealth, children, houses or cows. How liberation is imperceptibly achieved by a pure devotee and what the symptoms are have been explained. The situation with a conditioned soul is different, however. If he is in the mode of goodness, he may be preparing for promotion to the higher planets. If he is in the mode of passion, he will remain here in a society where activity is very prominent, and if he is in the mode of ignorance, he may be degraded to animal life or a lower grade of human life. But for a devotee there is no concern for this life or the next life because in any life he does not desire material elevation. He prays to the Lord, my dear Lord, it does not matter where I am born, but let me be born, even as an ant, in the house of a devotee. A pure devotee does not pray to the Lord for liberation from this material bondage. Actually, the pure devotee never thinks that he is fit for liberation. Considering his past life and his mischievous activities, he thinks that he is fit to be sent to the lowest region of hell. If in this life I am trying to become a devotee, this does not mean that in my many past lives I was 100% pious. That is not possible. A devotee, therefore, is always conscious of his real position. Only by his full surrender to the Lord, by the Lord's grace, are his sufferings mitigated. As stated in Bhagavad Gita, surrender unto me, and I will give you protection from all kinds of sinful reaction. That is his mercy. But this does not mean that one who has surrendered to the lotus feet of the Lord has committed no misdeeds in his past life. A devotee always prays, for my misdeeds, may I be born again and again, but my only prayer is that I may not forget your service. The devotee has such mental strength, and he prays to the Lord, may I be born again and again, but let me be born in the home of your pure devotee so that I may again get a chance to develop my spiritual life. A pure devotee is not anxious to elevate himself in his next birth. He has already given up that sort of hope. In any life in which one is born, as a householder, or even as an animal, he must have some children, some resources or some possessions, but a devotee is not anxious to possess anything. He is satisfied with whatever is obtainable by God's grace. He is not at all attached to improving his social status or the education of his children. He is not neglectful, he is dutiful, but he does not spend too much time on the improvement of temporary household or social life. He fully engages in the service of the Lord, and for other affairs he simply spares as much time as absolutely necessary. Yathrama Payujata. Such a pure devotee does not care what is going to happen in the next life or in this life. He does not care even for family, children or society. He fully engages in the service of the Lord in Krishna consciousness. It is stated in Bhagavad Gita that without the knowledge of the devotee, the Lord arranges for his devotee to be immediately transferred to his transcendental abode just after leaving his body. After quitting his body he does not go into the womb of another mother. The ordinary common living entity, after death, is transferred to the womb of another mother, according to his karma, or activities, to take another type of body. But as far as the devotee is concerned, he is at once transferred to the spiritual world in the association of the Lord. That is the Lord's special mercy. Because he is all-powerful, the Lord can do anything and everything. He can excuse all sinful reactions. He can immediately transfer a person to Vaikuha. That is the inconceivable power of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is favorably disposed to the pure devotees. In these verses, Kapila Deva is describing the devotee's acceptance of Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, as the most dear to us. If we want to love Krishna as a son, Krishna is prepared to be our son. Arjuna accepted Krishna as his friend, and Krishna was his best friend. Everyone can accept Krishna in so many ways. We can love Krishna as Arjuna did, or as Mother Yad did. Similarly, Parkatma Arya simply heard about Krishna and developed love. The first class yog takes Krishna as everything, Purya, Sudha, Sak, Guru, everything. This is real bhakti. If we want a son, Krishna is prepared to be our son. If we want a lover, he is prepared to be our lover. If we want a friend, he is prepared to be our friend. Whatever relationship we want in the material world, we can have with Krishna. We all have some loving propensity, and Krishna is prepared to fulfill this propensity. Krishna is not a person like ourselves. We occupy one body, but Krishna is the owner of all bodies. The body is a machine given by Krishna. In the material world, a father may give his son a car. Similarly, Krishna gives the living entities bodies, 8,400,000 different types of bodies. The living entity gets into the body just as a person gets into a car, and he goes this way and that. We can drive this machine called the body for so many years. Then it becomes old, and we have to change it for another machine. This is the process of birth and death. We drive one car for a while, and the car is finally broken, or it is smashed. We may have an accident or not, but eventually the car has to go to the junkyard. Then we have to get another car. Actually, our position is that we never take birth and never die. But why have we been put into this position of accepting these machines? This is our real problem. What is the cause of this? We want to enjoy this material world with its wealth and possessions. As long as we are after material possessions, we cannot transcend the cycle of birth and death. However, we have to give all this up and take shelter of Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and worship him. Nor can we worship him whimsically, but as he desires. If Krishna says, I want a glass of water, we must bring him water. We cannot say, milk is better than water. I think I will bring him milk. This is not favorable service. Some so-called bhaktas say, I can worship the Lord in my own way. This is simply imagination. The MYVDS say that Brahman has no arpa, no form, and they suggest that we imagine some form. This is not the case with Krishna. Krishna is present in his original form, and he is described in Vedic literatures. We have recounted these descriptions before. If we want to attain a body like Brahma's, we can get it. If we want a body like a worm in stool, we can get it. Or, if we want a body like Krishna's, we can get that also. That is our real body of Saksidananda. We can also get a body like a demigods and go to the heavenly planets. Or we can remain here in the middle planetary system. Our destination is our own choice. We are given full freedom through our activities. By pious activities, we go to the heavenly planets, and by Krishna-conscious activities, we go to Vaikuntha. We are part and parcel of Krishna, but somehow or other we have forgotten this. In Kaitanya Madhya 20.117, it is said, forgetting Krishna, the living entity has been attracted by the external feature from time immemorial. Therefore the illusory energy My gives him all kinds of misery in his material existence. Because we have forgotten Krishna, Krishna has given us all these Vedas and Puras. Krishna also comes into this material world in order to remind us of himself. In this Kali Yuga, people are forgetting Krishna more and more. They are not even interested in him, but Krishna is interested because we are his sons. A mad son may no longer be interested in his home, in his father or mother, yet the father never loses interest in his son. He is anxious because his boy has left home and is suffering. Similarly, Krishna's son leaves the spiritual sky and takes up one material body after another, and in this way travels from one planet to another in different species of life. Therefore Krishna comes to rescue him. 17. Taking shelter of Krishna, the Supreme Controller. Text 41. The terrible fear of birth and death can never be forsaken by anyone who resorts to any shelter other than myself, for I am the Almighty Lord, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the original source of all creation, and also the Supreme Soul of all souls. It is indicated herein that the cycle of birth and death cannot be stopped unless one is a pure devotee of the Supreme Lord. It is said, Harivan Nava St Taranti. One cannot surpass the cycle of birth and death unless one is favored by the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The same concept is confirmed herewith. One may take to the system of understanding the absolute truth by one's own imperfect sensory speculation, or one may try to realize the self by the mystic yoga process. But whatever one may do, unless he comes to the point of surrendering to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, no process can give him liberation. One may ask if this means that those who are undergoing so much penance and austerity by strictly following the rules and regulations are endeavoring in vain. The answer is given by Srimad Bhagavatam 10.2.32. Yunai Ravine Kavimukta M9. Lord Brahm and other demigods prayed to the Lord when Krishna was in the womb of Divak. My dear lotus-eyed Lord, there are persons who are puffed up with the thought that they have become liberated or one with God or have become God, but they are unintelligent. It is stated that their intelligence, whether high or low, is not even purified. With purified intelligence, a living entity cannot think otherwise than to surrender. Bhagavad Gita, therefore, confirms that purified intelligence arises in a very wise man. Bhavan Janmanam Anti-Jainavanam Prapadyate. After many, many births, one who is actually advanced in intelligence surrenders unto the Supreme Lord. Without surrendering, one cannot achieve liberation. The Bhagavatam says those who are simply puffed up, thinking themselves liberated by some non-devotional process, are not intelligent because they have not yet surrendered unto you. In spite of executing all kinds of austerities and penances or even arriving at the brink of Brahman realization, they think that they are in the effulgence of Brahman. But actually, because they have no transcendental activities, they fall down to material activities. One should not be satisfied simply with knowing that he is Brahman. He must engage himself in the service of the Supreme Brahman. That is Bhakti. The engagement of Brahman should be the service of Para-Brahman. It is said that unless one becomes Brahman, one cannot serve Brahman. The Supreme Brahman is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and the living entity is also Brahman. Without realizing that he is Brahman, spirit soul, an eternal servitor of the Lord, if one simply thinks that he is Brahman, his realization is only theoretical. He has to realize and at the same time engage himself in the devotional service of the Lord. Then he can exist in the Brahman status. Otherwise he falls down. The Bhagavatam says that because non-devotees neglect the transcendental loving service of the lotus feet of the personality of Godhead, their intelligence is not pure, and therefore they fall down. The living entity must have some activity. If he does not engage in the activity of transcendental service, he must fall down to material activity. As soon as one falls down to material activity, there is no rescue from the cycle of birth and death. It is stated here by Lord Kapila, without my mercy, and Nyatra Mad Bhagavata. The Lord is stated here to be Bhagavan, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, indicating that he is full of all opulences and is therefore perfectly competent to deliver one from the cycle of birth and death. He is also called Pradna because he is the Supreme. He is equal to everyone, but to one who surrenders to him he is especially favorable. It is also confirmed in Bhagavad Gita that the Lord is equal to everyone. No one is his enemy and no one is his friend. But to one who surrenders unto him, he is especially inclined. By the grace of the Lord, simply by surrendering unto him one can get out of this cycle of birth and death. Otherwise, he may go on in many, many lives and may many times attempt other processes for liberation. Presently we are so dull and foolish that we do not know what is Bam and Tivram. The word Tivram means very terrible and Bam means very fearsome. We are entangled by a very terrible fear, but we have become so dull due to the spell of MY that we do not care. At the time of death there are many troubles and we become very fearful. Sometimes, when a person is dying, he falls into a coma and lies unconscious. We do not know what kind of fearful test this person is undergoing. He may be dreaming so many things, or he may be crying. He cannot express what is going on. Those who are very sinful especially die in that way. After death, one has to enter into the womb of another mother. That is also a very fearful stage. One becomes packed in a bag, and this bag is filled with stool and urine, and one has to remain packed in this airtight bag for 9 months. This is a horrible situation, but we have forgotten all about it. Therefore Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita that our real trouble is Janma Mrityu, birth and death. When the living entity is packed in the womb, unable to move, he prays to God, please relieve me from this horrible condition. If you relieve me, I shall worship you. Finally, after 9 months, the living entity emerges from the womb, and then he also undergoes so many troubles trying to adjust to the atmosphere of a new planet. As an infant, he cries, and he is totally dependent on his mother's mercy. Sometimes a mother cannot understand what the child wants. Sometimes an ant may be biting the child, but the mother thinks that the child is hungry. There are bugs, worms, mosquitoes, stool, urine and so many things attacking the new body. These are the threefold miseries, yet we think that we have made such progress. We are being attacked moment after moment by one thing after another, yet people close their eyes to birth, old age, disease and death. The atheists want to forget these miseries, and therefore they like to think that there is no life after death. They are like ostriches, who stick their head in the ground when an enemy approaches. Although the living entity in the womb promises to worship Krishna, when he is delivered from the womb he does not fulfill his promise. As soon as he is born and grows up, he begins to acquire a good bank balance, a wife and children, and then begins to think that his problems are solved and that he will live very happily. Actually, his problems are not solved. He may have some temporary facilities, but the main problem is still there. Every minute, every second, people are dying and going to Yamraya. Those who are living are thinking that they will not die. They see that their friends are dying, but somehow or other they think that they are eternal. Yudhishthira Maharya said that this was the most amazing thing in the world. No one thinks that he is going to die, although everyone else is dying. The living entity thinks that he is very happy in whatever body he gets. He may get the body of a dog or the body of a cat, but he is happy in his body, and he does not want to lose it. This is called illusion. When an ant sees danger, he will run like anything. This is because he values his body and does not want to lose it. Once Lord Indra, the king of the heavenly planets, was cursed by Brihaspati to become a hog. He was going about on earth enjoying his hog body when finally Lord Brahm came and told him, "My dear Indra, you have suffered enough. Now come with me and return to your heavenly kingdom." Indra in the form of a hog said, "Where shall I go?" To the heavens Lord Brahm replied. It was then that Indra said, "No, I have my family and children. How can I go? I am very happy. Let me remain here." In this way, everyone is thinking that he is very happy, although he is in a horrible and fearsome condition. However, one who is actually intelligent can understand that he is not actually happy, that he is suffering. It is said that ignorance is bliss, but this is the bliss of a hog. When one actually comes to the understanding that he is not actually happy in the material world, he can begin to relieve his suffering. There is no possibility of being liberated from suffering without taking shelter at Krishna's lotus feet. People are thinking that they can relieve suffering through abortion, by killing the child within the womb. In this way they are committing one sin after another and becoming more and more entangled. Consequently, the aborted living entity will have to enter into the womb of another mother in order to undergo the birth that he is destined to take. Then, when he enters the womb of another mother, he may again be killed, and for many years he may not be allowed to see the light of the sun. In this Kali Yuga, people are becoming so sinful that there is no possibility of rescue unless one takes to Krishna consciousness. The entire human civilization is falling into the illusory fire of MY. People fly into the fire just like moths. When there is a beautiful fire, moths come from a long distance, enter it and go pop, pop, pop. In this way one dies, takes birth and suffers and dies again. Yet Krishna and his devotees are so kind and compassionate that they are unhappy to see all the misery of this material world. Krishna is the father of all living entities, and he is very unhappy to see his son suffer. Krishna therefore comes and canvasses. Why are you captivated by this false, so-called happiness? Give up all of this and surrender to me. Come to me, and I will relieve you. You will then live happily, eternally and blissfully. You will not have any want, nor will you be troubled by anything. For this reason Krishna comes. Actually he has no other business to carry out here because his agent Prakti does everything. Nonetheless, out of compassion Krishna comes in his original form or in an incarnation like Kapila Deva. Krishna also sends his representative, who says, "You rascal, simply take shelter of Krishna and be happy." Krishna comes once in a day of Brahm, and his incarnations also come to educate foolish people who think that they are living happily on this earth. Kapila Deva comes to propound this Eskaya philosophy, which is an alloyed devotion to the Lord. Herein Kapila Deva says that one is condemned to death unless he takes shelter of the Lord. There is no other way to be saved. We are all in a very fearful situation, but we do not understand this. Under the spell of MY, we are thinking we are very happy, but this is not a fact. If we want relief from our dangerous situation, we have to surrender to the Supreme Personality of Godhead and revive our old connection with Him. What is that connection? We are all His eternal servants. We should not foolishly think that we can become one with God or equal to God. This is all the result of rascaldom. The beginning of knowledge is to understand that we are the eternal sons and servants of Krishna. There is no difference between a son and a servant. The son serves the father, just as the servant serves the master. There is affection between master and servant and son and father. The father also serves the son in so many ways. Therefore the relationship is reciprocal. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has defined our original svarpa, our original identity, as that of eternal servant. People are artificially thinking, I am independent, I am no one's servant, I have become God, I have become Bhagavan, I am this or I am that. In the material world, it is not very pleasant to be a servant of anyone. We think that being God's servant is like this because we are materially infected. We are thinking that being a servant of God is like being a servant of some men, but in the spiritual world the servant and the served are the same. For instance, the Guru is the servant of Krishna, but he is accepted as Krishna. The spiritual master is to be honored as much as the Supreme Lord because he is the most confidential servitor of the Lord. This is acknowledged in all revealed scriptures and followed by all authorities. Therefore I offer my respectful obeisances unto the lotus feet of such a spiritual master, who is a bona fide representative of Sri Hari Krishna. Gurvaka 7. This is the verdict of all stras. The Guru never says, I am Krishna, I am God, I am Bhagavan. Rather, the Guru says, I am the most humble servant of the servant of the servant of God. He does not even say that he is the direct servant. Rather, he is the servant 100 times removed. Gop Bartu Pada Kamala Yordi Sa Ds Nudsa. We should not try to become direct servants, for that is not possible. First of all, we must become the servant of the servant. The Guru is the servant of Krishna, and if we become his servant, we become an actual bona fide servant. That is our real position. Therefore Chaitanya Mahaprabhu prays, O son of Nanda Maharya, I am your eternal servant, but somehow or other I have fallen into this ocean of birth and death. Ikaka 5. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu addresses the Supreme Lord Krishna as the son of Nanda Maharya. Krishna is very pleased if one addresses him as the son of Vasudeva, Yad or Maharyananda. Krishna likes to be named in relation to his pure devotees. Therefore he is called Yad Nandana, Nanda Nandana, Vasudeva Nandana, Ardik Rama and so on. Thus Chaitanya Mahaprabhu addresses Krishna in this way. He says that although he is Krishna's eternal servant, somehow he has fallen into the ocean of birth and death, accepting one body after another, dying and being born again, not only in this planet but throughout the whole universe, in many species of life. This is the situation with conditioned living entities, wandering from one life to another and from one planet to another for millions upon millions of years. We do not care about this because we say that we are brave and not afraid. We are very proud in this way, but this is a fool's pride. It is said, fools rush in where angels fear to tread. In order to save ourselves from this fearful situation, we must take shelter of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. That is the verdict of all the stras, and Krishna comes for this purpose and sends his devotees, who work day and night to propagate this Krishna consciousness movement. Text 42. It is because of my supremacy that the wind blows out of fear of me. The sun shines out of fear of me, and the Lord of the clouds, Indra, sends forth showers out of fear of me. Fire burns out of fear of me, and death goes about taking its toll out of fear of me. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, says in Bhagavad Gita that the natural laws are perfect because of his superintendence. No one should think that nature is working automatically, without superintendence. The Vedic literature says that the clouds are controlled by the demigod Indra, heat is distributed by the sun god, the soothing moonlight is distributed by Candra, and the air is blowing under the arrangement of the demigod Vayu. But above all these demigods is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the chief living entity, Nityoniti and Satana Satananam. The demigods are also ordinary living entities, but due to their faithfulness, their devotional service, they have been promoted to such posts. These different demigods, or directors, such as Candra, Vayu and Vayu, are called Adhikari. The demigods are departmental heads. The government of the Supreme Lord consists not only of one planet or two or three. There are millions of planets and millions of universes. The Supreme Personality of Godhead has a huge government, and he requires assistance. The demigods are considered his bodily limbs. These are described in Vedic literature. The sun god, moon god, fire god and air god are working under the direction of the Supreme Lord. It is confirmed in the Bhagavad Gita 9.10, Madhyakya Praktiyasyate Sakar Karam. The natural laws are being conducted under his superintendence. Because he is in the background, everything is being performed punctually and regularly. One who has taken shelter of the Supreme Personality of Godhead is completely protected from all other influences. He no longer serves or is obliged to anyone else. Of course he is not disobedient to anyone, but his full power of thought is absorbed in the service of the Lord. The statements by the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Kapila, that under his direction the air is blowing, the fire is burning, the sun is giving heat, etc., are not sentimental. The impersonalist may say that the Bhagavatam devotees create and imagine someone as the supreme personality of Godhead and assign qualifications to him. But actually it is neither imagination nor an imposition of artificial power in the name of Godhead. In the Vedas it is said, Bhsmd Vitapavate Bhadesriya. Out of fear of the Supreme Lord, the Wine God and the Sun God are acting. Bhsmd Agni Kandra Ka Mtire Dhvati Pakama. Agni, Indra and Mtu are also acting under his direction. These are the statements of the Vedas. If the demigods are subject to fear, what of ordinary living entities? Material life is not very happy because we are always fearful of something. No one can say, I am not afraid of anything. Everyone is afraid of something. There is not a bird, beast, human being or living entity alive that is not afraid of something. This is because we are absorbed in the bodily conception, thinking, I am this body. Since everyone is thinking in this way, everyone fears bodily destruction. When there was an earthquake in Los Angeles, everyone ran out of their houses screaming. Everyone was terrified, thinking, now death is coming. This is material nature. There are many events in nature that cause fear. There are great cyclones and tornadoes. There is excessive heat and excessive rain. There is flood and famine and war. Yet people are thinking of being happy on this planet. Modern scientists say that there are no demigods and that there is no God, that all events are being carried out by nature. It is true that nature is working, but nature, after all, is nothing but matter. Matter cannot work without being directed by a living being. We cannot say that matter works independently. In the ocean we always see that there are great waves moving. Water is dull matter, but the air is pushing these great waves and dashing them onto the earth. Scientists say that nature works in this way and that, but nature is not independent. We receive information from authoritative straws that nature is moving under the direction of the demigods. So we cannot say that these processes are automatically taking place. Scientists admit that nature is working in a wonderful way, but, after all, nature is not under their control. The scientists may accept or defy Krishna, but they cannot defy the activities of nature. Everyone is subordinate to nature. Nature, however, is working under the direction of God. Therefore everyone is subordinate to God. The sun, oceans, land, space and everything else in material creation are but manifestations of Krishna's external energy. Nothing is independent of Krishna or his energy. In Brahma Sahit 5.44, it is said that material nature is so powerful that it can create, maintain and destroy in itself. Sistiti pralasdana aktirak. However, material nature is working just like a shadow. If we place our hand before a light, we can see its shadow move on a wall. Similarly, material nature is working due to the touch of spirit soul. It is not possible for an automobile to drive itself. A person, a spirit soul, must be within to push certain buttons. Due to the touch of the spirit soul, the machine is moving. The entire universe is similarly moving due to the touch of God. According to the straws, the wind is blowing, the water is moving, the sun is shining and the earth is revolving under the direction of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. If the directors of the different material elements do not work properly, they are punished by their master, Krishna. When Krishna was present on this earth, he saw that Lord Indra, the Lord of the heavens and of rain, was somewhat puffed up. Krishna therefore advised his father Nanda Maharya not to bother worshipping Indra. He told his father, there is no need to offer sacrifices to Indra. It is better to worship Govardhana hill, which is the representative of God. The cows receive their grass and grains from Govardhana hill. Therefore it is better to worship it. At first, Nanda Maharya was not willing to do this, but out of affection for Krishna, he finally agreed. When Indra saw that Nanda Maharya was worshipping Govardhana hill, he became very angry and sent vicious clouds to inundate all of Vana with a flood. Krishna then showed Indra that his power was not even competent to deal with the little finger of his left hand. Therefore Krishna lifted Govardhana hill with the small finger of his left hand and used it as an umbrella to save all the people of Vana from Indra's torrents. All of this is related in Srimad Bhagavatam. Thus everyone is a servant. No one can actually claim to be master. If we simply take shelter of Krishna, we do not have to offer sacrifices to various demigods. If we water the root of a tree, we do not have to water the branches, twigs, flowers or fruits. If we supply food to the stomach, we do not have to feed the eyes, hands and legs separately. Similarly, if we worship Krishna, the source of everything, no other worship is necessary. Large amounts of wealth are necessary to perform sacrifices. In former ages, tons of food were offered in a fire as a sacrifice, but this is not possible in this age. Therefore Sakairatano Yae, the chanting of the Hare Krishna mantra, is recommended. Anyone can chant Hare Krishna. There is no need for instruments, although Chaitanya Mahaprabhu introduced the mdaga, drum, and carrot loss, cymbals. Otherwise, clapping in itself is sufficient. Anyone can sit down with his family, clap hands and chant Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Arma, 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 Hare. This Sakairatana is very easy to perform. In the evening people go to restaurants and cinemas and waste time and money at clubs and dances. They are not aware of the fearful situation of birth, old age, disease and death. People are carried away by the waves of material nature and they have submitted to its laws. We should not waste our time in this valuable human form but should begin to solve our problems. Eventually everything on this earth will be annihilated. At present, 3/4 of this earth is covered with water. In the beginning, the entire earth was covered with water, but gradually the water is drying up and more land is emerging. Since the land has emerged, we have calculated that this is the Asian continent, this is North America, South America, Africa and so on. Eventually there will be no water but only land, and this means that there will ultimately be destruction. Since there will be no water, the heat will be scorching, and eventually the earth will be burned to ashes. Then again there will be rainfall, and everything will be mixed up again, and again there will be destruction. In this way things come into existence and are dissolved. Similarly, this body comes into existence, takes a nice form, and then is finally finished forever. We will then have to get another body. The body is like a bubble. It is present for one moment, then it bursts and is gone forever. We simply take on one bubble after another, one body after another, and we think that we will become happy in this way because we are so foolish. Krishna comes as a person like us, but we are such rascals that we think he is simply a man, and this is our misfortune. If we just surrender unto Krishna, we will no longer be subjected to the karma of different bodies. Even if we attempt to render some devotional service to him and fall down, we lose nothing and gain everything. A human life is guaranteed in our next birth. It is therefore to our benefit to accept Krishna. Text 43. The yagas, equipped with transcendental knowledge and renunciation and engaged in devotional service for their eternal benefit, take shelter at my lotus feet, and since I am the Lord, they are thus eligible to enter into the kingdom of Godhead without fear. One who wants to be liberated from the entanglement of this material world and go back home, back to Godhead, is actually a mystic yog. The words explicitly used here are yuktina bhakti yogina. Those yagas, or mystics, who engage in devotional service are first-class yagas. They are described in Bhagavad Gita as constantly thinking of the Lord, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna. These yagas are not without knowledge and renunciation. To become a bhakti yog means to automatically attain knowledge and renunciation. That is the consequent result of bhakti yoga. In the Bhagavatam, 1st Canto, 2nd Chapter, it is also confirmed that one who engages in devotional service of Vasudeva, Krishna, has complete transcendental knowledge and renunciation, and there is no further explanation for these attainments. Ahaitic, without reason, they come. Even if a person is completely illiterate, the transcendental knowledge of the scriptures is revealed unto him because of his devotion. To anyone who has full faith in the Supreme Personality of Godhead and the Spiritual Master, all the import of the Vedic literatures is revealed. One doesn't have to seek separately. The yagas who engage in devotional service are full in knowledge and renunciation. If there is a lack of knowledge and renunciation, it is to be understood that one is not engaged in full devotional service. The conclusion is that one cannot be sure of entrance into the spiritual realm, in either the impersonal Brahmajyotra effulgence of the Lord or the Vaikuha planets within that Brahman effulgence, unless he is surrendered unto the lotus feet of the Supreme Lord. The surrendered souls are called Akutoba. They are doubtless and fearless, and their entrance into the spiritual kingdom is guaranteed. Devotional service is most important because there is danger in every step in this material world. At any moment our life can be finished. We may be walking along very nicely, but at some moment we may slip and break our neck. Therefore this planet is called Martyaloka, the planet of death, the place where death is a certainty. Regardless of how strong or healthy one may be, one cannot avoid death. One may exercise on the beach daily, but one may die at any moment. There is no guarantee. Everyone wants health and security, but actually there is no security. There is simply a struggle for existence. People are struggling for security, but in reality this is all foolishness. People are always fearful because they have forgotten or rejected Krishna. We have forgotten that we are Krishna's eternal servants, his eternal parts and parcels, and that we have a most intimate relationship with him. In the material world we are situated in as at a non-permanent situation. When a child has lost his father and mother, he is always in a fearful condition. He cries in the street, "Where is my father? Where is my mother?" If we no longer want to be in such a fearful condition, we have to take shelter at the lotus feet of Krishna. Krishna is begging us to come to him because we are all his sons. He says, "You are rotting here by repeatedly committing sins. You are changing from one body to another, and you are thinking that you are a human being, an American, this or that. The next moment you may become a dog or an insect." People are always thinking that they are secure, and this is called illusion. Knowledge, jnana, means understanding our relationship with Krishna. A wise man asks, "What is my duty to Krishna?" Once we understand our relationship with Krishna and our duty to him, we naturally become reluctant to engage in material activities. This is called virjaya, detachment from material activities. Jnana and virjaya can be awakened by bhakti yoga. Bhakti means surrender unto Krishna. Without surrendering to Krishna, we cannot understand our situation. Krishna reserves the right of not being exposed to fools and rascals. He is simply meant for the devotees. We cannot understand Krishna without becoming devotees. Material life means sex. People work hard all day in order to have a little sex at night. In the material world everyone is suffering from the sharp arrow of Cupid. Maidana, Cupid, shoots his arrow into men and women to make them mad after one another. However, when one actually sees Krishna, he sees Maidana Mohana, the charmer of Cupid. Then one is no longer pierced by Cupid's arrow. This means that one actually becomes fearless. One can then enter into bhakti yoga and renounce this material world. According to the sutras, there is Rayas and Priyas. Rayas is the ultimate goal. We should act in such a way that ultimately we will become happy. However, if we want immediate happiness and disregard the future, we want Priyas. Priyas is for unintelligent people and children. A child enjoys playing all day. He does not want to be sent to school to be educated. Education is Rayas, the ultimate goal. No one is interested in this. The sutras instruct us to aim for Rayas and not be captivated by Priyas. The supreme Rayas is bhakti yoga. In the material world we are struggling for existence with the hope that someday in the future we will be happy. Yet we are bewildered. An animal in the desert sees a mirage, a shadow of water, and he runs after this shadow again and again. He runs further and further, and in this way, as he crosses the hot sands, he becomes more and more thirsty and he finally dies. Our struggle for existence is like this. We are thinking, let me go a little further. There will be water eventually. There will eventually be happiness. Yet there is no water in the desert. Those who are unintelligent, who are like animals, seek happiness in the desert of the material world. This false attachment has to be given up by the process of bhakti yoga. This must be taken up very seriously, not artificially. Krishna in all seriousness wants to see whether one has finished all his material desires. When Krishna sees this, he is very pleased. We are actually busy with dharma, artha, kama and moksha, but when we transcend these, bhakti begins. If we study the history of the world, we see that it is simply a history of struggle. Mankind attempts to relieve its miserable condition, but it simply brings about another miserable condition. As we try to overcome one problem, another problem arises. Our determination to renounce our association with this material world is called mukti. Mukti means coming to the spiritual platform. Since we belong to the spiritual atmosphere, it is impossible for us to be happy in the material atmosphere. If a land animal is placed in water, he will simply struggle for existence, despite being an expert swimmer. We have come into this material world to gratify our senses, but our attempts will never be successful. If we actually want to attain a state beyond fear, we have to accept this bhakti yoga process enunciated by Lord Kapila Deva. Text 44. Therefore persons whose minds are fixed on the Lord engage in the intensive practice of devotional service. That is the only means to attain the final perfection of life. Here the words mano mei arpitam, which mean the mind being fixed on me, are significant. One should fix his mind on the lotus feet of Krishna or his incarnation. To be fixed steadily in that freedom is the way of liberation. Brahma Arya is an example. He fixed his mind on the lotus feet of the Lord. He spoke only on the pastimes of the Lord. He smelled only the flowers and tulas offered to the Lord. He walked only to the temple of the Lord. He engaged his hands in cleansing the temple. He engaged his tongue in tasting the foodstuff offered to the Lord. And he engaged his ears in hearing the great pastimes of the Lord. In this way all his senses were engaged. First of all, the mind should be engaged at the lotus feet of the Lord, very steadily and naturally. Because the mind is the master of the senses, when the mind is engaged, all the senses are engaged. That is Bhakti Yoga. Yoga means controlling the senses. The senses cannot be controlled in the proper sense of the term. They are always agitated. This is true also with a child. How long can he be forced to sit down silently? It is not possible. Even Arjuna said, Kakala Himana Krishna. The mind is always agitated. The best course is to fix the mind on the lotus feet of the Lord. Manomaya arpita styram. If one seriously engages in Krishna consciousness, that is the highest perfectional stage. All Krishna conscious activities are on the highest perfectional level of human life. This verse marks the conclusion of Bhakti Yoga, as described by Lord Kapila Deva to his mother. Bhakti Yoga is the business of one advanced in Jnana Virjaya, knowledge and renunciation. Sravabhama Basiriya has explained Bhakti Yoga as Virjaya Vidinija Bhakti Yoga. Bhakti Yoga begins when we accept Krishna's instructions. Abandon all varieties of religion and just surrender unto me. Bhagavad Gita 18.66. We have to renounce all material engagements and accept the lotus feet of Krishna. We are making one plan after another to be happy in this material world, but this place is certified by the Supreme Personality of Godhead as Dukha Layamavadam, a place of misery. This material world is actually meant for misery, just as a prison house is meant for punishment. Once we attain our constitutional position of Brahma Bhta, we can enter the kingdom of God, the spiritual world. By Karma Yoga we attempt to get out of the gross body, and by Jnana Yoga we attempt to get out of the subtle body, but by Bhakti Yoga we can directly transcend both the subtle body, mind, intelligence and ego, and the gross material body. Then we can be situated on the spiritual platform in our original, spiritual body. As long as we are in the subtle and gross bodies, we are suffering under the three modes of material nature. Once we enter into the devotional service of the Lord, we are immediately situated on the platform of Brahma Bhta. Aha Brahmasmi, I am Brahman, is simply theoretical knowledge, but when one actually renders devotional service, one is situated in practical knowledge. Then one is no longer on the material platform but on the Brahman platform. Prahlada Arya rendered the best service to his father, Hiranyakashipu, by having him killed by Lord Nrsimhadeva. Superficially it appeared that Prahlada Arya did not help his father, but this was not the case. In the Stras it is said that if a person, even though a demon, is killed by God, he is immediately liberated. Prahlada Arya was thinking, my father is so sinful and so much opposed to God consciousness that he might not be liberated. After Lord Nrsimha killed Hiranyakashipu, Prahlada Arya told the Lord, my dear Lord, may I ask one thing from you? My father was a great atheist, and he committed many offenses at your lotus feet. Now you have killed him. I request that he be excused and be given liberation. Actually Hiranyakashipu was already liberated, yet his affectionate son was anxious to know whether he was liberated or not. It is confirmed by the Lord that not only Avyava's father, but everyone for 21 generations before Avyava receives liberation. Thus by serving the Lord, one renders the best service to his family, because 21 generations are liberated if one becomes a pure Avyava. The yog's real business is to focus his mind on Krishna. That is the real yoga system. There are many gymnastics performed by yogas, but all this is recommended for those who are overly concerned with the body. Rendering service to Krishna 24 hours daily is called Bhakti Yoga, and that is real Samdhi. People are working hard day and night to enjoy some results. A person in Bhakti Yoga works hard day and night but offers the results to Krishna. There is a great difference between a Bhakti Yoga and an ordinary karma. Ordinary karmas cannot understand that the bhaktas are on the transcendental platform. As we have stated before, there are innumerable forms of God, Arma, Nrsimha, Varha, Krishna, Kapila Deva, Balarama and so on. Sometimes foolish people ask, you are worshipping Krishna, why don't you worship Arma? Actually there is no difference between Krishna and Arma, but everyone has his preference. For instance, Hanuman was particularly devoted to Lord Armakandra. The Gopas are exclusively devoted to Lord Krishna. This does not make any real difference. The Lord appears in different forms, but in all cases he is the Lord. Once Krishna left the gopas and changed into his four-handed Vu form. The gopas went up searching for Krishna, and when they saw the four-handed Vu form, they did not offer much respect. They simply wanted to see Krishna. Actually, there is no difference between Krishna and Vu, but every devotee has a particular inclination. In the Vairava Sampradaya, some devotees worship Rdh Krishna, and others worship Str Ma and Lakshmanarya. Some also worship Rukmi Krishna. All of these are the same, and all of the devotees are Vairavas. Whether one chants Hare Krishna or Hare Rama, it is not very important. Worship of the demigods, however, is not recommended. In any case, Bhakti Yoga begins with hearing Rava Kirtanam. After one has heard from the right source and is convinced, one will automatically perform Kirtana. Kirtana means glorification. Kirtana is preaching, glorifying and speaking about the Lord. Parkatma Arya attained perfection simply by listening to Srimad Bhagavatam. This is Rava Kirtanam. Parkatma Arya was listening, and Ukadeva Goswami was performing Kirtana by describing the glories of the Lord. Pithuma Arya simply worshipped the Lord, and Lakam Dev massaged Vivu's lotus feet. Arjuna made friends with the Lord, and Hanuman carried out the orders of Lord Armakandra. Balima Arya offered everything he had to the Lord in the form of Vimanadeva, and after he had offered all his possessions, he offered his body. There are many examples, but at the present moment, if we simply hear about Krishna, that is sufficient. God has given us ears, and we need only go to a realized soul and hear about Krishna from him. This is the process recommended for this age because people are very fallen and are uneducated. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu recommends that we search out a devotee regardless of our position. There is no need to change our position. It is better to remain where we are and simply hear about Krishna. The Krishna consciousness movement is meant to give everybody an opportunity to hear about Krishna. Krishna is within everyone's heart, and as soon as he sees that one is interested in him, he helps. This is the beginning of bhakti. Even if we do not understand this philosophy, we will be purified if we hear what Krishna says. This is the whole process of Hari Sakirtana. One doesn't even have to understand what this Hare Krishna is. One only has to hear to be purified. Unless one is purified, one cannot understand God. There are many contaminations within the heart, and the people in this age are engaged in many sinful activities: illicit sex, meat eating, intoxication and gambling. The whole world is revolving about these things, yet despite this we have to spread this Krishna consciousness movement. There may be many obstacles, but they can all be transcended by Krishna's mercy. We only have to be determined in our devotion. The rest will follow. This is the essence of Lord Kapila's instructions to his mother.